When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping-off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. Today, we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 16, 3 Books, Part 2. Now, in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself a little bit. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe him to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There was somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships, and he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the Race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face, and on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Each of the people who had not passed through the Race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the Tropic of Cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from its being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his Book of Laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies of the sailors, we will now continue our voyage." End quote. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda. Most of them were headed to the Caribbean, but the ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do, sending a report back to them to tell them all about the sights and the sounds and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who had lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the bucan, those people that would be known as the buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true and what of it is not true. Many of the things they heard here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us an indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has first-hand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in a tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there, who hopefully knew what they were talking about. But we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers or buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account." End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw it, a lone ship, just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel them, although he did say that they have, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship or they had nothing to escape to and nowhere to go. It was either take this ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, They came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol, if they had one. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around the table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react, many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates, when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, "Jesus son demonios estos," end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat, and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for me. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of a creation myth, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account of. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the buccaneers on Tortuga, Exquemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later, but this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, Penn and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, so we're going to look at some of that. But if you try to look at it in a narrative flow from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, "Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships." End quote. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquemelin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquemelin begins, quote, "Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England." End quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argue divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquemelin continues, "His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea." Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues with it. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, "I left the schools too young and have been more used to the pike than the book." End quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess, and very little else. The English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield, and Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pike. You see, he was a teenager during the English Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War, on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, Exquemelin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, Exquemelin goes on, quote, "He reached a port where the ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage," end quote. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western Design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was Portsmouth. That much is undeniably correct. Then Exquemelin continues, quote, "On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner," end quote. Now that, however, is not true. There is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquemelin's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then, most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So, it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck. He's got a curly, probably a wig, but it may be his natural hair. He's got a mischievous smirk. He's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home when his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like, so most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. If Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been just a grunt soldier. He would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the New Model Army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquemelin, his passage goes on, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea, end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion force, so instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all he would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, he joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life, end quote. Now, this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of the food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news that the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Penn and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Penn and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, and they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was a leader among these men. Someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. And then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were. So this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Caguay Port. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live, end quote. He found, when he got to Jamaica, that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England, and he told him, quote, you must, in a manner, begin the work over again, end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men to eat. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, the ship called the Marston Moor sailed into harbor, and her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization. And something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting, began to happen. You see, the men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish. And the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, no, I'd heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition that aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop with the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World in the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or terra firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island just slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity, and that was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to just keep their heads down, they took to calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. Then in 1655, when the English took the island, that man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, but they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden a new tolerant government who is at war with your previous overlords shows up? That must seem like a gift from God and something that you are going to make the most use of you possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher-up officers, joined a council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. They had several pretty pressing concerns, the least of them not being the Spanish who were nearby and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up in many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, and they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly empire to them. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward D'Oyley, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were 2 invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba, so there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas, but they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Mings, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old favorites. And it was during this time that what Exquemelin said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the buccaneers, during this last few months of 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Exquemelin. He writes, quote, "After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own." End quote. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Searle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, well, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved into the port at Jamaica. And then that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Exquemelin, is concluded. It reads, quote, "Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships." End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port at Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best, so we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were recording. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense, and it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably corrupt. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the seven seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves, but the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of a stint there in the Tower, or perhaps the hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice-admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him on a new flagship, a 46-gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyly, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Kagway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, "On September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home at Jamaica. Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only one or two other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Mings was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the Brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the Brethren of the Coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it still wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he'd just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past, so this man, the Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days, and then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired, and the new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exquemelin, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did, so perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag brethren of the coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news of it. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansvelt, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these brethren pirate vessels here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing, and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take them back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of 8. End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansvelt. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansvelt was to take over. Now, Alexander Exquemelin has a little blurb about Mansvelt that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet. End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong with it. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas Modiford. The ever-changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in the 9 years of English occupation in Jamaica. Lord Protector Cromwell had died, the Stuart monarchy had been restored under King Charles II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. That peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe in his bid for the throne, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to the Spanish Empire. However, he didn't. He changed his mind, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. But that hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Mings sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a rage over these attacks. You see, these raids had been officially sanctioned. The captains of all of the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous this situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address this situation, he wrote personally to the acting governor of Jamaica, Sir Charles Littleton. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal in a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, well, they amounted to no more than piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition from Marcus Tullius Cicero, the Roman orator from the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae generi, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was a lot more fluid of a question. Douglas R. Burgess, Jr. writes in his history, The Pirates' Pact, quote, kings may have employed the term piracy loosely, applying it ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, the Taliban or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were once allies to the United States until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups were terrorists or hostis humanae generi, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from that. His letter to Littleton ordered a cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish, an expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters of marque. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show the king. Littleton refused to rein in the buccaneers. He would not recall Mings or Mansvelt, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for Jamaica. They brought gold and goods, things that the island desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor in Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time, but Port Royal, well, it had such a glorious harbor. It had merchants that were willing to deal in pirated goods and more taverns per block than any other city in the world. And this attracted the pirates and buccaneers like flies to honey. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, anything from small barks and sloops to brigs carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well-armed, battle-hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their home in Port Royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way, and he wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man on Barbados, Sir Thomas Modiford. Modiford was a rich planter. He had worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming the governor, and he was a factor for a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was an English corporation that had a monopoly on slavery in the Caribbean. Charles gave the governor a new commission. he handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Modyford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Modyford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters and the thousands of African slaves and English indentured servants that came with them. Modyford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, he was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to go ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18, Granada. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martine, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west, along the same route that they had taken the previous spring, when they were returning from Ming's raid on Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target for buccaneers from the time of Diego Lucifer. It was a ripe prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But that wasn't the pirates' destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't wary. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet dropped sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support a tavern. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that a huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that they ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued due south. However, as they headed further south, they stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they required surprise and stealth. They set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters, made by silt from inland rivers that would be meeting the sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and when they found it, Morgan ordered the fleet to make for the coast, where they anchored their ships and they rowed ashore. 107 men made for the mouth of the Grijalva River, which led directly to their destination, Villahermosa. Villahermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers or pirates or really any foreign sails for a generation. But Villahermosa wasn't intended to be Morgan's first stop. 3 miles upriver, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient enclave. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. Now, when you picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. And don't picture the temples or sacrificial altars or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north, he marched south to the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar that was covered in blood, deep in the jungle for human sacrifice. He had that altar destroyed. By the time Henry Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were a defeated people. The Spanish routinely took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. These were jobs like pearl diving that you could only do for so long before your body just gave out on you. You see, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were lucky and exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress for some local dignitary or another, but most of them, the unlucky ones, were sold into a sexual human trafficking ring that's on an unparalleled level. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed, blonde-haired, odd-sounding men arrived and informed the natives in a broken Spanish that they intended to kill all of the masters in Villahermosa, the natives were happy to help. This would have been a tense moment for the buccaneers. Nobody knew exactly how they would be received by the natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took a gamble, and that gamble paid off. The Mayans there told the captains that taking the river directly to Villahermosa was out of the question. The river was lined by some settlements and many guard posts that would lose them the element of surprise. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps, filled with deadly snakes, man-eating caimans, and mosquitoes carrying malaria and other deadly diseases. But these Mayans were happy to provide guides to the buccaneers that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish eyes. The trek wound up being more than 300 miles, but the company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan. They were taking a wide berth around the Spanish to avoid any possible settlements or Spanish patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villahermosa completely undetected. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villahermosa was many hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and Tortuga, and its citizens believed that the distance ensured their safety. Towns might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a horde of buccaneers suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. Guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, for the cannons rusted in the soft night air until they'd no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys to chests full of gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan's men burst into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. The pirates searched the houses for plate and jewels, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ships. End quote. This was not a battle for the ages. But really, that's how Morgan and, honestly, pirates in any era wanted it. A sudden, frightful appearance followed by a quick surrender was just perfect. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military commander. Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War, quote, "Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots." End quote. This is how many of history's greatest commanders strategized. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Delaware. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to surprise Villahermosa, and he was rewarded with chests full of gold and silver and jewels. But Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every eventuality. They commandeered several river vessels to carry the men and their chests full of treasure back to their ships. However, when they got there, they found their ships waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was missing in Villahermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The buccaneers were crack shots who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or any real enemy before. The buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind enemy lines. However, the Spanish, well, they were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships that they could use to escape should they fail. Which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away on them. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting them home. These were little more than open canoes that may have had a single sail on them. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. These were hardly the only men of the Brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around attacking Spanish cities. However, usually when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed neither. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry the loot and a few of the men. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would have added about 24 leagues a day to their voyage, but they rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they hugged the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chests. In a letter written by Governor Moody Ford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, "They then fitted up 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Garta with 30 men, and stormed a breastwork there, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Ratan, took the town of Truxillo and a vessel in the road, and came to the Mosquitoes, where the Indians are hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly came with them. They then anchored in Monkey Bay, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where began the entrance to a fair laguna, or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30, of sweet water, filled with excellent fish, with its banks full of brave pastures, and savannas covered in horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any in England. Riding by day under keys and islands, and rowing all night, on the 5th night, under the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Granada." End quote. That's a brief and very British description of something that my modern mind can hardly imagine. That's 107 men on 2 barks and 4 canoes rowing around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and into the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine, and all the while they continued to row. By this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but, well, to me, they were living a fantasy. They were sailing the entire Caribbean coast of Central America, sleeping under the stars every night with a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted venison, turkey, or fish or tortoise. When they wanted some company, they found a town that couldn't refuse them and a brothel that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take whatever loot they could find. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south along the Mosquito Coast, which is modern-day Nicaragua, until finally they came to Monkey Bay. At Monkey Bay, they found another native enclave, who once again were glad to help in aiding these Englishmen against their Spanish overlords. Now the guides that the natives lent them led the Englishmen downriver to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there in Central America. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water, so big you can't even dream of seeing from one side to the other. So the buccaneers rowed around the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now, when they finally went ashore, it was on the far side of the lake, near the town of Granada. Granada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Portsmouth in England and was home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries and mansions. And most importantly to the buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and on-foot militia. Granada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was nigh impregnable. However, Captains Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martin aimed to prove them wrong. In that letter of Governor Modi Ford, he continues, quote, "Hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night, on the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Granada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the Prada Palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were churchmen, plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also are their houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance." End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Granada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the buccaneer crew. However, their Indian guides did not come alone. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could, until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling there in Granada. They were going to leave the city, and when they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives there. So, the men who had drawn their knives stayed them. So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Granada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. Now these men, these slaves, took all of the guns and spears and swords that they could carry to defend themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all of the cannon. He put those guns on board a ship that they found there in the harbor, along with their chests of plunder. They added to those new chests as they searched Granada for gold doubloons and silver plate, indigo, silk, and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes. Basically, they took anything that they took a fancy to that wasn't nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship back upriver and returned to the Caribbean. In that letter, Governor Modi Ford continues, quote, "At the end of the lagoon they took a vessel of 100 tons, and an island as large as Barbados, called Leda, with a fine neat town which they plundered. The air there is very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. That 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town on the South Sea called Raillo, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and that there is a better passage to the lake by Bluefields River to the northeast, and another to the southeast, through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creolians, mulattoes, and Indians, whom the Spanish dare not trust with arms." End quote. That is to say that Morgan and the buccaneer crew took the northernmost river from Lake Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had quite a grand adventure, and they were different men than when they had left. However, they were returning to a very different place. In the summer of the year 1665, a lone Spanish fragata sailed north across the Caribbean basin. Her holds were filled with pieces of eight, with Spanish silver such as coin, plate, and candelabras. They were filled with pearls, rubies, diamonds, jewelry, silk, and indigo. Every gun port held a Dutch cannon, and the armory was filled with Spanish steel and Dutch muskets. The men on board were bearded, they were blond, and they had been bronzed by the sun. They wore the clothes of a Spanish lord, from their rich silk shirts to their very fancy hats, their embroidered coats down to their very fine leather boots. Those men feasted on European breads, roasted meat, and sweet Spanish red wine. They were men who were alive, and they were rich, and they were headed home to Port Royal, Jamaica. Their captain, Henry Morgan, must have been thinking, though. He must have wondered exactly what they would find when they arrived. Port Royal had been a raucous town peopled by Jewish and Dutch merchants who were willing to trade in ill-gotten goods, peopled by rum and wine mongers, prostitutes, and pirates, mostly pirates. But the men on board had been gone nigh on 2 years. Morgan must have wondered if the English still even held the island. It was possible that the Spanish had invaded in force and taken Jamaica back. His superiors were probably waiting for him. Governor Littleton, Commodore Mings, and Captain Mansvelt would surely be there to debrief him. As they sailed north, the sun sank beyond the horizon to their larboard, and the brethren of the coast sailed home to what they would find a very different Port Royal. This is episode number 20, Providence. In Jamaica, the new governor, Thomas Modiford, had arrived and replaced Littleton. He brought with him hundreds of planters from Barbados. These were respectable English colonists and plantation masters. With them came all of their slaves and the entire slave-trading infrastructure. Modiford himself was a factor, or what you might consider a wealthy investor, or a shareholder who held a large number of shares. He was a factor in a group called the Royal Adventurers, who held a monopoly, a royally stamped monopoly, on the English slave trade. He was one of the top investors in a company that had no competition, dealing in the richest and most profitable industry in the entire world. Modiford also brought with him his lieutenant governor, a man named Colonel Edward Morgan. Colonel Morgan was the uncle of Henry Morgan, who had sided with the Royalist cause during the English Civil War and who had gained a small amount of wealth and prestige. His loyalty paid off after the Stuart dynasty was returned to the throne. He was given an estate back in England, he was given a plantation on Barbados, and then given the second highest position on what was potentially England's richest colonial holding. But Edward Morgan's expertise wasn't in growing sugar or rum production. He was a military man with more than 40 years' experience leading men into battle. And Charles II meant to see that experience put to use. Edward Morgan had one job: defend Jamaica. And he had his work cut out for him. In that long and undeclared war for the Caribbean, the English, the French, and the Dutch all chipped away at centuries-old Spanish possessions, but they would still happily snipe an island or two from each other if politics and circumstances allowed. For Jamaica, and for Colonel Morgan, the French were not really a threat. England and France were, for a time, at peace, and the closest French holdings were on the northwest side of Hispaniola. The only real threat that the French embodied was an economic one. Tortuga, just off the coast of Hispaniola, was something of a rival of Port Royal's, but still an ally. Both were pirate haunts, or what the people of the time would have called privateer havens, that dealt largely in rich goods obtained from the Spanish. They were usually bought at the point of a cutlass. The Spanish, though, well, they were always a threat to Jamaica. It was, after all, an island that had previously belonged to the Spanish. Their nearest neighbor was Cuba, which was, to the Spanish Empire, the jewel of the Caribbean. It was one of Spain's oldest, strongest, most highly prized, and jealously guarded possessions. In addition to Cuba, Hispaniola and the Spanish Main completed a Spanish encirclement of Jamaica, and an attack could come from any direction at any time. In fact, Spain was known to frequently mass fleets in Portobello, at Cuba, and on the Yucatan. These were really, when we look back on history, really sort of just fleets in being, meant to intimidate the English and keep them from raiding too heavily on their coastlines. These were fleets that were huge and impressive, but they never sailed and never invaded Jamaica. Part of the reason they didn't invade was because, in the previous few years, relations between England and Spain had begun to normalize somewhat. This had a lot to do with changes back in Europe. The Habsburg monarchy in Spain, and indeed really the entire Spanish Empire, was beginning to fail. While Captain Morgan was gone, Philip III had died, to his own great relief, and his son, Carlos II, he wasn't a healthy young boy. The Habsburgs, perhaps even most European monarchies in general, are kind of notorious for their inbreeding. It's meant to keep the bloodline strong and as royal as possible. Much like the Ptolemaic dynasty in ancient Egypt or the Targaryen dynasty in A Song of Ice and Fire, they married as closely related people as they could find to keep their blood as blue as they could. And generations of inbreeding creates genetic abnormalities. These couplings wind up with weak, sickly, sometimes deformed children, frequently disabled or otherwise impaired, and usually not at all suited to rule. Carlos II was one such child. The Spanish government officially claimed that he was as hale as healthy as could be, but foreign monarchs and ambassadors knew better. The child was called a quote-unquote monstrosity, and he was not possessed of his full mental functions. He had a veritable army of wet nurses, something like 40 of them in total, who were intended to nurse him back to health. These women were forced to undergo a shockingly thorough examination. They had to be between the ages of 20 and 40. They had to have ample breasts for milking, and they had to have a family tree that held no hints of Jews, Muslims, or any witchcraft at all. But despite all of this, Carlos was still a weak and sick child. His mother, Mariana of Austria, would go on to become Queen Regent, and she would eventually sign some very important treaties between England and Spain. Her job was to strengthen the Spanish Empire, and she couldn't do that fighting a losing battle over Jamaica. So Spain, for a time at least, was not a huge threat to the island. But there was one threat to Port Royal that Colonel Morgan did take very seriously. That was the Dutch. What was called the United Provinces, one time called the Low Countries, was once England's strongest ally. The English and the Dutch, though, by this time were in a cycle of on-again and off-again wars for control over the trade of the North Sea, the English Channel, and in the Caribbean. And once again, in 1665, things were heating up. King Charles II sent Governor Moody Ford and Colonel Morgan to Jamaica with three main directives. The first was to end piracy against Spain, their new best friend. The second was to forge Jamaica into a rich, prosperous colony, complete with slave plantations and rum distilleries, much like they had elsewhere in the Caribbean. And their third was to make war on the United Provinces holdings in the Caribbean. They were to prepare, outfit, and go on expeditions against any nearby Dutch colonial holdings. This is all very kind of 1984, isn't it? We are not at war with Oceania, we are at war with East Asia. We have always been at war with East Asia. We're not at war with Spain, we're at war with the Dutch, and we've always been at war with the Dutch. It's all about who has the most power in the New World at the time, and everybody's struggling to be top dog. So the new governor immediately went to work. He sent Admiral Mings and his predecessor, Governor Littleton, back to England. They were both, for different reasons, in some level of trouble with the crown, and they weren't to be permitted in Jamaica anymore. He then announced that there were to be no more letters of marque against the Spanish signed by his office. And then he moved the capital of Jamaica away from Port Royal, inland, to a place called St. Iago. Port Royal was a rowdy and violent place, filled with pirates. The beach was a forest of tents and lean-tos filled with pirates sleeping off last night's rum. The few paved streets leading from the docks were mostly filled with Spanish-era merchant shops and warehouses, but from there, town became a maze of dilapidated Spanish buildings, muddy alleyways, and a few hastily built structures that were offering rum, song, food, company, and prostitutes. Really, it's mostly just the rum and prostitutes. 1 in 4 buildings in Port Royal was either a tavern or a brothel, catering to the soldiers, but mostly to the buccaneers that made up the majority of Port Royal's population. It was said of the pirates of Port Royal, quote, "Wine and women drained them of their wealth to such a degree that in little time some of them were reduced to beggary," end quote. That was kind of the cycle of the pirates and privateers of Port Royal. They would go on a raid, earn a little money, and then come home to spend it on wine and rum, and, most of all, on women. Most of the pirates had a favorite lady waiting at home for them, a prostitute that knew their name and catered to their particular desires and needs. Not always just sexually, but many of these prostitutes knew these men well enough that they kind of catered to their emotional needs as well. Some women, though, didn't have time for that sort of luxury. One local woman, named Mary Carleton, was likened to a barber's chair. When one man was out, another man came in. There were, of course, religious men in Port Royal of many different faiths. There were Jews, of course, that had been there for some time. There were many English Protestants, but they accepted both the Puritan element and the more traditional Anglican element, and they also had a number of Quakers and somewhat more radical Christian faiths. However, a local minister called Port Royal, quote, "the most wicked and sinful place on earth," end quote, which gave rise to the saying that Port Royal was the richest and wickedest city in the world. But Governor Modyford's job was to change all of that. His planters were bringing more than just slaves with them. They were bringing their families. Edward Morgan brought his whole family. Unfortunately, his wife and one of his daughters died on the passage, but the rest of his family took up residence on a plantation and attempted to build a real life on Jamaica, away from the pirates of Port Royal. These women that came with the governor, the lieutenant governor, and many of his planters were the first women on Jamaica since the English seized the island that were at all respectable. Prior to this, it did occasionally happen that a very lucky or a particularly lovely prostitute might catch the eye of a local merchant or a planter and become his wife, but these new proper English women were trained and educated in England to be truly marriageable women. They were courteous, they were poised, they were witty at the dinner table, when it was proper, and the influence of these women on Jamaica really can't be understated. Men who had seen before a life of rum and whores with no prospects now saw the possibility of setting down roots and maybe even starting a family. A number of the more successful and somewhat more respectable privateer captains took note of this. When Modyford stopped granting his letters of marque, these few men would take what little coin they had to buy some land, perhaps a couple of African slaves, and start looking for a wife. Others, however, didn't exactly care for that option. One pirate, a man named Captain Monroe, cared so little for having his royal authority stripped that he turned true pirate. He went and captured a Spanish prize and sailed it boldly into Port Royal. He, his crew, and his ship were all captured by the governor's authorities. Captain Monroe and his crew were all hanged in the town square as a warning to any other potential pirates. However, that ship was not returned to Spain. With Admiral Mings having been sent back to England, that Dutch captain, Edward Mansvelt, became the admiral of the Jamaica station and the unofficial leader of the Brethren of the Coast. He and the new Governor Modyford and Edward Morgan, well, they conferred. They found themselves with something of a dilemma. The orders of the king were to stop any piracy against the Spanish. However, they knew the reality of that situation. As requests for new letters of marque were denied, the men of Port Royal found themselves out of work and unable to buy themselves that rum and those women. The Jamaican Navy was comprised primarily of the privateer ships that raided the Spanish and spent the proceeds back in Port Royal. However, now they were bringing in no prizes and no gold. The merchant families that had operated in Jamaica for generations were furious. There were no more goods and no more gold coming into Port Royal, so they had no one to do business with left on the island. You see, the harbor there in Port Royal began to empty, and all of their naval vessels began to flee to other harbors, mostly to Tortuga. Tortuga was, at this point, controlled by the French, and the governor there was happy to issue letters of marque against the Spanish, so the buccaneers fled there. Their militia back in Jamaica was down to only about 150 men from the height where it had been just a few months before of 600, and all of the proper English planters, they now had nobody left to protect them. However, Modiford, Morgan, and Mansvelt had plans to counter this. King Charles had been explicit in his commands. The Dutch are our new enemies. Unfortunately, the Dutch were farther away than the Spanish, and their shipping lanes were better guarded. Any attack on them had to be really a major expedition, not just a couple of ships on a privateering raid. So Edward Morgan's job was to provision, outfit, and collect a fleet to attack the Dutch. His first job was to entice the Brethren of the Coast to join the fleet, so he let it be known that every sailor on board this mission, despite the fact that it was an officially sanctioned royal mission, would receive equal shares of any loot taken. He then wrote a will, leaving all of his New World possessions to his sons and his estate back in England to his eldest living daughter, Mary Elizabeth Morgan. In a few months' time, the fleet was ready to sail. It was comprised of about 10 ships and more than 650 men, with Colonel Edward Morgan leading them, being the most experienced English military man in the Caribbean. The plan was to attack the unsuspecting Dutch fleet at St. Kitts, and then, with them out of the way, they could go on and take their Dutch settlements at St. Eustatius, Sabo, and Curacao. However, in their first engagement at St. Eustatius, quote, Colonel Morgan with 319 men landed, and, after small opposition, took the place, and the good old colonel, leaping out of the boat, and, being a corpulent man, got a strain, and his spirit being great, he pursued over earnestly the enemy on a hot day, so that he suddenly died, to almost the loss of the whole design. End quote. Despite this loss, however, they did take St. Eustatius, but when they found the storehouses, they were in for something of a shock. They found in there only cotton and a few muskets. This wasn't exactly the rich haul they were hoping for, so about half of the fleet, mostly Brethren of the Coast, left to go find richer hauls, and then the loyal English vessels gathered the 900 or so slaves that they found for transport back to Port Royal. That second group, those Brethren of the Coast, those pirates, took the island of Nevis, but found little more plunder there. In the end, the entire fleet sailed home, whether it be to Port Royal or Tortuga, with their slaves and cotton, but having lost their most experienced military man. In a letter written by Modiford, he blames the, quote, loss of the design of Curacao, end quote, on the, quote, covetousness of some of the officers and soldiers, end quote. He went on to say that they, quote, plunder them and hide the goods in holes and creeks, end quote. This was because the haul that they brought back was so paltry, just some cotton and muskets, that he believed they had found richer plunder and hidden it away from his eyes. He thought that it was something of a personal insult to him because he had stopped issuing those letters of marque. It was around this time, though, that Henry Morgan sailed back into Port Royal. Captain Morgan would have been surprised to find his family there waiting for him on the island. He didn't know that they were coming from Barbados and from England, but his family were waiting for him. A decade ago, their cousin had left England to help take Jamaica, and in the New World, he was beginning to make something of a name for himself. The last that anybody in Jamaica had heard of Henry was from a Dutch sailor who sailed into port saying that the Welshman had not died on some lonely Spanish shore as everybody had assumed, but he had sacked the great city of Granada and was headed home. His arrival must have been kind of a balm to his cousins after losing their father, and also something of a shock. That one portrait that we have of a very young Henry Morgan shows us a plump-cheeked Welshman, But the man that sailed into harbor was tanned and blond and dressed in those lordly Spanish clothes. He was swarthy and confident and rich. The Morgans in Jamaica were not rich, however. They were forced to write the crown for their father's back pay, and they were trying to scratch a living out of the soil of Jamaica. Unfortunately, we don't have much in the way of personal journals or records around this time, but we do know that soon Henry Morgan married his cousin, Mary Elizabeth, and sort of became the patriarch of the Morgan clan on the island. He was wealthy, he was experienced, he knew the island well, and he knew military matters, and he was married to the eldest of Edward Morgan's children. So he was not only the colonel's nephew, he was also married directly into his family and the eldest Morgan on the island. He would have, of course, met and debriefed the new governor, as well as his commanding officer, Mansvelt, on his raid along the Spanish Main, giving them their first real news of it. Back in England, though, King Charles II already knew most of that story. The Spanish ambassador was livid, bringing King Charles news of Morgan's outrages in their holdings, comparing them to those of Francis Drake about a century before, even calling Henry Morgan El Drake. Henry Morgan wasn't yet the most famous man in the New World, but his name was on everybody's lips. From the monarchs of Europe, of Spain and England, down to the governors such as Moody Ford, down to the Port Royal merchants who were grateful for all of the swag and haul that he had brought in, revitalizing their business, down to all of the whores of Port Royal who were grateful for much the same reason. Morgan had been gone for 2 years, and now he was seemingly back from the dead, walking down the streets of Port Royal. Then, after he was recently back in town, Moody Ford called a council. Mansvelt, Morgan, and a few of the prominent planters and leaders of the Jewish and Quaker communities were all present. The governor and the admiral put Morgan to work. He wasn't to go back to sea, at least not yet. He had a new wife and a family to look after, but he was given charge of the Jamaican militia and rebuilding Fort Charles. His military experience was perhaps the best on the island, at least now that his uncle was dead, and Moody Ford had need of his skill leading men in battle. So Captain Morgan was seen to the rebuilding of the army, but their navy and economy were still hurting. This was doubly important as the Spanish were harassing the English despite their nominal peace. More so, the Spanish were amassing the Windward Fleet in Cuba, a real threat from Spain. The other fleets that they had gathered in Cuba and on the Spanish Main were threats to be sure, but the Windward Fleet was something else entirely. They had been threatening to amass the fleet ever since the English took the island in 1655, but for one reason or another, usually economy, they weren't really able to get it started. However, now in 1665, after the raid of Henry Morgan, that fleet existed. They were all coming together, and it was a sight to behold. These were galleons as well as ships of the line that Spain was building that could really demolish the English presence on Jamaica. They knew that this fleet could represent the end of the English holdings in the New World. That threat was the real reason that the governor called this council. They elected to send messengers to Tortuga and Hispaniola. The governor was once again granting letters of marque. These letters of marque were not intended to amass a large fleet for a huge expedition such as they had had under Colonel Morgan. This was meant to rebuild their navy, have lots of privateer vessels in port at Port Royal, guarding their shores. And the Dutch were rich, but not as rich as the Spanish. But the English still had orders from King Charles to attack Dutch settlements in large numbers, something that couldn't be done by some merchant raiding by a few privateers. So a fleet was gathering in Jamaica. With Colonel Morgan dead, this fleet was to be led by the admiral of the Jamaica station, that man Mansvelt. I should note that some historians believe that Captain Morgan was in fact on board this fleet that was massing in Port Royal. Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt, who planned to get a fleet together to raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition, and made him vice admiral of the fleet. When the fleet put to sea, it consisted of 15 vessels with 300 men, including Walloons and Frenchmen on board." End quote. Some historians take this at face value, that Henry Morgan was made vice admiral and was part of the fleet. However, This account from Exquemelin comes before Exquemelin met Henry Morgan, and there is very good evidence that he was in fact in Jamaica rebuilding the fort and the militia. That evidence coming from official English sources. The most convincing evidence that Henry Morgan stayed on the island of Jamaica, to me at least, is how capable a commander Henry Morgan turned out to be, and how disastrous this voyage turned out. The target of this expedition, on orders from King Charles, down through Governor Modiford, down to Mansvelt, was the Dutch city of Curaçao. This was the same city that the voyage under Edward Morgan had failed to take. They had failed to even reach it. Curaçao, though, was rich. It was undefended, and it was technically at war with the English. But the Dutch were Protestants. Their traders were friendly with the pirates and merchants of Port Royal, and they worked together to make everyone richer. If you took European politics out of the equation, and really you should, because the people living in the New World had very little contact, at least ready contact, with old Europe, then these men were friends. The Caribbean was officially the dominion of kings, but around this time, they really had very little influence in there. The men and women in the Caribbean were not beholden to the whims of their monarchs. Beyond that, a large number of the Brethren of the Coast who made up this fleet were themselves Dutch. The fleet's own commander, admiral of the English fleet at the Jamaica station, Edward Mansvelt, was Dutch himself. The fleet never even sailed in the direction of Curaçao against the wishes of King Charles. Now all manner of excuses were given after the fact. Everything from secret information obtained en route from clandestine sources to unruly and mutinous sailors, but the reality was this. The Spanish were hated, the Spanish were Catholic, and the Spanish were very, very wealthy. And the Spanish settlement at Carthago, never before sacked, was undefended. So, for whatever reason, probably the plunder, the fleet set sail for Almirante Bay on the coast of Costa Rica. They made landfall at Cape Blanco, where 600 men, unlike the 300 that Exquemelin said, disembarked and began a 70-mile trek inland. This army subsisted off the stores of unsuspecting villages on their route, but one native woman escaped to raise the alarm in Carthago. When Mansvelt and his 600 men arrived at the city, they found the militia waiting for them. Here, once again, the sources begin to disagree, but some argue that the buccaneers made themselves a menace. They were raping women, burning churches, looting what they could, and drinking all of the rum. But most sources say, and I tend to agree with them, that this army saw the fort and all of her cannon manned by hundreds of ready soldiers, and they turned around and went back to their ships. As the English fled back into the mountains and the jungle, back to their ships, the Spanish pursued them, and at least once they came into contact, and the Spanish dealt a pretty severe blow to the English. But most of the men made it to their ships, and Mansvelt had some thinking to do. To quote Stephen Talty in his book Empire of Blue Water, quote, "With his men exhausted and famished, Mansfield knew that attacking a Spanish town without permission would be trouble. Attacking a Spanish town without taking it was worse. London tended to look with more favor on illegal missions that were at least successful. Desperate for a prize, the marauders turned toward two islands in a long-held dream, a pirate republic." End quote. The dream of a pirate republic was old. Ever since the days of the Greco-Roman pirates, when they had been named enemies of the human race, pirates had been outcasts. They were rebels and, in many cases, anarchists. They were criminals who rejected their rulers, which in turn made them reject their societies and their families. If the urge to rejoin civilization ever came to them, they found themselves facing death. So, the dream of a place peopled by pirates, run by pirates, for the good of pirates, went back centuries, millennia even, and it would continue long after this era. But Mansvelt's dream of a pirate haven was also fiercely practical. He had just recently failed, and that failure would have dented his reputation with the Brethren, as well as his standing in Jamaica. He needed desperately a success that both the Brethren, the government in Jamaica, and the crown back in England would look upon with favor. He chose a pair of tiny islands that were southwest of Jamaica, much closer to the Spanish Main and the rich Spanish shipping that came out of there. There were the island of Providence and the nearby islet of Santa Catalina. Now, we've talked about these islands before on this show, actually. Providence was the chosen home of that group of pious, patriotic Puritan pirates that took the island from Spain in the time of Oliver Cromwell. Those pirates who banned drinking and gambling and whoring and all of the fun stuff about pirates and mostly just prayed silently and attacked Spanish shipping. Now, after those Puritan pirates took the island, the Spanish retook it quite quickly and easily, but it was so close to terra firma and right in between the mainland and Jamaica that it was really a perfect home for the Brethren of the Coast. It had everything that they needed. The islands themselves were surrounded by barrier reefs that prevented any ship from coming close to the island. The only way to get into their pretty fantastic harbor there was through a winding, moving passage that was difficult to navigate and dangerous for any ships that didn't know the voyage. If you managed to actually make it through that passage, the harbor itself was very defensible. It was large enough to hold several ships and had a pretty excellent fort guarding the harbor, so the guns on all of your vessels could be pointed directly at the harbor entrance as well as the even larger guns on top of the hill fort. That sort of potential defense, an island that no ship could approach except for one difficult passage that was heavily guarded it was perfect. It could prevent invasion from Spain or the Netherlands or France or even England. These men, the Brethren of the Coast, would be beholden to nobody. They would have no rules and no rulers. Governor Moody Ford wrote in a letter after the fact, quote, "The old fellow was resolved, as he tells me, never to see my face until he had done some service to his majesty. And therefore, with 200 men, which were all left him, and about 80 of them French, he resolved to attempt the island of Providence, which was formerly English, and by the Spaniards' whole armada taken from us in 1641, and ever since carefully garrisoned. In order to this he set sail, and, being an excellent coaster, which is his chief if not only virtue, in the night he came within half a mile of it, by an unusual passage among rocks, where they say ships never came, and in the morning early landed, and marched 4 leagues, and surprised the governor, who was taken prisoner. The soldiers got into the fort, being about 200, but on conditions to be landed on the main they yielded 27 pieces of ordnance, 100 double jars of powder, shot, and all of the things necessary were found, and, the fort very strongly built, they acknowledge but very little plunder. Only 150 Negroes. They brought off 100, and left 35 men and Captain Hatzel, keeper of the magazine. They say many of the guns have Queen Elizabeth's arms engraven on them." End quote. Before we move on, I'd like to take a look at that very last line about the guns having Queen Elizabeth's mark upon them. Several episodes ago, in the episode about the Spanish Armada, we discussed the guns on board the English vessels. Most cannon, especially the best cannon made in Europe, are made of bronze. Bronze is a tough and malleable metal that can take repeated uses as a cannon. However, bronze was difficult to come by in England, and because of the embargoes put on England by Spain around the time of the Armada, they were forced to look elsewhere. Iron, which was pretty plentiful in England at the time, didn't really make the best cannon. When you tried to put it on board a ship, it could be used a few times, but the possibility of it exploding and injuring or killing everyone around was much higher. Even if that didn't happen, it was still likely to crack and become essentially useless as a gun on board a vessel. However, they needed as many guns as they could to defend the English shores against this impending Spanish Armada, so they made a lot of cannon very quickly out of iron, and they engraved all of these with the mark of Queen Elizabeth. So those guns were meant to be used no more than a few times in a very specific battle. But those guns had fallen into the hands of the Spanish and were still being used almost 100 years later to man the fort on Providence Island. So it's no wonder that when the English attacked, they took the fort and the island with the loss of not one Englishman and only one Spaniard dying in the attack. Alexander Exquemelin wrote about this attack as well, but there's something I'd like to note very quickly. He calls in the most recent translation the island St. Catalina, which is the smaller islet off Providence Island. In the older editions, which I'm actually attempting to record an audiobook of right now, he calls that island St. Catherine, which is a different island altogether. So to be clear, the island fort that they're talking about is the fort on Providence Island. Quote, "The first landing was on the island of St. Catalina, lying off the mainland coast of Costa Rica, some 35 leagues from the river Cargue. The buccaneers forced the Spanish garrison on the island to surrender all of the fortifications. Some of these Mansvelt ordered to be demolished, and other of these to be enforced. Here he left a garrison of 100 men, together with all the slaves who had belonged to the Spaniards. All of the rest of the artillery was carried over to an offshore islet, so close to St. Catalina the distance could be spanned by a bridge. When all of these defenses had been put in good order, Mansvelt burned down all of the homes on the larger island and put to sea, taking all of the Spanish prisoners with him." End quote. So that's a bit confusing, but when he says St. Catalina, he means Providence Island, and when he says that smaller islet, he actually means Santa Catalina. But that small island, St. Catalina, was a likely place to draw the pirates. You see, that small islet was used as sort of a prison colony for the Spanish. It was a place where any Spanish colony in the New World would send any of its convicted whores, witches, or adulterous women. So the pirates made that their new home, with plenty of wine, guns, plunder, and booty. So Mansvelt sailed back to Jamaica and left about 200 of his men garrisoned on Providence Island. You see, he needed reinforcements from Jamaica, so he hurried to speak to the governor and hoped to acquire them. The governor, however, was not exactly pleased. The brethren had not followed any of the king's orders and attacked the Dutch. They had instead attacked 2 Spanish settlements, failing to sack the first and occupying the second. This was a hassle that the governor really didn't need at this time. You see, all of this came after the English and the Spanish formally and finally signed the Treaty of Madrid, ending any hostilities between them. And then this Dutch captain, who was his highest-ranking naval officer, has the nerve to come to him and ask for reinforcements? Mansvelt was rebuffed, and he was sent away. Mansvelt climbed back on board his ship and sailed directly for Tortuga. His goal was to spread word of his new pirate haven and enlist as many men as possible. Once again, Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "Mansvelt decided to go on to Tortuga and ask the governor for assistance, but he did not put this intention into effect, being prevented by death." End quote. So Mansvelt perished and was unable to gather the reinforcements he needed. This put Moody Ford in something of a tight situation. He was no fool. He realized exactly all of the problems that this presented. You see, originally he had intended Mansvelt to deal with the Providence Island problem and keep his own hands clean, but the Englishmen there really needed supplies and reinforcements if they were to keep the island. The governor didn't want to have anything to do with it officially, but now he didn't really have any choice. The man who was the admiral of the fleet had died. So, once again, he called a council and laid his plan. It was essentially twofold. One, on the island of Jamaica, he would raise the call for volunteers to aid the brethren on Providence Island. You see, the island of Providence was now essentially a new English colony, so the governor promised any man who volunteered a parcel of land and either a certain amount of gold or a few slaves. The leaders of that expedition, not just the regular volunteers, would be given high offices on this new colony. And for the second part of his degree, Moody Ford finally decided to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. This news was very well received. You see, the promise of once again buccaneering saw so many men leave their jobs on sugar plantations that all of the slaves on Jamaica couldn't hope to harvest it all. A lot of sugar cane went to waste. And then the promise of high office, namely the governor and lieutenant governor, called specifically to 2 men. The first man to volunteer as a leader and to help gather other volunteers was named Thomas Whetstone. You might remember a few weeks ago we talked about a young privateer who was actually a nephew of Oliver Cromwell. Back in England, he was a gambler and a rogue and a playboy, and he had acquired so much debt that the Crown, King Charles, gave him a £100 loan, which he was told to reimburse by his actions in the Caribbean. We first met him off the coast of Cuba when the Brethren were about to attack, with some very important news and a well-manned vessel with himself, a bunch of natives hostile to the Spanish, and freed slaves. However, after that raid on Cuba, this man, Whetstone, paid back his debt to the Crown and really did well for himself in Jamaica. He had been raised to the Speaker of the Assembly there on the island, and he had a ship and a mind to be a lieutenant governor. The other man to answer that call was one Major Samuel Smith, who was ostensibly Captain Morgan's superior in the Jamaica militia. He was a military man who, at this time, outranked Captain Morgan, but he decided to join the expedition with the promise of becoming Providence Island's governor. These two ambitious young men, who were on Whetstone's ship that was filled with relief supplies and reinforcements, set sail for Providence Island in the summer of 1666. For a full 2 years, there would be no news from the island. In the meanwhile, though, back in Jamaica, Henry Morgan had done pretty well. After Smith left, he was given a promotion and was now Colonel Henry Morgan, in charge of the Jamaica militia. His brother-in-law, Major Bendloss, had been given his former position and taken command of Fort Charles. Morgan had, with the proceeds from his last raid, bought his first sugar plantation and begun the production of rum, and he had begun work on a family. He still wasn't the most famous man in the Caribbean, but he was almost certainly the most famous man on Jamaica. Being the nephew of Edward Morgan and a military leader, well, he was a frequent guest at the house of the governor. His future looked bright. He had promising prospects as a rich planter and probable politician, until things took a turn for the worst. In August of 1668, a ship carrying two ragged, skeletal, bone-thin, and haunted-eyed men sailed into port. One was Samuel Smith, the prospective governor of Providence Island. The other was a man named Captain Henry Wasey, who was master of the merchant vessel Concord. The men were hungry, haggard, and covered in scars. They were barely clinging to life. Some say the only thing keeping them alive was their rage. They were brought immediately before Henry Morgan and the governor. They had quite a tale to tell. The tale was one of betrayal, suffering, and woe at the hands of the Spanish. It's, to me, reminiscent of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins in Elizabeth's day. It would have much the same effect as well, sending one man on a lifelong personal crusade of revenge against the Spanish Empire. Next week, we'll get into the gory details of what happened to these men on Providence Island. It's October right now, and Halloween is coming upon us quickly, so we're also going to talk about the gory details of the career of a French pirate who was called a monster, a devil, and in modern times, a sociopath. We'll also look at the aftermath of Providence Island and the first moves of what would make Henry Morgan one of the most famous pirates in history. It happened on a warm spring evening in May 1666 on the coast of the Spanish province of Panama. The merchant ship Concord lay at anchor in the harbor at Portobello. Her goods, her crew, and her captain, Henry Wasey, were all English. They were fully licensed and legitimate. The Treaty of Madrid had sealed the peace between England and Spain, and the Concord had no cause for worry over the two countries' former tensions. The crew spent the evening relaxing, gambling, sharing a jug of rum, and talking, mostly about how they were going to spend their wages. In the morning, the crew was to begin unloading all of their cargo onto the dock. However, they would never get that chance. As the sun sank below the horizon, a boat rowed toward the Concord, filled with armed and angry Spanish soldiers. These soldiers climbed on board and arrested the crew and captain on charges of spying. The captain was not a spy. If he were, he would be better informed. He would likely have heard of the ship that had recently sailed into harbor under a flag of truce that brought the militia of old Providence into the port at Portobello. He would have heard reports of the English pirates that had stormed the fort and taken the island from the Spanish. He would have heard of the plan laid down by the governor, Don Juan Perez de Guzman, to commandeer his ship, the Concord. The captain would have heard his plan to have him thrown into a dungeon and to sail the Concord to retake Providence. The entire Spanish garrison at Providence and a large number of militia from Portobello set sail in the Concord on August 2nd, the force numbering somewhere in the realm of 500 men. On Providence herself, the new English governor, a man named Major Samuel Smith, had, only 72 men. According to a later deposition given by Major Smith, he was, quote, "On 19 August, by 3 Spanish vessels, a New England ketch taken from the English by the Spaniards, and an English ship, the Concord, 30 guns, of which Henry Wasey was commander, manned by Spaniards, summoned to surrender." End quote. Major Smith declined that offer. To continue his story, quote, "Whereupon the enemy landed, and, after 3 days' siege, he was forced to surrender upon articles of good quarter, which the Spaniards did not in the least perform. For the English, about 40, were immediately made prisoners, and all, except Sir Thomas Whetstone, this deponent, and Captain Stanley, who were commanders, forced to work in irons and chains at the Spaniards' forts, with many stripes, and many are since dead through want and ill usage. Said 3 commanders were sent to Panama, where they were cast into a dungeon and bound in irons for 17 months. At length being released, this deponent arrived in Havana, his company being lost." End quote. According to another deposition, the English surrendered, quote, "on condition of having a small bark to transport them to Jamaica. But when they laid down their arms, the Spanish refused them the bark, and carried them slaves to Portobello, where they were chained to the ground in a dungeon 12 by 10, in which 30 were prisoners. They were forced to work in the water from 5 in the morning to 7 at night, and at such a rate that the Spaniards confessed they made one of them do more work than any 3 negroes. Yet, when weak with want of victuals and sleep, they were knocked down and beaten with cudgels, and 4 or 5 died. Having no clothes, their backs were blistered with the sun, their heads scorched, their necks, shoulders, and hands were raw with carrying stones and mortar, their feet chopped, and their legs bruised and battered with the irons, and their corpses were noisome one to another. The daily abuses of their religion and their king, and the continual trouble they had with friars, would be tedious to mention." End quote. Exquemelin takes it a step further, telling us that after the Spanish had retaken control of Providence, a ship bearing settlers, notably including women, arrived at the island. Major Smith was made to go down and guide the ship into harbor, where the Spanish were waiting to take the English, both men and women, prisoner. I chose to use so many quotes here to illustrate how many exist. Testimonies were taken from all of the survivors. Letters were written to the Duke of Albemarle in Virginia, and thus given to the court of Charles back in London. This wasn't some small event. This was a serious international affair. On the ground back in Jamaica, the few ragged survivors that had managed to escape told their stories to Governor Modiford and Captain Morgan. These stories spread all around the island, and the English, all the way from the richest inland planters to the lowliest buccaneers and prostitutes, were enraged at it. Really, it's easy to see why. The English, after taking Providence from the Spanish, agreed to terms of surrender and honored them. When the Spanish retook the island from the English, they also agreed to very similar terms, but then treacherously betrayed them. They imprisoned and enslaved the English. They beat them, they starved them, and they allowed their inquisitors to torture the so-called heretics. In this case, the Spanish, who were already long-time enemies of the English, really made perfect mustache-twirling villains. On the part of the English, a response was required to preserve their honor. It had to be a swift and brutal reprisal. The only man capable and available to lead that response was the newly minted Admiral Henry Morgan. And To do so, he would have to do things that would test his honor. This is episode number 21, on torture. Henry Morgan had established himself on Jamaica. He owned a sugar plantation that was doing pretty well and traveled in rich circles of the inland planters. He was even a frequent guest of some of the well-to-do merchants and even the governor. He had well and truly set down roots. He had begun a family, and the Morgans were a well-respected clan on Jamaica. It was apparent that his buccaneering days were behind him. However, he was the highest-ranking military man on the island, and when the news came back from Providence that was so dire, the governor turned to Captain Morgan. He held the rank of colonel, and he was in charge of the entire militia of Jamaica, but Modyford meant to send Henry Morgan back to sea. An official commission from the governor, and therefore royally appointed, raised Captain Morgan to Admiral Morgan in command of the Jamaica station, and gave him significant influence among the Brethren of the Coast. I say influence rather than command because men like Admiral Mings and Mansvelt and now Morgan commanded few actual British naval ships. The few actual ships of the line that were in that part of the Caribbean stayed near the coast of Jamaica and near Port Royal to defend her. They were necessary to deter invasion, so the admiral of the Jamaica station had to once again rely on the ships of the Brethren of the Coast. And once again, they found themselves in a dire naval situation. In January 1667, France once again declared war on England. England was also still embroiled in the Second Anglo-Dutch War. But most worrying of all were the rumors that the Spanish had amassed, finally, at long last, the Windward Fleet on the southern coast of Cuba, and they were poised to invade Jamaica. The continental concerns of the English crown were pushed to the side. Their wars with France and with the Netherlands were less important in the Caribbean than the impending invasion of the island from the Spanish. So Morgan had orders from the governor to rally a fleet of buccaneer vessels and sail for Cuba towards where the Windward Fleet was, and hopefully to learn the truth of any of these reports. It goes without saying, I think, that the fleet was also to plunder any Spanish vessels or Spanish settlements that were vulnerable to their attacks. So Morgan set sail for Cuba. The agreed-upon rendezvous was a location known as the South Keys. He was accompanied by his friend and frequent collaborator, a man named John Morris, who was the captain of the Dolphin. The Dolphin was actually the fleet's largest ship. It carried 8 guns and a total of 60 men. Morgan's own ship was smaller. Indeed, most buccaneer vessels were tiny, really. Usually they were no more than open rowboats that had a single mast to catch the wind when it was possible. They didn't carry any guns except for the muskets that the men on board carried. Aside from Morgan's smaller vessel and the Dolphin and a few of the more notorious pirates out of Tortuga, buccaneer ships were not what you think of as pirate ships. The days of heavily armed pirate vessels roaming the Caribbean were still years away. The 2 captains waited in the South Keys and sent out messengers to spread word that they were gathering a fleet. You see, pirate fleets rarely gathered in port. Spanish spies were everywhere in the Caribbean, including Port Royal and Tortuga, and discussing any plans for where they might attack in a local tavern, a rum house, a brothel, or even on the beach was likely to be discovered by the Spanish before you even set out. Now, Morgan was a famous man at this point. He was the man who had sacked Granada and the English admiral. He was dashing and he was charismatic and he was a talented commander. So, buccaneer vessels from all over the islands came to this fleet in droves. Now, Morgan was famous, but he wasn't the most famous buccaneer captain in the Caribbean, at least not yet. But he was the only buccaneer captain of any repute that was gathering a fleet that spring. There were other buccaneer fleets around the Spanish Main in the Caribbean, but they were already on their raids. So this fleet that Morgan was gathering offered the most reward for any man with a ship. According to Stephen Talty's book, Empire of Blue Water, quote, Privateers appeared out of the coves of Tortuga and the bars of Port Royal. And he continues, quote, as he walked his decks, Morgan would have passed among men from every corner of the old world and the new. There were adventure-minded English youths, French Huguenots who had fled religious persecution, English free-thinkers and jailbirds, old hands from Cromwell's new model army still dressed in the legendary scarlet coats, now tattered and stained. There were Portuguese adventurers, escaped slaves, mulatto sons of Spanish fathers and black mothers, indentured servants who had jumped aboard trade ships and made their way to freedom, perhaps the odd Dutchman or two. In the old world, they would have been in a jail cell or working as disgruntled serfs. On Henry Morgan's ship, they were one move away from being a captain or just filthy rich. End quote. By March, the fleet was assembled and consisted of 12 ships, perhaps a couple more according to different sources, and at least 700 men. Now that the fleet was gathered, however, it was time to see to the formalities. Now, the first was for all of the captains in the fleet to agree that Captain Morgan was in command, but this was really a true formality. It was Morgan himself, his fame and his reputation that had gathered this fleet here. There was no question that he was to be in command. The second order of business, however, would be slightly more contentious. Every captain had to agree to follow and enforce their pirate code. Do any of you remember in that first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Curse of the Black Pearl, when Elizabeth Swann, played by Keira Knightley, says, according to the code of the brethren set down by the pirates Morgan and Bartholomew, you have to take me to your captain. Now that's a reference to the pirate code set down by Captain Morgan. She even says his name there, and for that little nod to actual history, I really love it. But these films, while I love them, can really drive me crazy when I look at it through a historical eye. No, I'm not going to go into all of the minutiae that bothers me here. It doesn't really fit the conversation. However, if that's something you'd be interested in, I am working on reviews of both Black Sails and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, which I'll be putting on YouTube before too long, so keep an eye out for those. Now, in regard to the pirate code, a few minutes later in the film, Captain Barbossa goes on to say, the code is more what you would call guidelines than actual rules. This is wrong on 2 counts. First, pirate codes were not guidelines. They were strict laws that demanded absolute obedience on pain of severe punishment or even death. The idea of pirates as lawless brigands only holds so much weight. They didn't adhere to the laws of the nations that claimed to govern them, but they did have laws among themselves that, if broken, carried consequences. A little later on in the show, we're going to talk more in depth about some of those consequences. But the second and larger point here that's wrong with both the quotes of Elizabeth Swann and Captain Barbossa is assuming that Captain Barbossa would care one bit for the pirate code of Captain Morgan. See, pirates were true Democrats. Many, especially in the later days, the golden age of piracy, first went to sea on merchant or naval vessels, vessels in which the captain's word was law. The main allure to the pirate life, aside from maybe the plunder, was having a say in your own destiny. They ensured this power, this say in their own destiny, through these piratical codes of conduct. See, every ship had its own code, and every man on board had a say and a vote on that code, and if he didn't agree, he didn't sail. Well, that's not exactly true. Every man didn't have a say. Every crew member, though, did have a vote, including women, natives, or even freed African slaves. However, pirates would notoriously take captive sailors that had some set of skills that they needed. Surgeons and ship's carpenters were at particular risk, but guides, pilots, and other skilled sailors were frequently taken as well. See, these seamen were serving under duress. They didn't want to be there, and at least at first they weren't crew, and they didn't get a vote on the pirates' code. They were essentially indentured servants or even slaves to the pirates for a limited period of time. But Captain Morgan's code, while it was something of a template for later piratical codes, would not have been the code of Captain Barbossa or Captain Teach or Captain Vane or Captain Bonnet or any pirate in the latter days. This was not some overarching piratical law. This was something that every pirate had a say on his own vessel. The code did, however, usually outline the role of captain, quartermaster, the surgeon, the carpenters, and really all of the men on board the vessel. This detailed their duties as well as the limits to their authority. You see, in the case of the captain, and this is a generality because all the codes were different, his power was not absolute. The crew all voted on the course that they would choose, the actions that they would take, and the prizes that they would attempt to capture. The captain, if he owned the ship, as most buccaneer captains did, had a limited amount of veto power. However, in battle, the captain's authority was nearly absolute. This makes sense when cannonballs are flying at you or the enemy is boarding you and there's no time for debate. It works very much like a microcosm of modern democracy. There are checks and balances on power on board a pirate ship, and laws are voted upon. The executive, either the president or the captain, has limited authority among the men until the enemy is at the gates, when that executive is granted powers of martial law. This happens in the modern United States, in fact, in most of the modern West. Now, we don't have a transcript of Captain Morgan's actual code. We do have a few accounts from various sources, most notably from Extermination, but a few generalized reproductions have been attempted. One such attempt reads as follows: Captain Morgan's Pirate Code. The fund of all payments under the articles is the stock of what is gotten by expedition following the same law as other pirates, that is, no prey, no pay. Now, this is obviously not what would have been written because the brethren, especially Captain Morgan, didn't consider themselves pirates. However, this is accurate in that that is how men on board this expedition would have been getting their pay. 2. Compensation is provided to the captain for the use of his ship and the salary of the carpenter or shipwright who mended, careened, and rigged the vessel, the latter usually about 150 pieces of eight. A sum for provisions and victuals is specified, usually 200 pieces of eight. A salary or compensation is specified for the surgeon and his medicine chest, usually 250 pieces of eight. 3. A standard compensation is provided for maimed and mutilated buccaneers. And then it goes on to quote one translation of Esquimalt. Quote, thus they order for the loss of a right arm 600 pieces of eight, or 6 slaves. For the loss of a left arm 500 pieces of eight, or 5 slaves. For a right leg 500 pieces of eight, or 5 slaves. For the left leg 400 pieces of eight, or 4 slaves. For an eye 100 pieces of eight, or 1 slave. For a finger of the hand the same reward as for the eye. 4. Shares of booty are provided as follows. And again they quote Esquimalt. The captain or chief commander is allotted 5 or 6 portions to what the ordinary seamen have, the master's mate only 2, and officers proportionate to their employment, after whom they draw equal parts from the highest to even the lowest mariner, the boys not being omitted. For even these draw half a share, by reason that, when they happen to take a better vessel than their own, it is the duty of the boys to set fire to the ship or boat wherein they are, and then retire to the prize which they have taken. 5. Quote, in the prizes they take, it is severely prohibited to every one to usurp anything, in particular to themselves. Yea, they make a solemn oath to each other not to abscond or conceal the least thing they find amongst the prey. If afterwards any one is found unfaithful who has contravened the said oath, immediately he is separated and turned out of the society. End quote. I make it clear that this is a reproduction because it's certainly incomplete and almost certainly filtered through several different sources. You see, there were things that would have been discussed in Captain Morgan's code, such as Captain Morgan's role as admiral, the man who was in charge of the expedition. That isn't mentioned here, but a lot of that is more specific voyage to voyage, and that's how these things were done. At the beginning of every voyage, the men all discussed and voted upon a code that they would all adhere to. However, this reproduction does give us some idea of what the men gathered in the South Keys of Cuba would have voted upon. Now, after the roles were decided and the code voted upon, the next and third order of business would have been to decide exactly where they were going and what they were doing. That is to say, what was their target? The first target that was proposed and discussed was actually Havana itself. However, there were men in the party who had been slaves or indentured servants in Panama that let the men know that this wasn't a viable option. They said that they would need at least 1,500 men to take the city, and even then it would be a dicey proposition. So Havana was scrapped, and they tried to figure out another likely place to attack. The most plausible target was a place nearby called Puerto del Principe. It was a rich inland cattle town that sold its beef and its hides to Havana and was therefore pretty opulent. They had never been attacked by any pirates, being so far inland, and it showed. They should have been an easy target. However, while they were having this discussion, Captain Morgan made a mistake that nearly doomed the entire expedition before it began. They had on board a Spanish prisoner who, when he had been taken, had not responded to the crew, either in English or in Spanish. But he did overhear their plans to attack Puerto del Principe. Now, Esquimalt asserts that this dastardly Spaniard actually spoke English the entire time, and he actively planned to learn of their attacks. However, it seems equally likely to me that this man, who probably only spoke Spanish, heard these bearded English captors of his repeatedly saying Puerto del Principe, and followed by much saber-rattling, heavy drinking, and yarring, he figured out what they were planning. Whatever the case was, though, in the middle of the night, this Spaniard escaped. According to Esquimalt, quote, "The man jumped overboard one night and began swimming for the nearest island. The English at once sprang into their canoes to fish him out again, but he managed to land before they could catch him and hid among the trees where they could not find him. Next day, this Spaniard swam from one islet to the next till he reached the Cuban coast. He was familiar with the roads, and before long arrived at Puerto del Principe, where he warned the inhabitants of the corsairs' approach and the forces at their disposal. The Spaniards immediately began hiding their goods, while the governor assembled all the men he could, including a number of slaves. He had a great number of trees felled to block the road and laid various ambushes manned with cannon. About 800 men were mustered, both from within the town itself and from neighboring places. Having manned the ambuscades with as many as he judged necessary, the governor kept the main body of defenders in an open field near the city, whence he could see the enemy's approach from afar." End quote. With the road well guarded and the main body of soldiers watching their approach, Morgan had to come up with a different route. However, in the jungles of Jamaica, Captain Morgan had been training his men for just such an event. As the colonel of the Jamaican militia, he had taken his men on long hikes through the wilderness. Long, stealthy treks meant to avoid any enemy sighting you and reach your destination prepared to fight. Which is exactly what they did. They headed into the wilderness to avoid detection and reach the city. When the buccaneers did emerge from the jungle, they saw the Spanish force. It should have been a daunting sight. They had many musketeers, many pikemen. They had heavy artillery. They even had a contingent of cavalry. However, all of the guns and eyes of the Spanish forces were trained on the road. They were looking in the wrong direction. So when the buccaneer attack came, it came as a surprise and caught the Spanish force unaware. The cavalry attempted to flank them, get in around behind them. However, the superior firepower of the buccaneer force cut them down before they even reached them. The Spanish musketeers were no match for the Brethren of the Coast. The Brethren were such good marksmen, so well trained, that they got off 3 or 4 volleys for every one Spanish volley. Some of the men leading this force, including Captain Morgan himself, had been trained in the English Civil War. They knew this new style of fighting that had developed in Europe better than these New World Spanish soldiers. By early afternoon, the battle was over, and Captain Morgan led his men into the city. Occasionally, the crack of musket fire would ring out from one of the surrounding buildings, and one or another of the Englishmen would fall. After several such attacks, Captain Morgan lost his patience and sent messengers forth to let the townspeople know that if they surrendered peacefully, they would be treated well. However, if they continued sniping his soldiers, he would be forced to burn the town to the ground. There were, as you might imagine, no more shots fired. The pirates rounded up everybody that was left in the town and moved them to a local church under guard. True to his word, Captain Morgan saw that the prisoners were treated well. They were all fed, nobody was raped, nobody was tortured, nobody was murdered. Generally, it wasn't the worst captivity you can imagine. You see, the reality is that, at heart, I think, Captain Morgan was truly an English gentleman, not a pirate. To get the job done, he was required to work with pirates. However, he tried to behave honorably in all his affairs. Unfortunately, for Captain Morgan at least, it got him nowhere. You see, the people had been forewarned of his coming, and they had hidden all of their valuables. All of the silver plate and coin they had thrown down the well, all of the gold they had hidden out in the jungle, buried deep. And Morgan, being either too timid or too honorable to do what he had to do to find out the location of these treasures, rather decided to send out search parties to look for them as best they could. The search parties were coming back time and time again empty-handed. Now, there were plenty of men that were ransacking the town, but that was mostly for the wine, the rum, and the food. They were having a grand old time, but not finding any of the treasure that would pay their wage. Finally, Morgan gathered a few of the men from the church together and instructed them to go out into the woods and find the men and women who had run away from town. It took a few days, but finally they returned. However, they returned empty-handed. They told Morgan that they'd been unable to find anybody, and that, if given more time, they certainly would be able to find them. They told him that, if given 15 more days' time, they would with absolute certainty bring people back. Captain Morgan allowed them their 15 days, but then, just a few days later, a group of men who were out ransacking the town returned with a slave in tow. The slave was carrying a letter, and this was something that would have sparked their attention, because nearly all slaves were illiterate. They weren't taught to read, so what would this slave be doing with anything written on it? No, it's also quite likely that the pirates who brought him back couldn't read either. Plus, it was in Spanish, so even if they could read a little bit of English or French, they were unlikely to know Spanish. So they brought it back to Captain Morgan to have a local man translate it. When the translator read the note out loud to Morgan, the captain would have been furious. The author was the governor from the neighboring province. He had written this letter, and had it copied many times, telling the people of the province that Captain Morgan had sacked to hold out for as long as possible. If they could wait for about 15 more days, he would arrive with his entire garrison, as well as the militias from many of the neighboring cities. They were gathering an army that could retake Puerto del Príncipe. Morgan had been lied to, and he'd bought it. Beyond that, it was his own fault. He could have taken the steps necessary to get the location of the treasure and be gone by this point. And it wasn't just the fact that he knew it. Many of the men who sailed under him were telling him time and again, these are the things you have to do. But for Morgan, he saw them as brutal and savage and unbecoming of a proper English gentleman. This was teaching Morgan a lesson that in future raids he would employ to the fullest. However, right now he had no time to employ those lessons because time was running out. The Spanish had an army bearing down on them. Captain Morgan took the 6 most prominent men from among those he had captured and gathered them together. He sent out a message to the Spanish saying that if they attacked, these 6 most prominent men were to be killed. He also said that it would only take a few days for his demands to be met. This wasn't going to be a traditional ransom. That was difficult to do when you were staring down several thousand Spanish lances. What Captain Morgan wanted were 1,000 head of cattle, slaughtered, salted, and loaded onto his boats. Morgan and his Spanish captives moved the cattle, the men, and all of the goods they had taken down to the beach where their ships lay at anchor. Morgan oversaw a large number of Spaniards slaughtering the cattle, and the entirety of his force setting up defenses. This was necessary because the very next morning the Spanish army arrived. However, they did not attack. They did wait atop the beachhead for Morgan to finish his work and sail away. Now, this may have been to spare the life of the 6 men that Captain Morgan had taken hostage. They were important people. They were likely the priest or a bishop, maybe the son of a local dignitary or another, perhaps wealthy businessmen within the community, people that the Spanish wouldn't want to lose. But even if they did lose these 6 men, which would be a blow, that would not be a huge concern to the governor of a neighboring province. What would have concerned him were the expertly trained marksmen that the English and the French had on the beach. This army knew in advance that the Spanish were coming and were able to set up defenses that could counter anything the Spanish were able to do. So were they to attack, even though they could have taken the buccaneers in all likelihood, it would have been a bloodbath. And a bloodbath that could, if everybody kept their heads, be avoided. However, as if the situation weren't tense enough already, chaos all of a sudden erupted in the camp on the beach. It started off innocuously enough. An Englishman, while the cows were being slaughtered, stole the marrow bone of a cow belonging to a French buccaneer. The buccaneer caught him and challenged the Englishman to a duel, who accepted. However, when the Frenchman turned to march to his designated spot, the Englishman promptly shot him in the back. As you might imagine, most of the French buccaneers on the beach were less than pleased. The Frenchmen's compatriots drew their sabers and lifted their muskets. All of the Englishmen nearby, noticing this kerfuffle, did the same. The two sides squared up against each other, and the words became more and more heated. To any Spaniard watching these events transpire from atop the hill, it must have seemed that the buccaneers were about to do their work for them. And then, as the tension was rising and chaos was about to erupt, Captain Morgan appeared. He stood between the opposing sides. Any shot that was fired would endanger him, which would, of course, lead to the death of the man who fired the shot. This calmed the situation down, even more so when Captain Morgan had the Englishmen clapped in irons. Both sides quickly, if perhaps reluctantly, lowered their arms. This, once again, shows us Captain Morgan's true mettle as a commander. It shows us why we still remember his name. Very similar events happened to buccaneer crews all over the Caribbean. Crews under commanders whose names are at best a footnote in history and whose bones have been lost. But Captain Morgan is a man who will be remembered because when these situations arose, he calmed them down and kept his men in order. Which was for the best. This would have been a dangerous situation under any circumstances, but more so even now, considering there was an entire Spanish army waiting to ride down, sweep away the last vestige of resistance, and spend the night feasting on already slaughtered and salted cattle and Jamaican rum. The French crews in the fleet still weren't happy, but Captain Morgan swore that he would have the man tried and hung when they returned to Jamaica under English law. As soon as the rest of the beef was salted and loaded on the ships, the fleet sailed away, safely. When they were a fair distance away, Morgan, honorably again, set the 6 captors that he had taken free, and sailed once again for the South Keys in Cuba. Upon arrival, all of the captains were gathered together, and they began a ritual of counting the plunder among them all. In the end, the total taken came to 50,000 pieces of 8. In today's dollars, that comes to a total of about $2.5 million, and for most of us, that might seem like a rich haul. However, we have to remember that there were 650 men in this fleet. Then we have to take into account the extra shares given to Morgan as commander, the extra shares given to each of the 12 captains for the use of their vessel, the extra shares given to the carpenters and surgeons on board the vessels, and then the extra injury pay given to any man who had been shot, maimed, or otherwise wounded in taking the city. In the end, the average share was about 50 pieces of 8, or, in today's dollars, about $3,000. $3,000 for weeks of hardship, weeks of malaria, yellow fever, trudging through the jungle, and then being shot at and potentially killed. Only to go back to either Tortuga or Port Royal, which were 2 of the most expensive cities in the world. Think of Hawaii today. Think of how expensive everything is, simply because nearly all of their goods have to be imported. The only things available in Jamaica that were local were the rum and the food. They didn't use local materials to make clothes, they rarely used local building materials, and any luxury goods were unbelievably pricey. After the buccaneers were all paid out, the French, who were still upset at the English dogs, but even more so disappointed with the poor haul, decided to leave the fleet behind. Now, they left in good order. They were still friends, and they could still work together in the future. Captain Morgan assured them that the Englishmen who had killed one of their brothers would be tried and executed. But they were after better prizes, better hauls, and a captain who could offer them these things. Now, most of the Frenchmen, not all, but most, would have returned to Tortuga. You see, they would have received word that a call had gone out around the Caribbean for the brethren to gather. Any of the French, Dutch, or even English buccaneers that had a mind to follow the most successful leader in the Caribbean knew exactly where they had to go, and that was Tortuga. The man who sent that call out was the most famous and the most feared buccaneer in the New World, Francois l'Olonnais. For a time, let's follow those French buccaneers who left the fleet of Henry Morgan and look at the career of Francois l'Olonnais. His early career showed a lot of promise. It was also somewhat speckled with failure and horror. Most of what we know about l'Olonnais comes from Esquimalt, but he was most certainly a real pirate. We have records of him from both English, French, and Spanish sources that are outside of the perhaps exaggerated claims of Esquimalt. Francois l'Olonnais came to the New World, quote, in the usual way, as an indentured servant or slave, end quote. Eventually, he found his way to Tortuga and joined a buccaneering crew. Now, we don't have much information about who he sailed under, but it's possible, perhaps even likely, that he sailed under Roque Braziliano. Roque the Brazilian, as he was known to the English buccaneers, was a Dutch-born privateer who was based out of Brazil. If we recall, Brazil was, for a time, mostly Dutch land. They had taken over a large portion of it because of the salt mines there to replace their trade with Spain and Portugal, where most of the salt in Europe came from. However, in much the same way that Port Royal and Tortuga bred and attracted dangerous men because of the constant threat of war with Spain, Dutch Brazil was equally violent, and the Brazilian was a perfect example of that. He had a reputation for unnecessary brutality. The Roque was known to kill entire crews of vessels he had taken, not out of any practical, tactical necessity, but simply because he enjoyed killing Spaniards. He was known to use rape and fire as a tactic to intimidate the crews of people that he was certainly going to kill. He would tell them they needed to surrender, or they faced rape, murder, and death by fire, just like that town that he had recently taken, or that ship that he had recently sacked. Most people, sensible people, decided to listen to him and surrender to avoid that terrible fate, and then the Braziliano would go ahead and do those terrible things to them anyway. Now, whether or not Francois l'Olonnais actually sailed under Roque Braziliano, he certainly learned from his tactics. After sailing with the buccaneer crew for some time and proving his valor time and time again, the governor of Tortuga gave l'Olonnais a ship of his own. You see, in Port Royal, piracy was a known and accepted evil, part of life that had to be dealt with. However, in Tortuga, it was an integral part of the institution there. Francois l'Olonnais took ships across the Caribbean, sacked and burned towns, and certainly paid a fraction of his goods to the governor in Tortuga until, finally, his men were defeated on the Yucatan Peninsula near Campeche. With most of his men dead or dying on the beach, Francois l'Olonnais smeared himself with blood and laid down among the bodies of his former brothers, playing dead until the Spanish soldiers had left. Now, the few buccaneers that had survived had been taken prisoner, and they reported their commander, l'Olonnais, dead because they had not seen him at the end of the battle. Sneaking away from the battlefield, l'Olonnais looted the corpse of a dead Spaniard and made his way into the jungle. As he neared the closest town, he met several slaves and promised that if they helped him to escape, he would give them the revenge that they were seeking against their Spanish overlords. The slaves did, in fact, know of a few canoes that it would be quite easy for them to steal if only they could get to a place of safety. L'Olonnais promised them that place of safety, and the small group headed out into sea in the middle of the night. They made their way to Tortuga, which was a safe place for any escaped Spanish slaves. Now, for l'Olonnais himself, his reputation was a bit tarnished. He had had his first true victory, losing his soldiers and his ship. However, his name did still hold some weight. Imagine this disgraced man going into the bars and brothels of Tortuga, attempting to convince you that it's safe to sail under him. He had lost his entire force on his last raid, and the only men he had with him were a few slaves who knew, likely, very, very little about seafaring. All they had were a few canoes, and yet somehow l'Olonnais gathered a few men, mostly the miscreants and malformed on the island, to go out and take Spanish prizes. These men, these outcasts, sailed into Spanish waters near Cuba, and their next move showed true brilliance. The governor, there in Havana, had had word that l'Olonnais had been spotted off the coast of Cuba. Now, of course, he had word, an official letter, that the notorious French pirate was dead, but he decided to send a single ship out to investigate the potential truth of these rumors. Her 10 guns and 90-odd heavily armed soldiers had orders to kill any corsairs in the region, excepting l'Olonnais himself if he was in fact alive. There was even a special crew member, an African slave who was a renowned jailer and executioner, sent to take l'Olonnais captive and bring him to Havana and see him tortured and hung. The buccaneer sailed his small bark out towards the man-of-war, boldly, which had all of her guns trained on the tiny vessel. Every man on board spoke a little bit of Spanish, but none so well as all of the slaves that he had rescued from Campeche. They called out to the men on board the Spanish vessel that the brigands were nearby, and they asked for the aid and protection of the Spanish ship. The Spaniards granted that protection, and wouldn't you know it, only a few hours later, 2 buccaneer vessels arrive at the mouth of the river into the bay in which the Spanish vessel was waiting. Every gun and every eye on board the man-of-war was trained on the 2 vessels emerging from the river. They began firing. However, the 2 vessels were a little too nimble to hit. However, they were able to keep those 2 little vessels at bay. In the meanwhile, Francois l'Olonnais, his most trusted men, and all of the African slaves that he had rescued from Campeche snuck aboard the Spanish ship. They drew their cutlasses and began to cut down every Spaniard on board. When all of the men on deck were dead or dying, he posted men at every entrance below decks. As soldiers who heard the trouble above decks began to emerge, one by one they were cut down by the men waiting for them. Every single man that emerged was slayed systematically. When the special executioner on board was brought before l'Olonnais, he fell to his knees and begged to be spared, saying that he would tell l'Olonnais all he wished to know of Spain and Cuba. L'Olonnais listened to the man's confession and then took his head. It was here that we get perhaps our first look at who Francois l'Olonnais was. After taking the man's head, he raised his saber to his lips and licked the blood off the blade. One imagines that l'Olonnais told his men that the blood was not nearly as sweet as that of the Spaniards that he and his blade truly thirsted for. This became, in later days, something of a habit for Francois l'Olonnais. Of the 90 men on board, only 1 was left alive. That last man he sent to Havana with a message. It read, quote, "I shall henceforward give no quarter to any Spaniard whatsoever, and I have great hopes I shall execute on your own person the very same punishment I have done upon those you sent against me. Thus I have retaliated the kindness you designed to me and my companions." End quote. What's important to note here is that not only was he threatening the life of the governor who had sent men against him, he was threatening the life of every Spaniard in the New World. He let it be known that it was not only his hope, but his true ambition to kill any Spaniard he came across horribly. He returned to Tortuga in triumph. He was the captain of a Spanish man-of-war and was the most feared and respected captain in the Caribbean. Now it's here that the dates get a bit confusing. The sources don't exactly agree, but it's possible that this is where the Frenchman who had been with Captain Morgan left to go join up with Francois l'Olonnais. Now that may have been for a different raid some time later, but either way, the captain sent out a call for all of the brethren to come gather, and they came in huge numbers. Stephen Talty writes in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "L'Olonnais was a rising star who was making his boys rich. Morgan would have to meld his ideas with those of a ruthless killer if he were to avoid another embarrassment." And then later, he goes on, "L'Olonnais was an innovator as well as a complete and utter sociopath." End quote. He would prove this on his upcoming raid to Maracaibo. On their way to the Spanish fleet, the small buccaneer crew took a single Spanish ship that had somewhere in the realm of 40,000 pieces of 8 and 10,000 worth of Spanish jewels. Then, in just a few days' time, they fell upon another ship that was carrying a total of 12 guns, along with powder, musket, shot, and an additional 12,000 pieces of 8. Not a bad start, I'd say. Already, he had almost accidentally tripped upon a better haul than Captain Morgan had done on his entire last raid. and he was just getting started. The fleet sailed for the coast of South America, what today is Venezuela, and Maracaibo Bay. At the southern tip of the bay, two peninsulas reach out and guard the entrance to the inland lake there. Esquimalt describes the narrow passage, quote, "The entrance for shipping is no wider than the range of an 8-pounder, end quote. That is, an 8-pound cannon, which does not have a huge amount of range. If you remember The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, there are those two kings guarding the river passage into the land of Gondor. That is a bit of an exaggeration, and there were no awesome statues, but that's something like what we have here. Now, instead of the epic statues, what we have are two forts guarding the harbor. However, first, Esquimalt does go into an account that he learned from a Spaniard of a tribe of natives that lived in the region, which I would be neglecting my duties if I did not recount. He says, quote, "A Spaniard told me of a sort of people who live in these mountains, of the same stature as the Indians, but with short curly hair with long claws on their feet, like apes. Their skin resists arrows and all sharp instruments, and they are very agile climbers, having tremendous strength. The Spaniards attempted to kill some of the tribe with their lances, but the iron could not pierce their tough skin. These wild men managed to seize some of the Spaniards, carrying them up into the treetops and hurling them down to the ground. These people have never been heard to speak. Sometimes they come down to the plantations at the foot of the mountains and carry off any women slaves they can capture. I have read various descriptions of America, but have never found any mention of such people, so I believe they must be a sort of Barbary ape living in those parts, for I have seen many such apes in the forest. Nevertheless, several Spaniards have assured me that these creatures are human, and that they have seen them frequently. I give it here for what it's worth. Truly, God's works are great, and these things may well be." End quote. However, if the Spanish on the mainland were fearing these mystical apes, Francois l'Olonnais intended to teach them a true fear. He took the fort guarding the narrow passage and raised his pirate flag on the battlements there. Every man inside was killed. Then he gathered his men, and they made for the city of Maracaibo. Now, much like Morgan's last raid, the Spanish had advanced knowledge of the coming buccaneers and managed to hide all of their treasure. When l'Olonnais and the buccaneers took the city, they found it eerily deserted. There was no one there. The streets were empty. So Francois l'Olonnais sent somewhere in the realm of 150 men out into the wilderness to find prisoners. They came back a few days later with 12 men, women, and children in tow. L'Olonnais had the prisoners brought before him and made his intentions known. He wanted the location of their buried treasure, as well as the location of their friends and neighbors. He had the first man among them brought before him and asked him his question. The man refused to answer, so Francois l'Olonnais, well, this might be a good place to pause. Are you currently eating something? It might be a good time to finish up and come back to the podcast later. Are there any kids in the room? Because I think it might be bedtime. Do you have a particular aversion to blood and gore? Because if so, join us next time when we'll be talking about Captain Morgan's next great fun-filled swashbuckling raid. Are you still with us? Good. That first man who refused to answer was thrown at the feet of Francois l'Olonnais, who drew his cutlass and began to hack away at the poor soul. Again and again he brought his blade down upon the poor man in full view of his 11 companions, including the women and children. Then, covered in blood, panting, with a mess of bone and flesh, blood and brains at his feet, l'Olonnais raised his blade to the cowering women in the group and had one of them brought before him. He asked her the same questions. Where is your treasure? Where are your friends? Staring at the horror before her, the woman answered quickly. Her friends were in the hills with the treasure, but they were constantly moving and hiding. She didn't know exactly where they were. At this answer, Francois l'Olonnais was not satisfied. He had the woman stripped and then tied her to the rack. It was a crude contraption, really no more than 2 pieces of rough-cut lumber tied together in the shape of an X, to which the poor woman was tied. Then l'Olonnais began to cut at her. At first, just small incisions, all the while questioning her. Then Francois L'Olonnais began to slice off pieces of her flesh. He continued asking his questions, but the only response he got were screams. When the woman finally, mercifully, passed out from the shock and blood loss, Francois L'Olonnais cut her throat and ordered what was left of her taken out into the wilderness. A third prisoner was brought before the buccaneer and began immediately babbling the same answer as the woman before him. "They're out in the wilderness. We don't know where. They have left since you captured us." L'Olonnais ordered that a length of rope and a piece of wood be brought to him. The rope was wrapped around the man's head and then attached to the piece of wood. L'Olonnais stood in front while a torturer stood behind and took hold of either end of the piece of wood and began to turn. This wrapped the rope around itself, tightening it around the man's forehead. L'Olonnais once again asked his question and got the same response. The torturer gave the piece of wood another half-turn, tightening the rope. Again the question, again no new answer, and again another half-turn. And again, squeezing the rope tighter and tighter around the man's head until he began to lose vision and could feel the pressure within his ears and his nose growing. Another turn, and then another, the pressure all the while building, until, at last, the man's eyes burst from his sockets. This process, called woulding, was a favorite of L'Olonnais, and in fact, many pirates to come. It was simple and deeply effective, and it required materials that could be found on board any vessel in the sea. Usually, when these items were brought before the accused, he would begin babbling the answers that the accusers wanted before the rope was even tied around his head, and you can imagine why. It wasn't just pirates, though, that employed this technique. Even men on land who were respectable members of society, governors, and magistrates were known to employ this technique. It was one of many tortures that gained prominence in the Caribbean. It was common among men of all rank and file, nearly as common as lashing, and among pirates, significantly more common than lashing. You see, pirates had an aversion to the lash. Most of them had been raised up and learned their trade on board either naval vessels or merchant vessels, where the captain's word was law, and the most common punishment on board those vessels was to be tied to the mast and beaten with a cat-o'-nine-tails several times until your back was bleeding and broken. Most pirate vessels, on which, as we have discussed, they made their own rules, had laws against the lash, so to punish and torture they had to come up with other means. The most common of these was the practice known as marooning. That was the practice of being left alone on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere with little to no hope of escape or rescue, with no food, no water, and only a single pistol as your company. When your choice is between dying of thirst, dying of hunger, or dying of a single shot to the head, well, the choice is fairly obvious. Less common was the myth of what's known as walking the plank. You see, this is a beautiful story that builds suspense in the mind of many of the Victorian authors that wrote about pirates, but in reality it was little more than a waste of time. The only real pirate that we have any documentation of having forced people to walk the plank was Stede Bonnet, who, let's face it, is hardly a pirate when it comes down to it. Usually, if you were to be tossed overboard, they would merely pick you up and toss you over the side. If they were feeling particularly cruel, they would give you a cut that was known to bleed and throw you into shark-infested waters. Now, pirates throughout the years had a wide variety of tortures and torments that they employed. Most of those we'll get to when we get to the pirate who was known for using them, but the most inventive of all of the pirate tortures was the practice known as keel hauling. Imagine yourself tied to a rope and then slung overboard, hanging from the side of the vessel. Then imagine that the rope is actually run under the hull of the ship, around to the other side of the vessel where men across the way are holding the other end of the rope. These men drop you into the water, and the men on the opposite side begin to pull until you are dragged deep underwater, nearly drowning, when finally you break the surface on the other side and are able to grasp some air. Then you are dropped back into the water and drug underneath the ship, only to arrive on the other side, needing air worse than ever, and only given a brief second to gasp for air. Now, being bound hand and foot and drug underwater repeatedly sounds like a terrible enough torment until you remember that the hulls of these vessels were covered with razor-sharp barnacles and other hangers-on that could cut your scalp and your face, your torso, your arms, your legs. Then you remember that the ocean is made of salt water, which would burn these wounds terribly, as well as filling your eyes and then your lungs, burning you inside and out. Then, bleeding, burning, you remember the sharks. Suddenly, being marooned doesn't sound so bad. However, after the torment of his last captive, L'Ollonais realized that he was not going to get any other answers, so he had the rest of the captives killed in quicker and less terrible ways. His men began to loot and burn the town. It took him 2 weeks. For a fortnight, any woman or girl was in danger of being raped, terribly. Any man was in danger of being tortured and killed, and all among them went hungry. It was a terrible affair, one of the worst in Caribbean history. This was debauchery on the level of the most insane Roman emperor. This was true terror for all of the people who lived in the city of Maracaibo. After 2 weeks of this torment, the pirates finally, with their pockets full, carrying chests of gold and silver, went back to their ships. The people of Maracaibo were left to pray to God, lick their wounds, and breathe a little easier. Then, 2 days later, like Freddy Krueger or Michael Myers at the end of a slasher flick, the sails of Francois L'Ollonais and his men appeared on the horizon again. Now it appears that the narrow passage back into Maracaibo Bay was just too shallow at this time for his sailors to navigate, and he needed a pilot to guide them out into the ocean. They were given that pilot and sailed away. However, I suspect, a part of me believes that Francois L'Ollonais, in his infinite capacity for inflicting suffering, just thought this was hilarious. Destroying these people's lives, tormenting them for 2 weeks, and then, when they thought they were safe, showing up just to give them one final scare. Back in the South Keys of Cuba, Captain Morgan, well, he was a man that didn't care for these methods. He found them distasteful, but he knew, finally, that he would have to adopt some of them if he were to be as successful as Francois L'Ollonais. If he were to save his island home in Jamaica, he was going to have to become a more ruthless and terrible figure than any man before him. And we would see the fruits of this knowledge on his next raid. In the year 1572, on the coast of Panama, Francis Drake attacked the Spanish in what was at that point the greatest piratical raid ever conducted. He sacked the tiny, entirely undefended town of Nombre de Dios and waited around in the region for months to capture a mule train that was carrying untold riches in Peruvian gold and silver. In fact, they captured so much that his men couldn't hope to carry it all back to England, and they were forced to bury caches of it all around the Spanish Main. This attack made 2 things abundantly clear to the Spanish. War with England was inevitable, and that they needed proper defenses on the Caribbean coast of Panama. It was the most sensible route for the Spanish to haul their treasure from the Pacific to the Caribbean, and the English were well aware of that. They decided on a new location. They chose a site that Christopher Columbus, according to legend, had named Puerto Bello, meaning beautiful port. It had a natural and deep harbor and a very defensible coastline. The first plans for fortifications in Puerto Bello were drafted in the year 1586, which was a mere 2 years before the invasion of the storied Spanish Armada against England. In the war that followed, Francis Drake would attack the Spanish New World again in 1596, but a cannon shot from the El Morro Castle in the coast of Puerto Rico ripped through his ship and wound up injuring Sir Francis Drake. Just a few weeks later, in the harbor of Portobello, Drake died in the shadow of Fort San Felipe, which was, at the time, under construction. Just a few years later, by 1601, the fort San Felipe was complete, as were the bones of the Santiago de Gloria castle. Regardless, in 1601, under the cover of night, a privateer named William Parker sneaked past the defenses and took the town of Portobello. His men plundered the city and captured the treasure house there. It was empty at the time, but once again the Spanish saw a weakness in their fortifications that needed to be mended. Their answer was more guns, more men, and new fortifications. You see, Portobello was the Caribbean center through which all Central and South American treasure, mostly gold and silver, flowed, and they saw the city defended just as one might expect. For nearly 70 years, no major attacks on Portobello had been successful. However, in the summer of 1668, on the Isla Vaca, or Cow Island, off the coast of Hispaniola, a man that the Spanish considered El Draque reborn lay at anchor. Captain Henry Morgan had just proved himself to be a thorn in the side of the Spanish, but at this moment he had very real problems. His raid on Puerto Príncipe had not gone as planned. They had wasted time and English lives to no real benefit. Their haul had been paltry at best, and the buccaneers were disappointed. The French, who were among that crew, had left the fleet a week prior to join with Francois l'Olonnais, and a few Dutchmen and even a select few Englishmen had gone with them. Those that remained were loyal to Morgan, but their confidence and their purses were both light. But Morgan assured them he had a plan. It would be a dangerous gamble, one that would see them dead or in chains if they failed. However, if they succeeded, this voyage would yield them results beyond their wildest dreams. Many of these men had been with Morgan to Campeche and Granada. They trusted him and trusted that once again he would lead them to riches, which he would. But this raid was to be the most controversial of Morgan's life. It was an action that would haunt him for decades to come. Before the men set sail for their destination, however, the buccaneers needed to make a pit stop back in Port Royal, Jamaica. While the men were at home, they would have bought supplies, they would have made any necessary repairs to the ships, and they would have visited local brothels and rum sinks. They had only a few days to drink themselves stupid and spend their remaining gold on the attentions of their favorite prostitute. Morgan himself would have avoided the dockside revelry, though. He had a wife and important reports to make to Governor Modiford there. You see, Morgan had interrogated every official in Puerto Príncipe that he could find, and he had a wealth of intelligence to share with the governor. The Spanish were, in fact, planning an attack on Jamaica. Men from Campeche, Portobello, Veracruz, and Cartagena were all massing in Santiago. The windward fleet was very real, and it was being amassed to invade. Now, most historians count Morgan's last raid, the raid on Puerto Príncipe, as a failure, and in some ways it was, but from Morgan's perspective, he lost very few men. They dealt a blow to Spain, and the men who remained had more money than when they started, if not as much as they would have liked. And he accomplished his mission, the mission handed down to him by Governor Modiford. You see, that raid on Puerto Príncipe was, in essence, just a reconnaissance mission to learn as much as possible about Spain's plans for an invasion in Jamaica. In that regard, the mission was a resounding success. However, our most prominent primary source is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. Exquemelin was there. He was the barber surgeon on board Morgan's vessel. And he had a vested financial interest in the voyage, and from his perspective, his last raid had been a failure. By all accounts, Exquemelin really didn't much like Captain Morgan either, especially after they parted ways. It had been a nasty separation. You see, right here we see the biggest issue in telling this story. Exquemelin can tell us better than anybody what exactly happened since he was there, but he wasn't an historian. He was a man, later in life, looking to sell books. He was more than willing to exaggerate or omit the truth or just outright lie, both to make Morgan look bad and to tell a heartier tale of swashbuckling high-seas adventure. The book was published, you see, first in Dutch, then later in German and French and Spanish, and then finally in English. When Morgan finally got his hands on a copy and read Exquemelin's account of his life, well, he wound up taking the Dutch doctor to court. He sued him for libel, and he won. Later English versions of the book, you couldn't really call them translations, but they were titled things like The Buccaneers of America, a true account of the most remarkable assaults committed in late years upon the coasts of the West Indies by the buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga, both English and French. wherein are contained more especially the unparalleled exploits of Sir Henry Morgan, our English Jamaican hero who sacked Portobello, burnt Panama, etc. Perhaps I should have given a spoiler warning there, but do you see the tone? Do you see how that seems to talk about Francis Drake? It calls him an English hero. In these later English editions, huge sections of the original text were left out and entire chapters were rewritten. I've got copies of both the pre- and post-lawsuit translations, and the difference is staggering. The best and by far the most accurate translation, both to the text and to true history, is still Alexis Brown's 1969 translation. That's the one that, if you buy it today, you're most likely to get. But the question still remains what the real truth is. Was Exquemelin's telling of events accurate, or was Morgan's? Perhaps neither. We have centuries of translations, we have accompanying letters to these stories, we have court records and all sorts of modern scholarship to pull from, and so maybe we can just piece together what actually happened on the coast of Panama in the summer of 1668. This is episode 22, The Lies of Portobello. Back in Port Royal, Captain Morgan's first order of business after his report to the governor was to replace the French and Dutch buccaneers that had abandoned him. And he was in luck. His old friend Captain Jackman had recently returned from a raid on the Spanish Main at Campeche, and his men were ready to sail. He signed on for Morgan's next raid, under the understanding that Port Royal was not the place to discuss exactly where they were going, but that it was going to be a fabulously rich and ripe for plunder target. This brought together the three captains, Morgan, John Morris, and Jackman, that had so successfully raided Granada just a few years past. Now, a number of the men in these crews would have upgraded to the best new muskets available. These were usually at the time going to be French muskets. They would have been about 5 feet long with custom powder cartridges. They would have been flintlock works of art, quite literally. The barrels, 4.5 feet long, would have been etched with beautiful markings, telling exactly who made them. When the fleet finally sailed, they would have sailed south-southwest, with 9 vessels, towing behind them each of the ship's 1 or 2 canoes or rowboats that they would have used in shallower waters. They reached the coast of Costa Rica, and Morgan called all the captains together to hear his plan. Stephen Talty writes in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "The privateers sailed to the coast of Costa Rica in July of 1668, and Morgan revealed the target, Portobello. Some of the pirates protested instantly. The Panamanian city, originally known as Porto Bello, was a major stronghold. It boasted 2 large castles." And a little side note, it actually boasted 3 large castles here. Back to the text. "The mammoth Santiago and San Felipe de Todo Fierro, the iron fort, one on each side of the harbor mouth, bristling with 44 guns that would fix any enemy ship in a withering fire. It was also said that the Italian who had laid out the city chose the spot because it stood on a peculiar type of coral that could withstand cannon blasts. Should a pirate ship miraculously make it past the 2 castles, farther up their river towards the town there were layers of military redundancy, sentry posts, blockbusters, lookout positions manned by armed soldiers. Near the quay another huge fort was being built by the unfortunates who had been captured at Providence, slaving away during the day and chained in a prison at night. There were only 2 cities with stronger defenses in the entire Spanish Main, Havana and Cartagena. Even the great Sir Francis Drake had died outside Portobello Harbor, unable to penetrate its defenses." End quote. This guy can really drive me crazy. He spins a good yarn, to be sure, and this book is a fun read, but I really can't recommend it for historical accuracy. His pages are filled with hyperbole, omissions, and misleading factoids, and a fictitious pirate named Roderick that would fit better aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge in 1718 than under Captain Morgan. He leads us to believe that Francis Drake was defeated and killed at Portobello, even if he doesn't outright say it, which just wasn't the case. He was defeated and injured in the Battle of San Juan, and later, due to his injuries, contracted dysentery and sailed to Portobello, where he intended to recover and wound up dying. He asserts that there are 2 castles in the bay, which there were 3, and he actually does make mention of a castle under construction, which was the case. However, he gets the placement of these castles wrong. Now, normally this wouldn't be such a big deal if he wasn't able to, go look at where they are. The ruins of them are still standing there today. Now, in his book The Pirate King, historian Graham A. Chapman gives us a more accurate, if less swashbuckling, description of the defenses. Quote, Portobello was the third strongest city on the Spanish Main after Havana and Cartagena, and no fleet of ships could penetrate its harbor because of the 60 cannon that were in the 3 castles overlooking the entrance to the rest of the harbor. It would be suicide. End quote. As you can imagine, the men were somewhat hesitant about attacking such a well-defended city with their reduced numbers after their last raid, regardless of the potential spoils. Once again, though, Morgan used his charisma, his oratory skills, and his larger-than-life personality to sway them. To quote Exquemelin, Morgan put spirit into them, saying he knew ways of making them rich if only they would follow him. The high hopes Morgan held out made them agree. And then he goes on. The raid would be easy to accomplish, he argued, as no one was aware of their presence on the Spanish Main. Some replied that they were but few for such an undertaking, upon which Morgan said that if they were few in number, each man's portion would be so much the greater. The resolution was agreed, and forth they went. End quote. The sailors began preparing the canoes and rowboats that they had brought with them. They started loading them up with muskets and their freshly sharpened sabers. They loaded them up with rum, hand grenades, and powder cartridges, as much of all of this as they could carry. While they prepared, making sure that their weapons were all oiled and good order, they saw something that they could scarcely believe. A canoe carrying 6 men rowed directly for the ship. The men on board looked bone-thin. They were burned red by the sun. They were wearing rags, and they were covered in the scars of torture. And they hailed Morgan's ship in perfect English. These men were, of course, rushed aboard and tended to. It came to light that these were men from the doomed English enterprise on Providence Island a couple of years before. Nearly 2 years had passed since the Spanish recaptured the island, and all that time these men had been enslaved in Portobello, forced to work 12-hour days and chained in dungeons all night long. They were the men who were building that newest and largest castle in Portobello. The English in Jamaica, and frankly all around the world, had long believed that any man who had been unable to escape the Spanish in Portobello must be long dead. These men were proof otherwise. However, the state of these men, emaciated and haunted eyes, scarred and skeletal, well, this reignited the righteous fury of the buccaneers over the treacherous betrayal and the treatment of their countrymen. For men about to enter battle and go kill Spaniards, there was no greater tonic for them. Except perhaps one thing. Of even greater interest to the buccaneers, and to Morgan especially, there were 2 pieces of news that these prisoners carried. First, they let them know that a general levy of taxes had been raised in the province, and the militia were being rallied to attack Jamaica. This wasn't news to them, but it was a further confirmation that the Spanish were preparing to attack Port Royal. Second, though, there was news of one particularly important prisoner, still chained in the dungeons of Portobello. Prince Maurice. Prince Maurice was the nephew of King Charles. He was a cavalier, a rogue, a dandy, a duelist, a drinker, a gambler, and an adventurer. In short, he was a popular sort of Englishman. Now, he had fought in the English Civil War on the side of the king, but after the Civil War, he traveled to the West Indies, and his ship was lost in a terrible storm at sea in the year 1652 just off the Virgin Islands. Now, since that time, rumors of him had circulated from the highest offices in London to the dirtiest wine sinks in Port Royal and beyond. You see, there were frequent reports that he had been spotted in Scotland, or maybe spotted in France. Maybe he was spotted from his window of a cell at a Moro castle in Puerto Rico. Sometimes he was living with the Inca in South America. Other times he was a privateer. Even more dastardly, sometimes he was a pirate living in Tortuga. The prince's story had become mythical to the English. Hearing of their prince, the hearts of the English swelled with patriotism. They were filled with a civic duty to go save their prince, to do battle with the Spanish, and to go save the Englishmen who had been held captive by the dastardly Spanish. Except none of that actually happened. Probably. This entire story of the Englishmen making their way to Captain Morgan's ship was likely fabricated out of whole cloth. It comes from those later editions of the Buccaneers of America, and those editions were pure propaganda that the British used to get their people excited about attacking the Chinese or the Zulu or whoever they were at war with at the time. Imagine hearing today about a group of American soldiers stationed in Germany or Vietnam or Iraq that wound up burning an entire village to the ground because they had heard that Amelia Earhart or Jimmy Hoffa or Elvis or Tupac was being kept prisoner there. You probably wouldn't believe that, and the people who were reading this in 1898 probably didn't believe it either. Now, all Exquemelin tells us in his more accurate translations is that Morgan had a description of the area's defenses from a local native, and that he had an Englishman in tow who had formerly been a prisoner at Portobello. Now, that probably wasn't a man who had miraculously escaped that night somehow. It was probably one of the men who had escaped some years earlier and made his way to Jamaica. Now, as much as I love the story of a group of Incan ninjas breaking a group of Englishmen out of their cells just in time to go meet their savior, Captain Morgan, that's just not what happened. On the other side of that coin, though, some historians subscribe to a version of these events that portray Captain Morgan not as a hero, but as really the worst kind of villain. They say that he captured a fishing boat carrying 3 men. 2 of these men were black African slaves, and one of them is what the Spanish of the time called a Zombo, or a man of Amerindian and African descent. The buccaneers, in this version of events, questioned these fishermen, and when they didn't get the answers they wanted, they cut the 2 African men into pieces and fed them to the sharks. The Zombo man, and I don't know if that's a slur, I didn't find any evidence of that, but if it's somehow offensive, I don't intend it to be. That's just the word the historians use. But the Zombo man was quick to tell the English everything they wanted to know. Now, again, this was part of what so infuriated Morgan, and one of the reasons that he sued Exquemelin later. Whether he did these things or not is hard to tell, but Morgan insists that they're all lies. In his own words, Captain Morgan's, quote, "So leaving their ships on 26 June, 40 leagues to leeward of Portobello at Bogota, they took their canoes, 23 in number, and rowing along the coast landed at 3 o'clock in the morning and made their way into the town." End quote. Now, before getting to Portobello, they would have had to sneak past a number of shore forts, most notably Fort San Lorenzo at the Rio Cagres. The town that he makes reference to might actually be Portobello, but before they made their way into town proper, they reportedly entered a small village called Estero Longo Lima, where the buccaneers began a march overland toward Portobello. It was likely the first settlement capable of sounding any sort of alarm, and the buccaneers wanted to handle it. As they began their march, the first proper outpost to Portobello that the buccaneers encountered had a lone sentry there, and Captain Morgan commanded one of his stealthiest men to go kill him. The man did him one better, though. He actually went ahead and captured that soldier without a single shot being fired. The Spanish soldier was brought before Morgan, who, quote, questioned him as to the arrangements of the town's defenses and the strength of the garrison, and the prisoner told what he knew. Still, with his hands tied, they made him march in the vanguard, threatening that if he had not told them the truth, it would cost him his life. End quote. So the column marched on, and the sky slowly crept towards dawn. The outlines of 2 huge forts became clearer and clearer on either side of the harbor mouth, guarding it from any unwanted ships entering the harbor at Portobello. Now, the greatest of these forts was the Santiago de la Gloria Castle. Sometimes, and I'll refer to it as this frequently, it was called Fort Triana. Now, that was actually set on the coast in the town of Portobello proper. On the outskirts of town, closest to the buccaneers, was San Geronimo Castle. Now, it would one day be the greatest of the 3, but it was as yet incomplete. It was the castle that the Englishmen were currently working on, and presumably where they were being held captive. Now, the smallest, but still a formidable fort was San Felipe across the bay. It was a little too far away to offer any immediate threat to Morgan and his men, but it had a potential for being a rallying point of resistance. And besides, while any of these 3 castles stood, there was no way any of their ships could get into the harbor at Portobello. Now, before the buccaneers actually reached the first major fort, San Geronimo, they encountered an outpost that had 5 soldiers stationed there. This outpost, called La Rancheria, was a serious problem for Captain Morgan. Not because there were 5 men there, that wouldn't be any impediment at all, but it would be difficult to capture or kill these men without a shot being fired on either side. You see, if a shot was fired, it was likely to warn anybody in town that there were enemies at the gates. Trying to avoid any shots being fired, Morgan called out to the men inside this guard post. He told them to surrender and said that he would spare their life. If they refused to, though, they would face certain death. Now, this was not an idle threat, and the men inside the guard post knew that quite well. Regardless, in a show of honor and bravery that, frankly, boggles the modern mind, they fired a volley at the Englishmen. It wounded 2 of the men, but they had no way of escape, and they knew that. This did, however, warn all of the soldiers in all 3 castles and all of the men of Portobello that there were enemies outside. This is something that we see throughout the ages, even into modern times, from soldiers of all nations. However, it seems to be a particularly prevalent thing in the Spanish Empire. The Spanish seemed to have a culture that told you that a brave death was always better than any sort of surrender, regardless of the circumstances. And it's about to play really a major role in the battle to come. I think this attitude is best summarized in a quote from a famous Mexican revolutionary. It was later repeated by Che Guevara, an Argentinian fighting in the Cuban Revolution, and the idea probably goes back into time immemorial. But a man named Emiliano Zapata once said, quote, "It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees," end quote. That's a strong sentiment. And that would have been the attitude of the men of Portobello. Well, it would have been the attitude of some of the men. The soldiers, at least, right? Okay, well, maybe not all of the soldiers, but the commanders. I mean, maybe not all the commanders, but the men in charge, right? I mean, I guess not exactly all the officers, or the governor, or the priests. Okay, so it was basically just the attitude of one man, a man who was the mayor of Portobello, a man named Sanchez. You see, it's important to note that the town of Portobello, while normally fabulously fortified, wasn't even always fully populated. For most of the year, it was nothing more than a sleepy little village that had 3 giant castles standing above it. It was only when the treasure galleons arrived from Spain and the port at Portobello that the town really came alive. The streets would have been swarmed with sailors and soldiers that filled the barracks. Locals who were merchants or farmers or prostitutes or craftsmen from miles around would arrive to welcome them in and sell them whatever goods or services they required. Now, around this time, the mule trains would arrive from Panama City, about 70 miles away, carrying all of the treasure to Portobello to be loaded onto the ships there. Now, at this time, the treasure houses would have been filled, but to any merchants or soldiers there, it was also the time when the most gold flowed freely between men. Now, this was known to everybody as the most dangerous time for an attack from pirates, and only then, during these days, would the men of Portobello take up arms and man the guard posts. Except for what was really a skeleton crew that manned the forts there, the majority of Portobello's militia were tradesmen for most of the year. And nearly all of these men had never seen combat before and had never fired a musket in battle. Beyond that, most of these men had not seen their wages as militia from the Spanish government in years. They weren't being paid to protect the town. They were protecting the town out of their own self-interest, to protect their property. They didn't really care much for the gold of king and country. Now, I should note that at this time, the mule train was not in town. Morgan wasn't attacking when the fortifications were at their strongest. That would be extremely stupid. But there was still a lot of money in the town. A lot of these merchants were still there that had a lot of ready cash, which was what he wanted. Anyway, though, those 5 guards that had fired at the buccaneers were cut down, and all across Portobello, men and women crawled their way out of bed and rubbed the sleep from their eyes and wondered what all the ruckus was about. Mayor Sanchez, though, did have word of the approaching force, and he gathered every able-bodied man in town to him. He assembled all of these men in Fort Triana, which was the most defensible position in town, but it left the men in the other 2 forts, as well as anyone left out in town, kind of in the lurch. Now next, Morgan's men would have come upon San Geronimo Castle. Now it's reported that at the time, Captain Morgan began to panic. He saw the route that his Spanish guides had led him on and thought that they had led him into a trap. Their route led them directly into the line of fire of San Geronimo's guns. His men attempted to calm him down, but it wasn't until the cannons fired upon them, and they realized that somebody inside the fort had made a terrible mistake. It's unclear exactly what happened, but instead of loading the scatter shot that would have decimated their ranks, they loaded their cannons with simple cannonballs, which missed the buccaneers completely. It sent up a spray of dirt and sand, but did no injury to anybody attacking the castle, so any fears that Captain Morgan or any of his men had would have been allayed. The buccaneers stormed the fort. Apparently, there really wasn't much of a battle. Stephen Talty writes that, quote, Spain's decay was immediately evident at Geronimo. The soldiers found only a single working cannon that could cover the direction from which Morgan's assault had to come, and there was only damp powder to charge it. End quote. Even though there were more guns in the fort, they were aimed at the harbor. They weren't prepared for an attack by land. There were also few men inside, certainly not enough to move the cannons at speed, so the fort fell quickly. In the cells inside the fort, they found 11 English soldiers, men that were actually from old Providence, chained to the floor. These men were freed and freely joined the ranks of Morgan and his men. Now, as you might imagine, Prince Maurice, the king's nephew, was nowhere to be seen. To quote Exquemelin again, quote, The redoubt could not hold out long, and as soon as the buccaneers entered, they blew up the inner fortifications with all of the Spaniards inside. End quote. Or from another translation, the buccaneers, quote, instantly set fire to the powder, whereof they found a great quantity, and blew up the whole castle into the air with all the Spanish that were within. End quote. Now, Alexander Pope points out in his book, Harry Morgan's Way, that an expedition just a few years later refutes this claim entirely. A man who was actually there said that the fort was standing strong, and there were no signs of any damage. Again, we come across a conflict. Exquemelin paints us a picture of a brutal conqueror, murdering these brave Spanish soldiers in cold blood. All the other accounts, though, seem to contradict him, and in truth, reality kind of contradicts him here, too. There have been archaeological expeditions there that have not found any evidence that there was a massive explosion at the fort. Now, there are, of course, centuries between now and then, so they might be covered up by the eras, but you'd think they would find something to suggest that there was some sort of damage. Regardless, with the captives freed, and these men were actually there and were actually freed, the buccaneers could move on. Morgan ordered a battalion to cross the bay and take San Felipe, that fort that was a little too far away but still posed something of a danger. That was the smallest castle, so just a few men should be able to take it. In the meantime, his force, the main force, would enter Portobello proper and take the city. They would prepare from there to besiege Santiago de la Gloria, the greatest castle of the three. Once again, we're shown a much more brutal Captain Morgan, though, than the man who sacked Puerto de Principe just a few weeks before. Let's look at the following hours through the eyes of Alexander Exquemelin. That main group of buccaneers roamed the streets, quote, firing off their guns at everything alive, whites, blacks, even dogs, in order to spread terror, end quote. The locals in town hid their valuables. They threw them down wells, hid it in attics or in hidden caches throughout the town. The buccaneers rounded up nuns, priests, merchants, basically anybody who was not of sufficient standing or able body to be in the fort at the time. These people were all imprisoned in a warehouse there in town. Now that the populace was safely under guard, the soldiers, the buccaneers, could assault the fort. For an entire morning, the two sides traded fire. The exceptionally well-armed and well-trained buccaneers were getting off 7 or 8 volleys for each of the Spanish one. This was, of course, killing a number of Spaniards, but the walls to Fort Triana were high and strong, and the buccaneers were unable to take them. They made a push for the gate, attempting to light it on fire, but the Spanish dropped down huge rocks and casks of lit gunpowder, which drove the buccaneers back. The Brethren of the Coast retreated from their forward position and began to fall into despair. Then, from across the bay, the flag of St. George was raised above Fort San Felipe, and the men knew that the English had taken the smaller fort. These soldiers, that smaller force, rowed back across the bay, shouting victory, and the buccaneers concocted a new plan. The men of the town that were still left were forced to build massive ladders, wide enough for 3 or 4 men abreast and tall enough to scale the walls of Fort Triana. All of the priests, the nuns, the elderly, and any matrons in the town were brought forward and commanded to carry the ladders toward the castle walls and put them in place there. This was the most dangerous part of their plan, which was circumvented by Captain Morgan deciding to use these vulnerable human shields. He was putting them in harm's way, but Morgan truly believed that the mayor would never fire upon his own people. But Morgan was wrong. Per Exquemelin, Morgan, quote, never thought the governor would fire on his own people, but he spared them as little as he had the raiders. End quote. The cries from all of the most vulnerable in town for Sanchez to spare their lives and surrender the castle went unheeded. The men on the walls opened fire. Regardless, if they turned back, the buccaneers would certainly massacre all of them. So, despite being shot at by their own countrymen, these people got the ladders into place, and the buccaneers were able to attempt scaling the walls. They threw before them hand grenades and stink pots, and as soon as they were at the top of the wall, they opened fire immediately, then topped the wall and began cutting about them with their swords. But the defenders were too well organized and too strong, and they held the wall successfully. Morgan, once again, was forced to retreat. Just then, though, another smaller unit succeeded in lighting the gate afire, and the Spanish defenders were forced to divert their attention to defend the gate. Then, both units of buccaneers advanced into the fort, cutting down the Spaniards left and right. Soldiers, Spanish soldiers, began to surrender. But the mayor himself, Sanchez, refused the pleas of his wife and daughter, and of the townsfolk, and of the priests themselves, and then of the pirates to surrender. He said, quote, better to die as an honorable soldier than be hanged as a coward. End quote. He was soon killed. Upon his death, each of the forts of Portobello was in the hands of the buccaneers. Their ships sailed safely into harbor, and the remaining people were rounded up. And thus begins a month-long reign of terror. That very night, the men of the town were held under lock and key, while the pirates, quote, began making merry, lording it with wine and women, end quote. Or, another translation, they, quote, fell to eating and drinking as usual, that is, committing in both all manner of debauchery and excess, end quote. Wine, food, women, the pirates had their fill and indulged every desire. The accounts in the extremely proper Victorian editions of the Buccaneers of America are bordering on the worst excesses and orgies of the Roman Empire. When the pirates' desires were finally sated, though, they turned to plunder, and then to torture. Quote, next day the rovers began collecting the loot, searching all of the houses. Some of the prisoners were made to point out who were the richest among them, and then the citizens were asked where their wealth was. If they refused to tell, they were immediately put to the rack and tortured there until they gave up the ghost or confessed the hiding place. Many innocent souls who, in fact, had nothing to hide, died like martyrs under the torments their captors subjected them to. No one was spared except those who revealed where their goods were hidden. End quote. Again, later translations embellish this. Hot irons, lashing, the rack, wolding, it was all on the table, on a par with the worst atrocities of François L'Olonnais, or the medieval witch trials, or the Spanish Inquisition itself. The buccaneers plundered jewels, plate, gold crosses, pieces of eight, anything of value that wasn't nailed down. On Morgan's orders, they began the arduous task of removing all of the bronze guns from the forts and loading them onto their ships. Any that were in too poor of a repair or too heavy to move, they had destroyed, which would leave Portobello defenseless for at least months to come. For a month, Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast occupied Portobello. But the question remains, what exactly actually happened there? Exquemelin's account is clear in its demonization of Henry Morgan. He was a brute. He was a vile barbarian. But Morgan would contest this notion in court, and he would win the case. Now, what we've seen of Morgan in our story so far suggests that he was an English gentleman at heart who didn't have the fortitude to subject people to torture. But had he turned? Had he realized the need of harsh and violent tactics? Had he left the mold of Sir Francis Drake behind, only to become a loathsome pirate like François L'Olonnais? The future of Henry Morgan would be brutal, to be sure, but would we ever again see this level of torture and apparent glee in this torture? There are two accounts from shortly after the events in Portobello that can give us some insight. First, we have the account of a Jamaican planter in Port Royal, a man who was of some standing that claimed to have heard the pirates bragging of their adventures in bars around town. He writes, quote, "It is a common thing amongst the privateers, besides burning with matches and such like torments, to cut a man in pieces. First some flesh, then a hand, an arm, a leg, sometimes tying a cord about his head, and with a stick twisting it till the eyes start out, which is called wolding. Before taking Portobello, thus some were used, because they refused to discover a way into the town which was not, and many in the town, because they would not discover wealth they knew not of. A woman there was by some set bare upon a baking stone and roasted, because she did not confess of money which she had, only in their conceit. Thus he heard some declare boasting, and one that was sick confess with sorrow. Besides the horrid oaths, blasphemies, abuse of scriptures, rapes, whoredoms, and adulteries, and such not forborne in the common highways, and not punished, but made a jest of, even by authority." End quote. This man, if he's telling the truth, seems to have a lot of evidence that the pirates were, in fact, brutally torturing the people of Portobello. However, that account, even when it was sent on to officials back in London, never seemed to gain much traction. Now, it might be because upon his return to Port Royal, Captain Morgan was something of a celebrity that was making everybody in town quite a lot of money, or it might just be that his account is not in the least true. Now, there is another account detailing the attitudes of some of the women of Portobello. It reads, quote, "They further declared to the world that in all this service of Portobello they lost but 18 men killed and 32 wounded, and kept possession of the place 31 days, and for the better vindicating themselves against the usual scandals of that enemy, they aver that having several ladies of great quality and other prisoners, they were proffered their liberty to go to the President's camp. But they refused, saying that they were now prisoners to a person of quality, who was more tender of their honors than they doubted to find in the President's camp among his rude Panama soldiers, and so voluntarily continued with them till the surrender of the town and castles, and, with many thanks and good wishes, they repaired to their former houses." End quote. Does this suggest that the women of Portobello were being daily tortured and raped? No, it doesn't. Now, again, we have to ask ourselves whether or not this account can be trusted. Of course, that is more difficult to ascertain. So we have accounts on both sides, painting the men who attacked Portobello as true monsters. And then we have accounts painting them as noble men who were, while enemies of the Spanish, the type of people that would treat their captives with tenderness. I think in the end, Captain Morgan was not the terrible sadist that Exquemelin made him out to be. Nor was he the patriotic English hero that later writers would make him out to be. He was becoming something different, something else entirely. Captain Morgan was a creature of the New World. He was far from his old allegiances and his old prejudices. He was transforming from a simple soldier, from a privateer, even from a buccaneer into something new. Perhaps Captain Morgan was truly the first great pirate of the Golden Age. Near the end of their 31 days in Portobello, the President of Panama was brought word of the attack at his home in Panama City, and he marshaled an army of about 800 men. This significantly outnumbered the pirates in Portobello. That army began to march the 70 miles through the mountainous jungles of central Panama. Some native people living there, who were ever enemies of the Spanish, brought Morgan news of the incoming force and offered to guide he and his men to a point in the road where all 800 soldiers would be vulnerable to ambush. Morgan, of course, thought this sounded like a splendid idea and marched to their destination, and in an afternoon, nearly the entire Spanish force was decimated. Thus began a flurry of correspondence between the President of Panama and Captain Morgan. The buccaneers had taken their fill of all the riches in Portobello, though not a treasure galleon, sadly, and they wanted a little bit more, so they turned to an old favorite and they decided to ransom the town and her people. They asked for 350,000 pieces of eight. The president said that he could agree to these terms if Captain Morgan was willing to accept a bill of exchange. All Captain Morgan would have to do to claim his treasure is to march boldly into a lending house in either Havana or Cartagena or back in old Spain. Captain Morgan declined that offer. The negotiations went back and forth for a while, until finally they settled upon 100,000 pieces of eight, raised not from the government of Spain or Panama, but from the people living there. They levied a tax to get the pirates to leave. When everything had been arranged, the president had one last question for Captain Morgan. He found it difficult to believe that Morgan could have taken the city and her great defenses with no cannon and no pieces of ordnance. He wished to know by what means Captain Morgan had taken the city. Morgan answered him. He sent him merely one of his muskets. Now this was a fine French firearm, to be sure, and certainly better than anything the Spanish had in their possession, but it was just a gun. The message in the end was clear. We took Portobello because we had a will to do so. Captain Morgan attached a note informing the president of Panama that he would return in a year to reclaim his musket. The president warned Morgan not to call on him in the manner he had visited Portobello, for in that case he might not get such a good reception. For the past couple of episodes, we've strayed away from the Caribbean in the 1660s to look at continental Europe in the early 17th century. There were large, overarching trends and forces at play here that convinced me to talk about the 30 Years' War, but there were smaller effects of that war that relate closely to our story too. These aren't the deeds of great men and armies, they're stories of small men, men without titles or armor that would go on to do great things. Terrible things, but great. As the 30 Years' War, was in the final stages, when France and Spain were throwing their might at each other, a boy was born in France. He was nearly the same age as the new king, Louis XIV, and while his name would never be as well known to history, to the Spanish living in the New World, his name invoked fear and fire and blood. Now, this boy was only 5 when the Treaty of Westphalia was signed, ending the 30 Years' War. He wouldn't have had any strong memories of those years, but in school, he was born to a well-off enough family to go to school. He learned about France's mortal enemy, that dastardly Spaniard. He learned of their brutal conquest of the New World, of the slavery and genocide of the Indians, and of their Spanish Inquisitions. He probably lost family in the war, and certainly knew other boys that had lost loved ones. This young boy grew up in a world that deeply hated Spain, that was inundated with propaganda against them. And from a very young age, this boy despised Spain and all the Spanish people. Now, this boy was probably a Protestant. It would have further fueled his hatred of Spain, but it wasn't even a good time for Protestants in France either. The young king, as soon as the war ended, was faced with a series of revolts. Now, these weren't religious in nature, not necessarily, as the earlier Huguenot revolts had been, but they resulted in a crackdown on Calvinism and Protestantism nonetheless. Louis was, during this time, busy cementing his rule, with the aid of his mother and his top advisor, who intended to see him be the first king with absolute power in some time. Any potential malcontents in France were being ruthlessly silenced. Every treaty that protected them was thrown out, and the Protestants in France were left with few options. Now, one of the best ways to prove your loyalty to the king was military service. In the case of the young man in question, it was really a perfect option. It showed patriotism, bravery, it showed his ambition, and it provided a way for him to fight the Spanish. He wasn't a soldier, though, and anyway, the war was over. But there was another option. On board a ship as a petty officer in the Royal French Navy, he could continue his fight against the Spanish halfway around the globe. So he signed on with his uncle, and in 1667 they set sail from Le Havre for the West Indies. This young man's name was Daniel Montbars, better known to history as Montbars the Exterminator. This is episode number 26, Extermination. Now, before we move on, I'd like to point out that Daniel Montbars did not pronounce his name that way. He was French, after all. His last name was pronounced something a little closer to Montbar, but in the interest of not butchering the French language for the entire episode, I'm going to stick with the anglicized version. Now, as we've seen, in the Caribbean, the war that had taken place in Europe had really never ended. In fact, with men like Captain Henry Morgan sailing, it was, at the time, heating up. France and England and the Dutch Republic were setting up colonies all over the region and fighting Spain for every inch of territory they claimed. Now, Daniel Montbars and his uncle would likely have been part of a naval detachment set to protect the shipping lanes and the settlements in the Leeward and Windward Islands, what we call the Lesser Antilles. Now, in the eyes of Spain, this activity was all illegal due to the Treaty of Tordesillas signed in 1494, so naval engagements were common. After only a few months there, they were set upon off the coast of Hispaniola by 2 Spanish warships. Now, Hispaniola was heavily contested with French settlements to the northwest and Spanish settlements to the southeast. The French ship was deep in Spanish waters, near the capital there of Santo Domingo. So there was a naval battle, but with 2-to-1 odds, the French ship really had little chance of winning. Daniel Montbar's uncle was killed in the fighting, and the ship itself sunk. Montbars himself escaped, however, and eventually he made his way to the French island of Tortuga. Now, I haven't found any reliable sources on this journey, but I really wish I could. This is the sort of story that I would just love to hear. How did he escape? Did he escape with a canoe? Was there water on board his canoe or companions, or was he all alone with no supplies? How did he and his canoe evade the Spanish warships and then further Spanish patrols? Were they rescued by buccaneers that took them onto Tortuga? Or maybe if he did have companions, one of them was an old sailor, a wayward pirate in their company that knew the way to Tortuga. But perhaps there was no canoe at all. Perhaps Daniel Montbars swam ashore and then was left alone deep in enemy territory with only a vague notion that the French had settlements somewhere to the north. An overland route would have been more than 100 miles through enemy lands, rough terrain, and untamed wilderness. This story, the story of his escape, could be anything from a week's rowing with plenty of food and water and lovely nights under the stars to weeks of arduous hiking behind enemy lines, fighting off boars and hunger and disease and the glowing eyes of jungle hunters at night. But if a good source on this exists, I haven't seen it. The Caribbean, at the time, though, it had to be absolutely filled with these stories. It was a dangerous, lawless, and wild place, and very similar in a lot of ways to the American Old West. There were dramas that could fill a book or make a movie that were taking place every day, but we'll never really know about them. But in the end, by hook or by crook, he made it to Tortuga, and when he got there, he found the island a hive of activity. The place at the time would have been packed. Every tavern and every brothel was filled with men swilling cheap rum, weak ale, and fancy Spanish wine, and every dark corner or back alley, men were speaking to each other in hushed tones, and they were all saying one thing: "Where's the Admiral headed?" For a young man with French naval experience, it wouldn't have been too difficult for Montbars to find a place in Tortuga. He would certainly have reported to the governor there. First thing, a Navy ship had been sunk, after all, with most of the crew lost, and Spain was the culprit. However, he didn't request a return to naval service. The governor likely would have offered him a choice. Either a small vessel to return him to one of the more respectable French colonies in the Lesser Antilles, or, well, in Tortuga they were fighting the war as well, but they fought it a little differently. Surrounded by the Spanish as they were, they couldn't really put a proper navy to sea. So in Tortuga they relied more on smaller craft, manned by intrepid sailors and soldiers, privateers that operated not along traditional rules, but according to their own codes. For an experienced, educated Navy officer, he would have had no problem finding a crew to join, and when he arrived there were plenty in Tortuga to choose from. Roque Basiliano had recently returned from his imprisonment in Spain, and he had been gifted a ship by the admiral of the buccaneers of Tortuga. Now, he was Dutch, not French, but he was a celebrity among the men. His raids were things of legend, and now he was back to take part in the next. Now, Daniel Montbars had probably heard of Roque Brasiliano, and likely of the dozens of other buccaneer captains in town as well. Men like Philippe Becquel, Pierre Le Picard, and Jacques Tavernier were famous French buccaneers, and there were plenty of Dutchmen in Tortuga as well. Some Dutchmen were still sailing with Captain Morgan, but Bernard Clayson Speerdijk was probably in Tortuga, as was Lawrence Prins. Now, Prins is a man to remember, as he'll soon be one of Captain Morgan's chief lieutenants, and much later in life he'll be the captain of a little ship you may have heard of called the Whydah. Now, the reason all of these pirates were in Tortuga at the same time was twofold. First, many of them had recently returned from sailing with Captain Morgan. They had been a part of that largely unsuccessful raid on Puerto de Principe. A gunfight between an English sailor under Morgan and one of their own French sailors and the Light Hall caused most of the Frenchmen to deport Captain Morgan and head back to Tortuga. Second, and perhaps the more important, was their admiral. Francois l'Olonnais was the most famous and feared pirate in the Caribbean, and he had put out the call. He was planning a raid, and all of the buccaneers of America were invited to join him. His last raid, a year prior, had been one of the most successful in history and one of the most brutal. If you don't recall, that was the raid on Maracaibo, during which l'Olonnais questioned the townspeople on the location of their treasure. He, in turn, flayed them, tied them to the rack, burnt them, and subjected one man to woolding. It's in our episode on torture, and it might be worth a listen if you have a strong stomach. Upon l'Olonnais' return, to quote Exquemelin, quote, "The whole dividend being finished, they set sail for Tortuga. Here they arrived a month after, to the great joy of most of the island, for, as to the common pirates, in 3 weeks they had scarce any money left, having spent it all in things of little value, or lost it at play. Here had arrived, not long before them, 2 French ships with wine and brandy and such like commodities, whereby these liquors, at the arrival of the pirates, were indifferent cheap. But this lasted not long, for soon after they were enhanced extremely, a gallon of brandy being sold for 4 pieces of 8. The governor of the island bought all of the pirates the whole cargo of the ship laden with cocoa, giving for that rich commodity scarce the 20th part of its worth. Thus they made shift to lose and spend all the riches they had got, in much less time than they were purchased. The taverns and stews, according to the custom of the pirates, got the greatest part, so that soon after they were forced to seek more by the same unlawful means they had got the former." End quote. So the pirates on Tortuga were restless, they were sober, and they were ready for action. And they were going out again, with more men, more ships, and larger goals in mind. Now Daniel Montbars would absolutely have known who Francois l'Olonnais was. He was the most infamous pirate in the world. His name would have been on the lips of every man and woman in the Caribbean, and probably even passed around back in Europe. As the French and Dutch crews were preparing to set out, Captain Morgan and his English buccaneers were busy looting Portobello and allegedly committing acts of barbarism, but none of those would live up to what was in store under l'Olonnais. As for Montbars, we don't know that much about his early career, after leaving the Navy at least. We know that he knew l'Olonnais and would soon find himself in command of a ship, so it's reasonable to assume that Montbars found a crew there in Tortuga and joined up. Now, we don't know whose ship it would have been. It probably wasn't the flagship carrying l'Olonnais himself, but it could have been. L'Olonnais' ship was the largest in the fleet, carrying 300 men. It was really a proper warship. There were at least 6 more ships carrying roughly 100 men each, so that's a party of more than 1,000 men. Now all of the buccaneers loaded up their powder, their shot, their guns, and their rum. They sailed over to Hispaniola, where they provisioned and then met to discuss their plans and ratify the code. Their destination on this voyage was the Spanish Main and the settlements along the Bay of Honduras, so they set sail for the Windward Passage. The fleet headed west, sticking close to Cuba's South Keys. They stopped to relieve a small village of native fishermen of all of their canoes and much of their turtle meat. When there was nothing before them but open ocean, they set course southwest for the Cayman Trench and the mainland beyond. However, deep in the ocean they were set upon by a terrible calm. Their ships were stranded in the doldrums of the Caribbean with no wind and precious little current to carry them to shore. For days they drifted, working through their rum and water and food. The current carried them towards shore, but agonizingly slowly. L'Ollonais' ship in particular hardly moved. It was the largest and the heaviest of the fleet, and he was quickly left behind. On all of the ships in the fleet, the food began to run out and hunger began to set in. Morale suffered. This is possibly when Montbars began to distinguish himself. Imagine it. An educated, eloquent, ambitious seaman on board a vessel full of thirsty and angry men. If he were interested in command, this presented the perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself with the men and turn them against their captain. After all, he should have been prepared for this eventuality. It was the captain's fault they were all suffering. But there wasn't a mutiny. Finally, the men saw land, and they made for a river mouth. Now, the first order of business would have been to drink as much water as they could and bottle a bunch of it for later. When their thirst had been quenched and the danger had passed, their bellies were still left empty, and they were nowhere near a Spanish settlement. You see, this wasn't where the fleet had intended to make landfall. It wasn't even close to their destination. The closest Spanish were days away by ship, and that was when the wind was with them. And right now, the buccaneers needed food. So they followed the river inland until they came across an Indian village. That's hundreds and hundreds of starving men, not exactly moral at the best of times, in a village housing maybe dozens. Exquemelin doesn't record any particular brutality. No torture, no rapes, no murder, and perhaps there weren't. It was food that the pirates needed, not women or plunder or violence. Exquemelin writes, quote, "They pillaged all the Indian dwellings they could find, bringing back their ships a quantity of Spanish wheat, which they call maize, together with pigs, poultry, turkey, and everything they'd been able to lay hands on. But this was still not enough to provision the buccaneers for the journey they had in mind. So they held another council and decided to wait until the bad weather had passed, in the meantime plundering all the towns and villages around the Gulf. So they cruised along the coast, seeking nothing but food and supplies. Every place they came to, they cleaned out so thoroughly the inhabitants themselves were left to go hungry, for the buccaneers devoured everything they could get hold of. They even shot the apes in the forest for food." End quote. At long last, the pirates came to a place called Puerto Cavallo. It was the first real Spanish settlement that they'd crossed, complete with warehouses full of valuable goods. The town, though, was not particularly large or well defended. There was a merchant ship in the harbor that they promptly took for their own. This is probably where Daniel Montbars gained his captaincy. We know that he was given command of a ship after distinguishing himself in battle. It's likely that L'Ollonais saw promise in the young officer with such a hatred for the Spanish and allowed him to lead the boarding party that took the Spanish vessel and make the ship his own. Now, Montbars' ship, if it was his, wasn't particularly fast, not until the buccaneers would make their modifications at least, but it was spacious and it held a total of 24 guns. By this point, the buccaneers were much more well-fed, and their appetites had turned toward other things. They went on to ransack those warehouses, burning those that held hides or other cargo not worth hauling back to their ships. Then they turned to the town and the townspeople. They cleared the houses of valuables and then burned them. The people were rounded up and questioned by L'Ollonais personally. He inflicted, quote, every torment imaginable, end quote, including lashing, burning, wounding, and what appears to have been his favorite torture at the time, the rack. He flayed them bit by bit, asking after hidden valuables, troop movements, directions to richer halls. He was particularly interested in guides to the nearby town of San Pedro. In Exquemelin's words, quote,
When Lolone had a victim on the rack, if the wretch did not instantly answer his questions, he would hack the man to pieces with his cutlass and lick the blood from his blade with his tongue, wishing it might have been the last Spaniard in the world he had thus killed. At last, some poor soul agreed to guide the buccaneers to San Pedro. Lolone took with him 300 men and left the rest to hold Puerto Cavallo under the command of one Moise van Wyn. A few miles down the road, the buccaneers were set upon by a Spanish ambush. The Spanish had positioned themselves behind the ambuscades and begun firing. The buccaneers did fire back, but this was a hard-fought battle. It appears that the Spanish now knew they were coming. In the end, though, the buccaneers flung fire pots and grenades at the Spanish until the surviving Spaniards fled into the jungle. Lolone ordered any soldiers that his men could capture brought before him. He questioned his prisoners in the usual way. He asked them if there were any more Spaniards lying in wait along the road. There were. He asked if there were any way around them, another route. The Spanish didn't know of any. Lolone killed the first person he questioned, and then he went on to question another, and then another. According to Extermination, when no one could tell him of another route, quote, Lolone, being possessed of a devil's fury, ripped open one of the prisoners with his cutlass, tore the living heart out of his body, gnawed at it, and then hurled it in the face of one of the others, saying, "Show me another way, or I will do the same to you." End quote. Were I in their shoes, I would promise to show the pirate another way, which the Spanish did, but to no avail. There was no other way through the jungle. Lolone, in his fury, screamed, "Mort Dieu, les Espagnols me la paieront." By God's death, the Spaniards shall pay me for this. There may not have been a way round the Spanish ambuscades, but Lolone and his buccaneers now knew that they were waiting for them. The next day, they met the Spanish again and attacked so fiercely that the Spanish fled. The day after that, there was another ambush. This time, Lolone ordered no quarter given, and that every Spaniard there be hunted down and killed. These orders were carried out in full. At last, the buccaneers reached San Pedro. The Spanish were waiting there, and they were finally well prepared. The road was blocked behind men hidden behind ambuscades, and all of the other routes to the city were blocked by prickly pear, like the cactus. That was apparently enough to stop these buccaneers. That's at least what Extermination tells us. Now, it wasn't too much of a problem either way. Despite those Spanish fortifications and the heavy cannon that they had, the buccaneers were just better shots and more experienced soldiers. By the time evening fell, the city was theirs. San Pedro's fate was much the same as Puerto Cavallo or Puerto Principe or Campeche or Maracaibo. The town was ransacked, goods were stolen, churches defiled, women raped, men killed, and people of all stripes were tortured for hours before being finally, mercifully murdered. And I don't mean to minimize what happened to the people there, but this was becoming a pattern that the Spanish were going to have to do something about, and quickly. However, once the buccaneers, under Francois Lolone, had their pockets full, they put the city to the torch and burned it to the ground. They returned to Puerto Cavallo on the coast. The men that they had left there told them of a few natives that they had captured, and their news that a Spanish treasure ship was headed for the mouth of a nearby river. So the pirates sailed to an island near that river and careened their ships. For a time, the buccaneers hunted turtles and searched the coastline for ambergris. For a few paragraphs in his book, Extermination goes on to postulate his theory on exactly where ambergris comes from. He goes on to claim that he believes it comes from beehives knocked into the ocean. And then he goes on to discuss the natives that lived in that region, their customs. Now, most of what he says is inaccurate and deeply racist, but some of it is worth mentioning. I'm going to read 2 short snippets to give you an idea what it's like. quote, "It is a matter of admiration how they use a child newly born. As soon as it comes into the world, they carry it to the temple. Here they make a hole, which they fill with ashes only, on which they place the child naked, leaving it there a whole night alone, not without great danger, nobody daring to come near it. Meanwhile, the temple is open on all sides, that all sorts of beasts may freely come in and out. Next day, the father and relations of the infant return to see if the track or step of any animal appears in the ashes. Not finding any, they leave the child there till some beast has approached the infant, and left behind the marks of his feet. To this animal, whatsoever it be, they consecrate the creature newly born, as to its God, which he is bound to worship all his life, esteeming the said beast his patron and protector." He goes on, "After this superstitious and idolatrous manner lie those miserable and ignorant Indians that inhabit the islands of the Gulf of Honduras." End quote. There is another story, exempted from some of the earlier editions of the Buccaneers of America, of a Spaniard that lived for a time with the natives. He took his pleasure with a young woman there. Exquemelin then adds, quote, "if one may call this pleasure," end quote. And then one day the Spaniard found this woman missing. When he finally tracked her down, he found her mid-coitus with a lion, which was apparently her patron animal. All of this was definitely true and obviously the work of Satan. But back to L'Ollonais and the Buccaneers. The ship they were waiting for had finally arrived, but they had been warned ahead of time of the Buccaneers' presence. She had already unloaded all of her valuable cargo and put on some 42 guns and 130 soldiers. The pirates engaged in a heated battle with this Spanish man-of-war, but to no avail. Finally, though, they sent over 4 canoes filled with men that rowed silently to the larger ship, boarded her, and captured her. When the Buccaneers saw the paltry prize that they had won, they were sorely disappointed. It was mostly reams of iron and paper, nothing really valuable at all. So they held another council, but many of the smaller crews decided to depart. There were those who, quote, "imagined at their setting forth from Tortuga that pieces of 8 were gathered as easy as pears from a tree," end quote. This was probably where Daniel Montbars departed L'Ollonais. He became infamous for his raids along the Spanish Main, namely along the Mosquito Coast and down into Panama. And he wasn't alone. Buccaneer crews after this spread far and wide, and for a few months nowhere in the Caribbean was safe from their torments. But L'Ollonais himself was less fortunate. His ship was too large and too heavy to make it back to Tortuga, probably because it was manned by buccaneers who were unfamiliar with the operation of such a large vessel. So the ship limped along the coast until running aground at Cabo Gracia a Dios. His men decided to tear their ship apart after it had run aground to construct smaller craft that they could successfully sail home. But then things began to go amiss. One day, 2 men went into the jungle to hunt for food. A few hours later, one man came running back to the camp, screaming of being set upon in the wilderness by terrible creatures. His companion was never seen again. Well, not all of him. That night, the Buccaneers saw the light of a huge fire deep within the jungle. The next day, a party of well-armed men went there to find the source of the fire and, hopefully, their compatriot. What they found was a pile of still smoldering ashes and a severed hand, charred, missing 3 fingers. A few weeks later, they happened to come across a few natives who they took back to their ships. The Buccaneers had 1 or 2 Indians with them that they hoped could translate for these natives, but the 2 groups couldn't understand one another. The Frenchmen gifted these natives they had come across with knives and axes, which the Indians gladly accepted, but when offered fruit, they recoiled. So these Indians were freed and sent home, but it wasn't the last time that L'Ollonais would see them. They stayed on the beach there in their camp for some months and built a small craft that could get them to the mainland and hopefully a ship that could carry all the buccaneers home. L'Ollonais took a few trusted men and sailed towards the native village, hoping to either trade for or steal a vessel. Exquemelin writes of the events that followed much more eloquently than I could hope to. Quote, "Here that ill fortune assailed him, which of long time had been reserved for him as a punishment due to the multitude of horrible crimes committed in his licentious and wicked life. Here he met with both Spaniards and Indians, who jointly setting upon him and his companions, the greatest part of the pirates were killed on the place. L'Ollonais, with those that remained alive, had much ado to escape aboard their boats. Yet, notwithstanding this great loss, he resolved not to return to those he had left at the Isle of Pertas without taking some boats such as he looked for. To this effect he determined to go on to the coast of Cartagena, but God Almighty, the time of his divine justice being now come, had appointed the Indians of Darien to be the instruments and executioners thereof. These Indians of Darien are esteemed as bravos, or wild savage Indian, by the neighboring Spaniards, who never could civilize them. Hither L'Ollonais came, brought by his evil conscience that cried for punishment, thinking to act his cruelties, but the Indians within a few days after his arrival took him prisoner, and tore him in pieces alive, throwing his body limb by limb into the fire and his ashes into the air, that no trace or memory might remain of such an infamous, inhuman creature. One of his companions gave me an exact account of this tragedy, affirming that himself had escaped the same punishment with the greatest difficulty. He believed also that many of his comrades who were taken in that encounter by the Indians were, as their cruel captain, torn in pieces and burnt alive. Thus ends the history, the life, and miserable death of that infernal wretch, L'Ollonais, who, full of horrid, execrable, and enormous deeds, and debtor to so much innocent blood, died by cruel and butcherly hands, such as his own were in the course of his life." End quote. I love this rendition of the death of Francois L'Ollonais. I love the sound of it. I love that old-world mentality with almost biblical prose. Of course, it's almost certainly completely false. We need to take this account, much like we take all of Exquemelin, with a huge grain of salt. But this in particular, I mean, how would a Dutchman that was not on this expedition have any idea what actually happened to Francois L'Ollonais in that Central American jungle? He says he heard it from one guy that managed to escape these murderous heathen Indians, but I find that difficult to believe. Now, some accounts, later accounts, go on to say that these natives were cannibals, that they actually feasted on L'Ollonais' body. For sure, yeah, that's possible, but then again, how would Exquemelin know? More to the point, wouldn't that, for a man that licked his blade clean of his victim's blood and actually bit into the heart of one Spaniard only a few days before, wouldn't that be just an absolutely unbelievably fitting end? This cannibal heathen pirate was himself hunted by a group of heathen cannibals and destroyed. This is a very medieval style tale, giving your villain a death so perfect that it enforces the belief that God is watching your every move and will punish you accordingly. Now, L'Ollonais, regardless of how it happened, was most certainly dead, but it seems more likely that he was shot or contracted a disease or something much less impressive than what we're told. But that doesn't make for the best story, and it certainly doesn't sell books. A poetic death at the hands of those he had so brutalized, that's something people love to hear. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien said that the defining element of a fairy tale was the happy ending. It's what differentiates it from tragedy or comedy. It's a story where good prevails in the end and evil is defeated. And the death of Francois L'Ollonais certainly seems to qualify as a fairy tale. His death, whatever the circumstances, left a vacuum in the Caribbean. He had been the greatest of the buccaneers, and now that leadership was gone. But back in Port Royal, the English were drinking and feasting and celebrating their richest victory yet. The buccaneers of America took notice, and soon they would all come to follow Captain Henry Morgan to even greater heights. Next week, we're going to return, at long last, to Captain Morgan. After his raid on Portobello, there was an elated mood in Port Royal, but it was soon to find itself diminished because of a ship known as the Oxford. When Captain Morgan and his buccaneers returned from their raid on Portobello in the late summer of 1668, they found their world once again a very different place. This time it wasn't only Port Royal, it wasn't only the Caribbean, but the balance of power back in Europe had shifted once again and was still changing in ways that would directly impact the English privateers. All across the globe, the scales of power were shifting. On the European continent, the fallout from the 30 Years' War was still ongoing, and that strained Peace of Westphalia was set to break. Now, they were mostly, if not entirely, holding to the peace, but those tensions were playing out largely in the Caribbean through trade wars, piracy, and even occasionally open naval warfare. In the Caribbean, people were even beginning to fight amongst themselves. Now, once upon a time, all of the powers that weren't Spanish had worked together. All of these allies in the 30 Years' War, that is, England and France and the Dutch Republic and Sweden, well, they all collaborated to wrest control of the New World from Spain. But now that the Spanish Empire was weak, that collaboration was no longer useful. These allies were now like a pack of hungry dogs, growling at each other over the corpse of Spain's empire, and occasionally they would bite. This is episode number 27, Wickedness. Now, 2 years prior, before Morgan and his men had set out for Portobello, a group of settlers from the island of Bermuda had moved and settled down to an empty little island in the Bahamas. 175 years before that, Christopher Columbus had scouted the island on his first voyage to the New World. In 25 years, that same island and most of the other Bahamian islands nearby had been completely depopulated of the native population by disease, war, and slavery. For 150 years, this tiny little island had lain empty. It was really a true wilderness. It was that state of untouched wild that made it especially attractive to these Bermudian settlers. It wasn't the natural beauty they were after, though the island certainly had that in abundance. No, it was the massive populations of sea turtles and fish and wildlife that had flourished due to a lack of natural predators. It was the wonderful soil that could provide them with farms and food, and it was also the untold riches in ambergris that had washed up on the shore. It was the trees that they could cut for timber and dyes and medicines. But more than anything else, it was the island's remote nature. This tiny little island was far from any other human habitation. The closest island to them had once housed an English colony, but that had been abandoned long before. Their closest neighbors, when they moved there of any real consequence, were more than 100 miles away. More to the point, the closest English colony was even farther away, in Jamaica, and they had about as little to do with England as these new Bermudian colonists did. See, these colonists were refugees of a sort. They were staunch Republicans from the Cromwell era that had fled England after the restoration of the Stuart monarchy back there in England, and they believed in things like self-governance and the rule of law, religious freedom, and equal rights. Now, in this day, back in England, the merry monarch, King Charles II, was making a mockery of all of those values, and these colonists wanted to escape the long arm of his growing empire. For a time, on this tiny little Bahamian island, they lived in peace, but not for long. Representatives from the East India Company came to the island to see what these people were about. If the island could be made profitable with the proper application of slavery and sugar plantations, they would. Soon after that, King Charles sent a governor to the island to oversee the transition. The population was probably distressed by the news, and they would have watched his ships approach warily. Imagine their surprise, though, when his ship crashed into the rocks surrounding their harbor and began to slowly sink into the water of their bay. Then, imagine their disappointment when the new governor, an official representative of the king that they had traveled so far to escape, made his way to shore completely unharmed. He claimed, when he crawled out of the ocean, that his survival was God's will, an act of providence, if you like. He declared the island, appropriately, Providence, and to avoid confusion with the old English colony, they called it New Providence Island. There was another perk to living on New Providence Island. That nearby island that had been abandoned, called Eleuthera, had been attacked by the Spanish years before. There were a few men mad enough to stay there that made their living mostly as scavengers and occasionally pirates. These few adventurous men that stayed there stayed because, well, the waters in that part of the Caribbean were, and still are, notoriously difficult to navigate for anybody that doesn't know them well. The trade winds that were bringing ships in from Europe and Africa would frequently carry the ships right into the Bahamas, and sometimes any ship's captain that was foolish enough to try and navigate them would sink, and those ships would leave their cargo on the shallow sea floor. Those Eleutherian scavengers, and then the settlers on New Providence, were known to salvage that cargo and sell it to the highest bidder. Sometimes they were known to fight off any official salvage operation and take the goods for themselves, and sometimes they were even known to kill any survivors of those wrecked ships to ensure that the word never reached their superiors of the ship's fate. Now, when Captain Morgan arrived at home in Port Royal, he would likely have heard about this little island cropping up in the Bahamas and what was happening there, but at the time it was still of very little consequence to him. His first order of business was to see that his cargo was unloaded and that his men were properly paid. As soon as his men began unloading their cargo, everyone, from the harbor master to the doxies, would have known what a rich haul it was. As each of those doxies tried to catch one of the buccaneers' eyes, they would have seen the fat purses and heard the jingle of hard coin. If not that, the men themselves were likely boasting of the riches that they had won. Word was spreading quickly. Merchants and rum-mongers and more prostitutes would have been flooding the dock. As boys ran back to town to tell the news that Morgan and his men had arrived, the taverns would have started preparing their wares, the gaming tables were assuring that their dice were properly loaded, and the women that were attractive or skilled enough to afford a room would be applying just a touch of rouge. By the time the ships were finally unloaded and Morgan himself had begun the trek to the governor's manor, Port Royal would have been a bustle of activity. These men would have been well into their cups, or into a lady's embrace by this point. Probably both. Their purses, even this soon after arriving back in town, would have been significantly lighter, and a fortune was already flowing into Port Royal. You see, this was probably the richest haul that Port Royal had yet seen, and it was the first of any consequence in more than a year. The truly great prizes being taken recently had all been taken by French buccaneers under L'Ollonais, and all of that money went back to Tortuga. For Morgan to have commanded this expedition was a huge boost to his fame and to his renown, and, although nobody knew it yet, L'Ollonais and Tortuga's days were both numbered. As Morgan made his way through the narrow and cramped streets of Port Royal, women of every race and disposition would have leaned from their windows to call to him. Now, he was a married man, and he fancied himself an English gentleman, so he wasn't taking part. The sounds coming from all of those windows that a lady wasn't leaning out of would have assured him that his men were. In his book Empire of Blue Water, Stephen Talty gives a brief and honestly beautiful description of the city. He writes, quote, Port Royal was now known as the undisputed western capital of sin. Priests sent to the country reported back on, he quotes another source here, the torrent of wickedness and vice rushing through its streets. Back to Talty. The thousands of pounds worth of illicit goods the privateers brought with them would only accelerate this process. Port Royal was now the biggest, wickedest, richest, and most populous city in English America." End quote. He then goes on to tell the tale of one Mary Carleton. Now, it's rare that we get a detailed account of the women that populated the brothels of Port Royal, or really of any city at the time. And although her person and her story are both extraordinary, it does tell us of how she arrived in Jamaica, and I think can tell us a bit about the type of people, other than the buccaneers, that populated the island. Mary Carleton, well, first off, she must have been a woman of unparalleled beauty and intelligence and cunning. Her first husband was a shoemaker, a cobbler, there in England. They had 2 children, but both of them died in infancy. So, Mary Carleton skipped town on her husband and married what would be her second husband, a surgeon. When she was found out, she had her first brush with the law, and on the charge of bigamy she faced trial. It wouldn't be her last. She fled after the trial to Cologne, in Germany, where she caught the eye of a young nobleman. Now this nobleman lavished gifts upon her, and asked again and again for her hand in marriage. The gifts themselves grew richer, and his proposals more insistent. Then in 1663 she escaped once again. This time she fled to London, and this time with all of that extravagant German jewelry. She must have picked up a fair bit of the German language as well, and a convincing accent. She began to frequent taverns, in particular an establishment called the Exchange, and she passed herself off as Princess von Walway. The princess's story was truly one of woe. Her father, the powerful Lord Henry von Walway, was pressing her to marry a horrible man, so she fled to London, where she hoped to find a man worthy of her hand in marriage. All of the best lies have a kernel of truth, and this one does the same. She wasn't a princess, of course, but she had fled Germany to escape the unwanted proposals of a man. But imagine her performance. She was a beautiful young woman, sitting alone in a tavern at an empty table. She would have had no shortage of men eager to speak to her. Then, in that German accent, with just a hint of regal nature and a shy unwillingness to come forward. The gentleman would likely buy her a drink or two, and a tear would slip from the Princess von Walway's eye, a muffled sob, and then her story in broken English would begin to come forth. Imagine the pity these men must have felt for this princess, penniless, all alone in a foreign land, certainly enough to offer her just a few coins or maybe a glittering trinket. Now, in the end, she married the tavern keeper's brother-in-law. It wasn't to last, though. An anonymous letter arrived at the happy husband's door, informing him that the Princess Maria von Walway was really Mary the con artist. She was arrested once again for bigamy, but the letter was dubious in nature, and she argued that she really was a German princess. This was exactly the kind of scandal that London society at the time loved. This was a beautiful young noblewoman in chains, held unjustly against her will due to the lies spread to discredit her, or, conversely, a conniving harlot behind bars that duped some poor fool into marrying her, guilty of bigamy and theft time and time again. Her trial there in London became a circus. It was attended by the highest members of the London elite. It was attended by the members of the London press and as many people as the courtroom would hold. It was, for a few days, the biggest story in England, and everyone had an opinion as to her guilt or innocence. The man who was the head of the Navy, Samuel Pepys, firmly believed in the Princess Maria. He even went so far as to visit her in prison and argued for her publicly. The trial, though, quickly devolved into something altogether different.
If another woman, perhaps a less beautiful woman, had committed the crime of bigamy, she would be convicted, either serve a sentence or pay a fine. Boom, case closed, over and done. But this was a beautiful young woman that sold papers and moved pamphlets and plays. She hadn't only, allegedly, committed bigamy, she had impersonated a person of noble birth. This was sensationalist journalism of the highest order, almost modern journalism. In the end, the Princess Maria von Walloway was acquitted and allowed to go about her way. For a time, she capitalized on her fame. She penned and starred in a play. She wrote her own pamphlets and was the toast of London. As you might expect, she had more than a few admirers. They all offered her gifts, but one of them offered her his hand in marriage, and she accepted. Now, many stories would end right here. They lived happily ever after. But this guy, come on. He is marrying a woman who is famous for, allegedly, impersonating a princess to con men into marrying her. He's practically begging to be played. Imagine his surprise when he woke up in a drunken stupor one morning to find that Mary and her maid had absconded with all of his money, all of his plate, all of the valuables in the house, and his keys to boot. For the next couple of years, Mary Carleton changed up her act. She left Maria von Walloway by the wayside. She was not a princess, but she would change to be a rich heiress, fleeing an unpleasant marriage, and she duped man after man, stealing all she could, with her dutiful maid as an accomplice. Her story continued to vary, and she went after smaller marks to keep the heat down, but finally the law did catch up with her again. She was quickly, this time, convicted and sent on a penal ship to the faraway colonial holding on Jamaica. If she planned to find a new life there, she would have been disabused of that notion quickly. You see, she was famous all throughout the empire, even as far away as Jamaica, and the dockside thronged with admirers, even, on occasion, acquaintances, even, on more than a few occasions, former accomplices. You see, Jamaica was now the home of the cream of the English underworld. They were congregating in Port Royal, and finally, Mary Carleton had come to join them. Unfortunately for Mary, she would have found a lot less opportunity in Jamaica. The only men of any real means there knew her for who she was. But she found that if she couldn't defraud men of their coin, there were other means of getting it. As Captain Morgan walked by the brothels lining Port Royal's winding, tiny streets, he may have heard Mary Carleton earning a living with one of his men, and perhaps he thought of the words attributed to one of Mary Carleton's many biographers. Quote, "A stout frigate she was, or else she never could have endured so many batteries and assaults. A woman of unexampled modesty, if she may be her own herald, but she was as common as a barber's chair. No sooner was one man out, but another was in. Cunning, crafty, subtle, and hot in the pursuit of her intended designs." End quote. Mary Carleton wasn't to end her life in the brothels of Port Royal. She would con her way back into England and disappear into the mists of history. But Captain Morgan, leaving the brothels and the shops of Kill Devil behind, would have continued on into what passed for Port Royal's economic district, their merchant hub. There you could find shops selling everything that a buccaneer could possibly need. There were distillers selling their rum, to be sure. There would have been cobblers selling boots and sandals. There were butchers, grocers, clothiers, hatters, haberdashers, and, of course, blacksmiths. The blacksmiths would have been forging knives for work on board a ship, and the crude machetes that passed for cutlasses in the New World. These shops sold all that a pirate might need, and certainly relied on the flood of gold that the buccaneers brought in, but
The buccaneers weren't the only revenue stream available to these merchants. Those distillers sold the kind of rot-gut rum that the buccaneers preferred, but they also sold the aged and spice varieties, as well as imported European wine. Those same cobblers that sold the pirates their boots and sandals also sold ladies' slippers and gentlemen's shoes. The blacksmiths sold not only crude blades, but farm implements, tools, construction equipment, and the more elegant blades reserved for the more wealthy or influential. You see, it was here in this district that the lowlives of Port Royal could mingle with what passed for Jamaican high society. Farmers, merchants, pastors, officers, and officials came here, as did their families. It was a place where wives and daughters, accompanied by husbands, fathers, or at the very least a stout servant entrusted with her protection, would come to shop, come to mingle, and perhaps catch a glimpse of one of these rogues. It was a place also where one of those rogues, flush with cash and, hopefully, freshly bathed, might be able to entice one of those ladies to sneak off with him. That would be a dicey proposition, and unlikely to succeed, but pirates were notorious gamblers. However, if the lady's guardian didn't catch them, one of the myriad shopkeepers or one of their guards were likely to. This district wasn't just merchants and their shops, though. There were warehouses as well, not the dockside variety, but those of the English and Jewish merchants on the island, as well as probably a clandestine Dutch West India Company warehouse. Now these would have been bustling with activity as well, mostly sending representatives to the docks to see just what the pirate crews had brought to town. Now Port Royal may have been the most sinful of England's New World cities, but by this time, some 12 years after the English and Captain Morgan had come to the island, the old Spanish capital of Jamaica, Villa de la Vega, was being rebuilt and was re-inhabited. The English called it Spanish Town, and it was a refuge for the less seedy, more cultured of the island's residents. The Assembly and Governor Moody Ford lived and met in Spanish Town. The old Jewish families of Jamaica largely lived there as well, though their interests were still in Port Royal. Certainly, all of the plantations that were on Jamaica were centered around Spanish Town, and even Captain Morgan's own home was there. He may have been the pirate lord of the Caribbean, but he owned a sugar plantation, he had a wife and a family to take care of as well. Now, Spanish Town was certainly Morgan's eventual destination. He would have been expected to debrief the governor upon his return, and was likely eager to see his wife and children. Now, if Morgan had been carrying serious news, he would have gone directly to the governor's manor, but he wasn't, so it was likely he went home first. His wife, Elizabeth, and their children, along with Morgan's several cousins that were living there on Jamaica, would have greeted him in that warm but severely proper fashion of the old world British. But in the end, the governor was still waiting, and the Morgans were expected for dinner that evening. Around the table, Admiral Morgan would have regaled the company with the tales of his exploits, excluding the more vivid descriptions of his voyage. This was exactly the type of swashbuckling adventure that, well, Disney loves to tell, full of heroic acts, dashing charm, and English courage. This would entertain everyone at the table without offending the sensitive ears of the women and children, while still giving the governor and any other officials present time to mull over what had happened on Morgan's voyage. Now, after dinner, the men would retire to the parlor for rum and cigars, and, more importantly, to talk seriously of what had really happened on Morgan's voyage. All of the death and the carnage of the raid on Portobello would have been shared, all of the spoils taken, and the cost incurred. Especially of interest to this crowd were the possible diplomatic effects of the voyage. See, the situation in Europe, and to a lesser extent in the Caribbean, had changed once again. Morgan himself was actually a factor in some of these changes this time, but this was his first chance to learn of how things now stood. When the buccaneers had left for their raid, the English were still embroiled in the Second Anglo-Dutch War, and King Charles had actually ordered Governor Modyford to focus any privateer actions on Dutch colonies in the Caribbean. The buccaneers, though, saw things differently, as usual, and they attacked the Spanish, as usual. Now, they weren't instrumental to the conflict, but their obstinacy must have annoyed the king. The Dutch went on to attack the English at the naval battle of Medway, and then the English attacked a French naval squadron in the Caribbean at the Battle of Martinique. At the time, the French and the Dutch were allied. This was actually a fairly major class, though still very gentlemanly in execution, and altogether not how the Jamaicans did things. In the end, all of the belligerents signed a treaty, granting the English holdings in the Spice Islands to the Dutch, and the Dutch colony of New Netherland to the English. The capital at New Amsterdam was renamed New York in honor of the Duke of York, and the Second Anglo-Dutch War was ended. Now this would all probably have been news to Morgan, but more to the point was the new war. You see, the Sun King, Louis XIV of France, was pushing his weight around back in Europe, and now England and the Netherlands and even Spain were at war with France. Now history would call this the War of Devolution, due to King Louis's assertion that his wife's claim on the Spanish Netherlands had devolved to her despite her having given it up. The reality was that King Louis finally wanted to put on his big boy pants and decided to invade a country or two. Now, King Louis wasn't a soldier, and he wasn't a commander. His generals made all of the decisions on the battlefield. However, Louis did bring his press corps with him to chronicle all of his great deeds, though there really weren't any, and to paint him looking heroic on battlefields that his men had died to secure. The rest of Europe, though, wasn't having any of this, and they all allied to knock King Louis down a peg or two. This is just another European war. They had a lot of these during the 17th and 18th centuries, and as yet, it's not important to our story. Now, Captain Morgan and Governor Modyford weren't concerned with European kings and their squabbles. To them, Spain was still the real enemy. They were still somewhere amassing the windward fleet to attack them. That is, unless those squabbles of European kings somehow impacted them. And this one, as it turned out, was about to. At first, in what would seem like a big impact, but as Henry Morgan would eventually discover, the war would impact him personally in ways he would not see coming. But that's for the future. Meantime, that head naval official back in England, Samuel Pepys, was busy building up England's navy. He was responsible for the massive ships of the line being built and the newly regimented naval squadrons being put to sea. As a consequence to all of this naval buildup, the English had quite a few older warships sitting around that they could use to bolster defenses on some of their smaller colonies. Jamaica, the governor had learned, was going to be the new port of call of one of these ships, the Oxford. The communique from England read, the Oxford was gifted to Modyford, quote, for the defense of His Majesty's plantation of Jamaica and suppressing the insolence of privateers upon the coast, end quote. That wasn't exactly what Modyford or Morgan had in mind. You see, the governor had no navy. They had no shipyard in Jamaica. What they did have was that ragtag group of buccaneers that knew how to sail. But they didn't sail in defense. With the threat of Spain looming, the governor and Morgan agreed that the best defense was a good offense, and another strike against Spain was called for. So, once his men were rested, Morgan was to sail again and prepare another attack on Spain. It wouldn't be long before his men were ready to sail. It was said of the buccaneers, and this really rings true for pirates of all ages, quote, a cask of rum, a deck of cards or a dice box, an opulent harlot with skilled caresses, and these rascals, devils to the Spaniards, became children to be gulled in expert hands. End quote. Once their money ran out, and The prostitutes had no more interest to them, and then their debtors started looking for repayment. All of the buccaneers were once again ready to sail. Hopefully, Morgan had a few days to spend with his family in peace, but soon the fleet was once again anchored off Cow Island, waiting for other buccaneer crews to join them. The ships began to trickle in. It was the usual mix of Englishmen, French, Dutch, runaway slaves, and Indians. There were escaped indentured servants or former Navy officers. There were the sons of disgraced noblemen and the sons of prostitutes. What they were wasn't important. Now they were free men. Well, for the most part, they were free. One French crew in the fleet wasn't so lucky. After a few days at anchor, a warship sailed into view. It was a 300-ton fifth-rate frigate that carried 34 guns and a crew of 160 men. Now, compared to the first and second-rate ships of the line, this frigate wasn't much, but it was a real English man-of-war, not some leaky, converted Spanish merchant ship. Now, the ship flew English colors. It was, at last, the Oxford. However, it wasn't yet to become Morgan's flagship. Her master, one Captain Collier, informed Morgan, who was his admiral, that he had been sent by Governor Modiford on an important assignment. One of the French ships in the fleet at Cow Island was accused of piracy against an English ship, and the crew had to be brought back to Port Royal for trial. There is some question of the legitimacy of this claim. The captain of the French vessel certainly denied the charges, but facing down the Oxford, he really couldn't argue too forcefully, so the crew of his ship was taken back to Port Royal and tried on charges of high-seas piracy. They were then convicted and sentenced to execution. They didn't hang, though. The governor commuted their sentence, but he still commandeered their vessel, La Cerf Volant. All of this rings false to me for a number of reasons. You see, La Cerf Volant was one of the best ships among the French buccaneers in Morgan's fleet. It carried 24 cannon and a total of 12 brass swivel guns. After it had been commandeered, it was rechristened the Satisfaction and put under command of Captain Collier, the very man that had captured her. Remember, right now, England was embroiled in that war of devolution against France. The buccaneers essentially operated outside of these petty national rivalries, but the French governor of Tortuga couldn't exactly lodge a complaint against Modiford. After all, the diplomatic channels were limited in a time of war, and a charge of piracy was still entirely possible. It seems likely, though, to me, that Modiford was committing an act of officially sanctioned piracy, claiming the best French ship in Morgan's fleet for Jamaica in a time when France couldn't really do anything about it. So the Oxford sailed in the company of the new ship the Satisfaction for Cow Island and the buccaneer fleet of Captain Morgan. When they arrived, the command of the Oxford was given over to Captain Morgan, and the captains of all the crews and attendants gathered on board the Oxford to discuss their plans. It was here they likely found out about the death, or at least the disappearance, of Francois l'Olonnais. The implication wouldn't have been lost on Morgan. He was now, ostensibly, the ranking pirate in the Caribbean. First up, though, were the formalities, the ratification of the code. They were the usual terms, and Morgan was once again voted commander-in-chief of the operation. Then they got down to brass tacks. Where exactly were they going to attack? The usual suggestions were bandied about. Havana, Santo Domingo, Campeche, maybe. But no, Captain Morgan had a better plan. There was a place through which most of the Inca silver flowed on the Spanish Main. It was well defended, but not as strongly as Havana. It was Cartagena. With the Oxford and the Satisfaction, the buccaneers had enough strength to sail on Cartagena in force. It was rich, it was fat, and it was not expecting a raid on the scale Morgan had in mind. The captains all agreed. It was, in truth, a splendid target. So every man in the fleet, every one of the captains, signed his name to the plan, and they all retired to Captain Morgan's cabin on the Oxford to open a cask of rum, and toast their next expedition. Exquemelin, or at least his later English translators, says that the pirates drank to the health of the King of England, which I truly doubt was the case, but it sure sold Morgan as the kind of English hero that the publishers wanted him to be. Then the author goes on, quote, "The buccaneer captains toasted their good success and fired off salvos. The gentlemen made merry in the poop, and the men did the same in the forecastle. But when they were in the height of their joy, events swiftly changed to a sorrowful conclusion. For, as the festive guns were being fired, some sparks landed in the gunpowder, and the ship blew up with 300 Englishmen on board." End quote. Exquemelin, as usual, gets a number of the facts wrong in his account. He claimed that their destination was an island that was expecting a Spanish treasure fleet, which it wasn't. He calls the pirates gentlemen, which they weren't. And he goes on to say that all of the officers survived. But they didn't. In the cabin, while they were drinking to their future success, Morgan didn't sit at the head of the table as you might expect. He sat on the starboard side of the table. On his side, he shared it with Captains Collier, a man named Captain Brown, and John Morris the elder. On the opposite side of the table sat Captains Bigford, Whiting, Thornbury, Aylett, and John Morris the younger. When the magazine exploded, all of the men in the great cabin were launched into the air. The men on Morgan's side of the table were thrown into the water, surrounded by falling flaming debris. Those on the opposite side, though, were struck by the falling mainmast, or else flung deeper into the burning and quickly sinking vessel. Immediately, the other ships in the fleet sent out boats to rescue any survivors they could find. Of the regular crew, only 2 cabin boys are mentioned in the histories. They also pulled out Captains Collier and Brown. They pulled out John Morris the elder, who was one of Morgan's earliest lieutenants. His son, unfortunately, was not rescued. Then, after some panic and frantic searching, they spotted a bleeding Captain Morgan and pulled him into their boat. He was dazed and he was losing blood, but he was still breathing. The same cannot be said for the other 300 men on board the Oxford. Their job now was to rescue any men they could, salvage any guns or goods they could from the Oxford, and then they realized that without their largest warship, they were going to need to come up with an entirely new plan. Because their original plan had quite literally gone up in flames, nobody knew where the pirates were going to go, and so the Spanish were unable to anticipate. There was a man who was, at this point, on the hunt for Captain Morgan, now the most famous and feared buccaneer in the Caribbean, and he would track down Captain Morgan at his next destination. Next time, we're going to follow in the footsteps of that Spanish officer on his hunt for Captain Henry Morgan. If we're not careful, the story of Captain Morgan could get a bit repetitive. We're getting close to the end, but before we get there, I wanted to look at the story today through a different set of eyes. I'm going to try something a little bit outside of the norm, and I hope you enjoy it. If you do, let me know, and if you don't, also, please, let me know. This is episode number 28, Deception. The Spanish were taught from a very young age of the debauchery inherent to the Lutherans. They were told that the Dutch, the Protestant Germans, and the English were all heretics, scoundrels, and pirates. The English were said to be the worst of the lot. They had discarded the word of God and the true faith to wallow in sin and depravity. They were a nation of whores and robbers, pirates, brigands, drunkards, and rogues. That was what Spanish children were taught about the English in school. Now, an educated Spaniard, a soldier, and a sailor who had seen more of the world would know better. He would have spent time in, say, the Spanish Netherlands and met many Dutch men and women. He would have seen their culture and the beauty inherent in it. He would have accepted the surrender of many an honorable English sea captain, and even, on occasion, accepted defeat from one of them as well. He would have seen the English as adversaries, to be sure, but not devils. However, in the case of one Spanish captain, far from home, on the island of Jamaica, in the city the English called Port Royal, all of those childhood prejudices would have come flooding back. The whole town smelt of rum and waste and filth. The buildings, those not built by the Spanish, were little more than shacks or tents. The filthy, narrow streets were flooded with stinking, drunken Englishmen. They were stumbling and cursing, vomiting and brawling everywhere this particular Spaniard would have looked. There were muggings and stabbings, murders, all done right before his eyes. The bodies left on the street were picked clean by men who were looking for valuables, and then by dogs who were looking for dinner. Presumably, someone would eventually come and dispose of the body. The Spaniard in question was horrified at the sight of so much casual violence and debauchery. He was horrified as well at the women leaning from alleyways or windows with their breasts exposed that were calling to him. He was horrified and admittedly tempted. Spain, of course, was not without prostitutes, but this Spaniard had never seen so brazen a display, such wanton sluttery paraded about. There was no sense of modesty or propriety. But what horrified him perhaps most of all, and surprised him more than anything else, was the religion practiced in Port Royal. This was a devout Catholic Spaniard, but he had visited Dutch churches, he had met with French Calvinists, and even seen Anglican services on the battlefield. They were heretics, sure, and spit in the face of His Eminence the Pope, but not in the face of God himself. These men, however, these Lutheran corsairs, were something altogether different. There was no service held at their local church. The old Spanish building had been converted into a brothel. The only minister he had seen attempting to spread the word of God was actively laughed at and harassed by these scoundrels. Even Jews were permitted to practice openly, without a hint of shame. In fact, here in Jamaica they were treated with respect, and the pirates stepped wide to avoid offending them. What kind of place had this Spaniard come to where Jews were accepted and Christians, albeit Protestant heretics, disregarded God altogether? At all of this he was horrified, but he did not show it. He sat on a stool in an open-air rum sink. There was a canopy of palm leaves that broke the heat of the sun, and the sea breeze carried away some of the stink of Port Royal's inhabitants. He sipped at his wine, but only insofar as a man with a cup of wine would be expected to without raising suspicion. It was truly awful stuff anyway. He swayed to the songs that were being sung. He raised his glass when called to do so, and he laughed whenever some drunken fool fell from his own stool. He did whatever he needed to avoid attracting attention, and kept a sharp eye out for anybody looking too hard in his direction. Now, no one was. The only men not too drunk to see clearly were either serving him wine and tipped well enough to keep to themselves, or his own companions keeping out an equally sharp eye. They could only keep this up for so long, however, and time was running short. This Spaniard's name was Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, and he was here, in the New World, halfway round the globe from his home, on orders from his master, the Catholic monarch, King Charles II of Spain. Well, in truth, the orders came from his mother, Mariana of Austria, the Queen Regent in Spain. The king himself was only 7 and not yet ready to rule. Don Alonso had heard troubling rumors about the young king, though, that he had been born malformed, that he possessed a tail, webbed feet, and some even said a forked tongue, but Don Alonso gave that no credence. They did say, however, that the king was unstable, given to fits and tantrums, and not in command of his mind. He wasn't likely to reach adulthood, they said, and if he did, he wouldn't be fit to rule. There were others in line for the throne that would make better kings than Charles were something to happen to him. These people said a lot of things, but Don Alonso put them out of his mind. He was sworn to serve the king, and court rumors weren't his concern. What was his concern, his very immediate concern, was the mission. He was currently deep in enemy territory, pretending to be Dutch, drinking wine that tasted like urine, and waiting for his contact there in Port Royal. He had picked up a command of Dutch from his time in the Netherlands, and even a convincing accent, but a real Dutchman might spot his ruse. The longer he waited, the more likely that was to happen. Finally, though, his informant arrived. He was not what you would call an impressive man. A corsair, yes, a cut-purse, and even a turncoat. But he was paid out to keep an eye on Port Royal and share with any Spanish agents what the English dogs were up to. God willing, today would be no different. After a brief, hushed conversation and the clandestine passing of a purse, Don Alonso rose and left his wine mostly untouched. The other 2 men with him waited a time and then left separately to rendezvous at the harbor. Don Alonso arrived first, and while he waited for his companions, he admired the ship that had brought him to Port Royal. She was Dutch in design, a flat-bottomed, square-rigged, 2-masted vessel, not exactly elegant, but Don Alonso was impressed with how smoothly she sailed, and with so small a crew, the ship could carry twice as much cargo as any Spanish vessel. These ships would make an excellent addition to the Royal Trading Fleet, but they were really a luxury. As smooth as they were, and as much cargo as they carried no guns, and their speed was limited. At first, the lack of guns had made Don Alonso deeply uncomfortable, but a Dutch ship, flying Dutch colors, faced very little danger in these Caribbean waters. Don Alonso thought fondly of the day that the Spanish could sail these ships that had so helped the Dutch, a day when the English corsairs had been swept off the map, eradicated from the Americas, and forgotten in the sands of time. That day was coming, and coming soon. He, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had been charged by God and his king to make it so, and he would not fail in his mission. When his men arrived, they boarded and asked the crew to see them out of port as soon as possible. As the ship headed from Port Royal, Don Alonso thought about the road that had brought him here. Earlier in his life, he had distinguished himself fighting against Spain's adversaries, but still his country was in turmoil. People were going hungry, growing desperate. The empire was being chipped away piece by piece, and her power was waning. They still held the mainland and all of the riches it held, but that was not what it once was. Philip II had funded Spain's wars with ink and silver, but trade was now the order of the day. The hated Dutch now controlled the East and the spice trade that went with it. They encroached on Spanish interests in the West Indies. England and France established colonies wherever they chose. The trade in African slaves was in the hands of the Portuguese, which was now slipping away from Spain as well. All of these things could be borne and even fought if they were safe in their homes, but time and time again, the English corsairs sailed boldly into Spanish harbors, killed men, raped women, tortured the young and the infirm. They burned homes and they defiled churches. All of this, piled on top of all of the injustice that Spain had endured, was too much to bear. And then those corsairs took everything of value. They took the gold, the silver, and the pearls. They took ambergris, furs, dyes, spices, powder, steel, everything. Usually, the corsairs could be fought off, but more and more frequently of late, they were successful. San Francisco de Campeche, Villahermosa, Granada, Puerto de Príncipe, Maracaibo, Portobello, and untold other villages and towns too numerous to name. Something had to be done. Francois l'Olonnais had been a true terror, but reports said that he had vanished and was presumed dead. Now, though, there was a new commander of these corsairs, an English gentleman, trained in warfare. He was devious, talented. He was a born leader. They called him Henry Morgan. The Queen had taken steps to rectify this situation. She'd signed a secret treaty with the French Sun King, a trade alliance. The governor of Tortuga was no longer to hand out letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Instead, the French would focus on their ancient enemy, the English. Troops were being massed as well in Havana, Cartagena, Santo Domingo, Panama, all the great cities of the West Indies. Those dogs back in Jamaica would never see it coming. The Spanish would retake the island and expel the English, the Jews, and even any natives left lingering around. First, though, the Corsairs and Henry Morgan had to be dealt with. They acted as a sort of a navy for the English on Jamaica, and any invasion could only be guaranteed success if they were removed from the picture. To this end, the Queen was rebuilding the Armada de Barlovento. The English, in their indelicate tongue, named it the Windward Fleet. Lesser squadrons were posted at key locations, but the central force of the Armada, sent from Spain, was currently sitting at anchor near Cartagena. His commander, Don Agustin de Bustos, was the fleet's admiral, and the Nuestra de la Soledad was their flagship. She held 48 great guns and 12 smaller swivel guns, and a complement of several hundred soldiers. Don Alonso himself was the fleet's vice-admiral, and he commanded La Concepcion, a 44-gun warship nearly as powerful as La Soleda. They had as well La Magdalene, 36 guns, La Santa Luisa, 26 guns, La Marquesa of 16 guns, and Nuestra del Carmen of 18 guns. Each of these ships held all manner of swivel guns and smaller firearms, as well as well-trained Spanish soldiers, not the wobbly-kneed colonial militia that the Corsairs were accustomed to fighting. The Armada de Barlovento was built for one purpose and one purpose only: to defeat the English on Jamaica and send them back to Europe and their little island. This Henry Morgan was no Francis Drake, whatever the reports said of him, and this Armada would not be so easily defeated. Now, Don Alonso's first mission, upon arriving in the New World at Cartagena, was to gather intelligence on the actions and whereabouts of the English pirates. To this end, he'd sailed for Tortuga, the French pirate haven off the coast of Hispaniola. He'd sailed on a commandeered Dutch vessel, the same upon whose deck he stood now, but he'd been less discreet about who and what he was. The sudden appearance of several Spanish officials was met with no small amount of panic there in Tortuga, but they were now to cooperate against the English as per the governor and the king's orders. At first the locals were standoffish, to say the least, but they soon warmed up to the Spanish over a few cups of rum and no small amount of coin. There, in Tortuga, Don Alonso learned of the explosion of the English man-of-war, the Oxford. This was good news, but the ship had never really presented any real danger to the Armada. Unfortunately, though, her commander, Henry Morgan, had survived. Then a number of French corsairs that had been with Morgan's fleet when the explosion happened told of his capture of 2 French vessels and the arrest of their crews. These men were disgusted with Morgan and his English buccaneer. They gave a grisly account of the fleet fishing the dead from the water, hundreds of them, only to loot the bodies and dump them back into the ocean for the sharks to devour. These men, these French buccaneers, were, as it turned out, glad to talk. They were not loyal to Morgan, quite the opposite, in fact. They hungered for his fall. Morgan and the English fleet had returned to Port Royal to rest and repair after the explosion, which is exactly why Don Alonso found himself there. What he'd learned when he went to Port Royal incognito was, well, not much, really. Weeks prior, on the first day of 1669, Captain Morgan had departed for the Corsairs' agreed meeting spot off the southern coast of Hispaniola. No one in Port Royal knew where they had planned to strike, but they knew that it was somewhere to the south. Panama, Cartagena, Caracas, maybe. It was possible, if the Spanish moved quickly, to cut Morgan off while the English waited at Hispaniola. The crew of that Dutch vessel that Don Alonso found himself on coaxed all possible speed out of her to get the Don to the fleet at Cartagena, where he could report to the admiral, and then they could plan their next move. With God's help, they would be fast enough to catch Morgan. The vice admiral of the Armada de Barlovento arrived in Cartagena and immediately knew something was amiss. His ship, La Concepcion, and their flagship, Nuestra de la Soleda, were both missing from the harbor. Perhaps they had caught wind of the corsairs and sailed to meet them, but then why was the rest of the fleet still sitting at anchor? The two warships were more than a match for anything Morgan had in his fleet, but the smaller craft could follow Morgan into the ports and rivers that the larger ships just couldn't. No, something was wrong. It didn't take him long to discover what that was, though. As he disembarked, the captain of the Magdalene was waiting for him with a letter from the governor. The Queen Regent had recalled the flagship and Don Augustine. His own vessel was recalled to Spain as well. Now, Don Alonso captained the Magdalene, the new flagship of the fleet, and he was to serve as the fleet's admiral. It had been decided that the warships were not suited for this sort of mission. As it happened, Don Alonso agreed with that assessment, but the loss of two warships did limit his options. However, as admiral, he would be able to conduct this operation in the manner that he chose, and he would wind up being known as the man that brought the English corsairs to their knees. Don Alonso began to plan and hand out orders almost immediately. The fleet would sail as soon as was possible for Hispaniola. Their first landfall was to be the Isla Avaca at the far southwest of the island. It was the most likely place for Morgan to gather his forces if he planned to raid Panama, Cuba, or Cartagena. If he were not there, the fleet would drag a net across the whole southern coast of Hispaniola, looking at every inlet, every cove, every lagoon, behind every tree, and under every rock for Morgan. They would find him. And if that failed, they would trap him. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa failed to capture Morgan at Isla Avaca. His net had found not a trace of the corsair fleet. No one they had spoken to in any village had seen even a hint of him, or at least they weren't talking. The admiral had finally, in desperation, resorted to laying a trap, and it had come so close. They'd bought cattle from every ranch willing to sell, and some that weren't too willing to sell. The animals were all gathered in a valley, easy to find and even easier to watch. They had lookouts and messengers prepared to trap the corsairs and lead them to Morgan. Well-trained men, really, the best in the Americas. And they failed. Some men, Morgan's men, had come hunting. The ambush was executed perfectly, but then the pirates fired back. Without hesitation. There was no surprise, no alarm, no fear. They shot like expert marksmen in a rapid, quick succession. When his own crack Spanish soldiers dove for cover, the corsairs fled. The soldiers, of course, pursued, hoping to get the jump on the English, but when they got too close, they were fired upon again. In the end, too many men had been shot and had to be rescued. There weren't even enough left to take the pirates now, so the Spanish soldiers returned to the fleet as fast as was possible, and gave him the news. Morgan was, after all, somewhere nearby. So the Armada searched frantically all around the area, but Morgan couldn't be found. Like some devil or like some spirit, he disappeared. So the Armada sailed east for Santo Domingo. On the voyage, they'd been beset by foul weather, and the Nuestra del Carmen was lost at sea, and all of her sailors presumed dead. There, at Santo Domingo, they heard that several ships, small vessels of English make, had stopped and bought provisions, and then headed still further east. So Don Alonso followed that trail, always a step behind Morgan. It led, at last, to Puerto Rico and the city of San Juan. There, the trail went cold. No one had seen hide nor hair of the corsairs. It was over. He'd failed. The mighty, or at least, at this point formidable, Armada de Barlovento sat uselessly at anchor. The men were in despair. They so hungered for a taste of battle, an ounce of revenge for the wrongs done to their people. And he, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had failed. But God had always blessed him with talent, yes, ambition, certainly, but most of all luck. When his mission seemed lost, Providence intervened. As they sat at anchor, a small boat rowed out to La Magdalene. It carried a lone Indian who was unarmed and apparently harmless. He was brought aboard. The savage hinted that he might have knowledge of Morgan if he were properly encouraged to share it. Don Alonso handed over a small purse, and the Indian shook it near his ear. Apparently satisfied, he said only one word: Maracaibo. The Indian climbed overboard, back into his canoe, and rowed away. For a brief moment, Don Alonso pondered having him captured and the purse returned. But no, it was a paltry sum, and this was his only lead. Back in Spain, he would have had the man killed, but then he never would have had to resort to bribery back in Spain. Finally, after weeks and weeks, he was beginning to see how things were done on this side of the world. So the fleet jumped into action, and with the dawn, they sailed due south for Maracaibo, Captain Morgan, and revenge. On the voyage, Don Alonso pored over maps and charts, planning his assault. It looked to him like Maracaibo would be the perfect location to confront Morgan and the English pirates. The Gulf of Venezuela, quote, funnels down at its inshore side to become a narrow channel, like the neck of a flask, and then opens up out again into the almost circular lake of Maracaibo. End quote. To Don Alonso, it resembled an hourglass. At the narrowest part of the glass, 3 islands blocked the way into Lake Maracaibo: Baja Seco, Zaparo, and San Carlos. The channels between the islands were a maze of shifting and dangerous sandbars that threatened to beach a ship, even a ship with the shallowest draft. It was just as well that the 2 warships had sailed back for Spain. They would have been useless here. The channels were no more than 12 feet deep in some places, and navigation of them was slow and dangerous work. And there was a surprise here, too, that Morgan would not have expected, and that may have spelled his doom. 2 years prior, the French devil François L'Olonnais had sacked Maracaibo, and the event had scarred the city. The governor had overseen construction of a new fort at the small islet San Carlos. The San Carlos de la Barra fortress guarded the channels into the lake and should have deterred any invading force. Don Alonso half suspected that Captain Morgan would have turned and fled after seeing the fort, or perhaps have already been captured. Both possibilities unnerved him. Had Morgan fled, that meant the hunt was not yet over. Had he been captured by some provincial authority and not the Queen's chosen agent, it would be a black mark on his record. However, if Captain Morgan had somehow made his way past the fortress and into Lake Maracaibo, he would be trapped at the fortress by Don Alonso's vastly superior force. So he approached Lake Maracaibo and the fortress warily. It was not beyond reason to suspect that the wily corsair might have taken the fort and left a garrison in place to defend against any incoming Spanish troops. But Don Alonso was a careful, calculating sort of man that would not underestimate Captain Morgan's cunning. So scouts were sent ashore in the night while his main vessels were still far out of range. They were to discover if there were any men left inside the fortress. However, there were none. The fortress was empty, so Don Alonso himself was rowed ashore to see exactly what the situation was. When he got there, the castle was silent and still. At the base of the fort's walls lay 11 cannon, half buried in the sand. Upon inspection, it appeared that they had been spiked and unceremoniously dumped over the walls. Don Alonso went inside, and room by room he inspected the fortifications, searching for any signs of the English corsairs. There were some. The armory had been emptied, but whether that was by English pirates or Spanish defenders was still unclear. There was really little else of consequence until he detected something, an acrid, stale scent in the air. Don Alonso followed it deeper into the fort until he found a room with a broken lock that assured him that the fortress had been defeated and taken by Captain Morgan. There were remains of gunpowder and gunpowder casks, and a trail of powder leading to it. There was an inch of hemp, a smudge of soot on the wooden floor, and a great gash across it. Don Alonso stood over the evidence and replayed what had happened in his mind. Morgan had smelled that same acrid smell, but this time fresh rather than stale. He'd followed it through the castle to this very room, broken the lock, and kicked open the door. A fuse had been lit, leading to the trail of powder. The fort's defenders had fled, yes, but they left this fuse burning, leading to their powder stores. They'd planned to sacrifice the Fortress de la Barra to take Morgan down with it. Risky, clever, and dangerous. But Morgan had kicked the door down just in time. An inch of fuse remained before the powder would alight. Morgan stamped his boot upon the lid end, drew his cutlass, and dispersed the powder and the fuse with a mighty slice. Then he kicked the end of the fuse across the room. Standing there, Don Alonso could imagine the long-haired dandy, saber in hand, wearing his lordly coat and his captain's hat, illuminated by his men's torchlight when they realized that once again he'd saved them all and outwitted the Spanish. And then the pirates had even stolen the casks of powder. Don Alonso spat out a flurry of orders. Messengers were to travel, on sea and over land, to every city, fortress, and town in the region to gather militia and ships to trap the English. Every fighting man was needed. The guns that had been spiked were to be repaired and put back in place. Half the guns from the fleet were brought ashore to fill in the castle's defense. When they were all in place, the Spanish would have a total of 126 guns guarding the channel, all aimed directly where Morgan would have to sail if he ever planned to leave Lake Maracaibo. His 3 ships, La Magdalene, La Santa Luisa, and La Marquesa, were positioned to guard each possible escape route and to cover each other in the event of a battle. Any men who were not engaged in crewing the ships, any soldiers, were rowed ashore to man the fortress. Then scouts were sent to Maracaibo town to see what the English had been up to there. While Don Alonso was overseeing the fortifications, his men brought a few men before him that were wearing well-worn militia uniforms. They turned out to be the soldiers who had been manning the fortress, and Don Alonso questioned them to see how it had been lost and exactly what kind of forces Morgan had at his command. The garrison had been ill-prepared for an attack. There weren't funds to properly supply it with either men or provisions. All told, the spectacular fortress held only 11 cannon and had a mere 9 soldiers to man them. Maybe 4 cannon could have fired at a time, but probably only 3, and doing that would have kept these 9 soldiers from guarding the approaches to the fort by land. It was a story Don Alonso had heard more than a few times. Poorly trained, poorly paid soldiers in deficient numbers were expected to defend the great Spanish cities against better trained and better armed pirates in far greater numbers. How could the empire hope to survive in circumstances such as these? Well, that responsibility lay on the soldiers of men like him, men of education, tactics, intellect, and action. Eventually, the scouts that he'd sent to Maracaibo returned. Again, they reported that the city was abandoned, but this time something disturbed them. Don Alonso ordered the militiamen to guide him to Maracaibo and lead him to any survivors they might know where to find. They did come across some few women and children coming down from the hills to the safety of proper Spanish soldiers. They had a hunted look about them, one and all. Their clothes were ragged and they all looked hungry. When the company finally reached Maracaibo town, Don Alonso finally understood the troubled look on his scouts' faces. The city had been brutalized. Bodies of men dotted the streets. The warehouses had all been ransacked, and the homes too. The church had, as usual, been defiled by the English dogs. But all of those things were expected and not so troubling. But then there were signs of horror. Men and women had been strung up. Others were put to the rack and flayed. Some had been burned alive. All manner of terrible tortures had been brought upon these people. The dogs had been at them too, and the crows. He asked the survivors that had come down out of the hills how long these people had been out there, how long it had been since Captain Morgan left town. 5 weeks, they told him. For a moment, Don Alonso was stunned. Then it broke. He raged at the people. How could they leave their friends, neighbors, and family out here like this? More than a month, and they hadn't been cut down and given a proper burial? He was livid. Children began to cry, women to weep silently, and men to cower. Finally, in the midst of his tirade, a woman shrieked at him, "They eat people!" Then he saw it. Finally. These people were broken, paralyzed with fear. 2 years ago, Lolone had ravaged their town, and before that wound had healed, Captain Morgan came, raping, pillaging, burning, torturing, and murdering. They had nothing left with which to fight. Don Alonso ordered the bodies removed and given a proper burial. He asked the people to lead his men to any survivors and then to follow them back to the fort. But first, he asked them about Morgan. Where had he gone, and after the raid was done, had he disappeared? No, they said he had turned his attentions on Gibraltar, just across the lake, and been there since he left. This, according to the other reports that Don Alonso had received, meant that Morgan had not left the lake and his trap would still be viable. So Don Alonso returned to San Carlos de la Barra to await Morgan and his men. They had no other option but to sail right to him. There was no overland route that was passable, swamps that the men would be unable to pass, mountains that were far too high to climb, and deserts. No, they were coming this way. A few days later, one of the locals arrived at the fortress, and he had a message from the corsair captain. Morgan had returned to Maracaibo, and his men held it once again. He demanded a ransom for the city. He swore that he would burn it to the ground if the troops were not removed from the fortress and his pirates were allowed to pass. It was a bold message, but expected. Don Alonso had Morgan at a disadvantage. He knew a fair bit about the pirate. Reports from his previous raids had been detailed in the man's character. On the other hand, Morgan knew nothing about the admiral. Not his face, not his name, nothing about his character. And right now, Morgan was feeling him out just to see how he would respond. So Don Alonso sat down to pen a reply. It read, quote, "Having understood by all our friends and neighbors the unexpected news that you have dared to attempt and commit hostilities in the countries, cities, towns, and villages belonging to the dominions of His Catholic Majesty, my sovereign and Lord Master, I let you understand by these lines that I am come to this place, according to my obligation, near that castle which you took out of the hands of a parcel of cowards, where I have put things into a very good posture of defense, and mounted again the artillery which you had nailed and dismounted. My intent is to dispute with you your passage out of the lake, and follow and pursue you everywhere, to the end you may see the performance of my duty. Notwithstanding, if you be contented to surrender with humility all that you have taken, together with the slaves and all other prisoners, I will let you freely pass without trouble or molestation, on condition that you retire home presently to your country. But if you make any resistance or opposition to what I offer you, I assure you I will command boats to come from Caracas, wherein I will put all my troops, and, coming to Maracaibo, will put you, every man, to the sword. This is my last and absolute resolution. Be prudent, therefore, and do not abuse my bounty with ingratitude. I have with me very good soldiers, who desire nothing more ardently than to revenge on you and your people all the cruelties and base infamous actions you have committed upon the Spanish nation in America. Dated on board the royal ship named Magdalene, laying at anchor at the entry of the Lake of Maracaibo this 24th of April, 1669. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa." End quote. This letter was sent off to the captain, and 2 men arrived a few days later to discuss Morgan's counteroffer. He agreed to free the prisoners he had taken in Maracaibo, and the slaves as well, and to leave the town unmolested in exchange for safe passage out of the lake. Mostly, this is what Don Alonso had asked. However, Captain Morgan made no mention of the people he had murdered and tortured already, or of the treasure. This would not do. Don Alonso gave his reply to the messengers to be sent back to Morgan. Quote, if they surrendered not themselves voluntarily into his hands within 2 days, under the conditions which he had offered them by his letter, he would immediately come and force them to do it. End quote. 2 days he'd given the corsairs. He was certain that Morgan wouldn't accept the deal. These pirates cared for nothing but plunder. But he had given the English a deadline. In 2 days, either Morgan would be forced to flee or he would be forced to march upon the pirates. So he prepared the men for either occasion. He knew that Morgan was likely to attempt an attack on the fortress in the night, just as he had done at Portobello. If he gained control of the castle, he would then command the water. Don Alonso fortified the defenses and ordered a stout guard kept. The 2 days passed without any hint of the English. Then, at dusk on the 30th of April, the English ships appeared on the horizon. There was a litany of tiny vessels, good for no more than ferrying men from port to port. The only ships of any real consequence were the 2 converted French merchantmen, which had been taken after the Oxford explosion, Morgan's own ship, the Lily, and a moderately armed galley out of Cuba that Morgan had taken at Gibraltar. They would be no match for Don Alonso's warships and the fortress. The Spanish were all on high alert, and they kept watch in every direction. These ships appearing on the horizon were likely a diversion for a land assault in the night, so none of his men slept very well. When the morning finally came, the English set sail directly for the Spanish. Orders were given to prepare for battle maneuvers. The Cuban ship, the newest in the fleet, took the lead. It moved heavily in the water. Apparently, Morgan had loaded her with his guns and prayed that she would be able to take on La Magdalene. She could not, no matter how many guns she carried, but she could put up a fight. Out of range of the fort's guns, the smaller craft in the fleet peeled off and held back. It was a bold move, probably the same Don Alonso would have chosen faced with the same circumstances. Morgan intended to send his strongest ship in close, so close that the guns of the fortress wouldn't shoot in fear of sinking Don Alonso's ship. This would also, possibly, keep the other ships in the Spanish fleet from joining into the battle for the same reason, a fear of accidentally hitting the Spanish. Locked in battle, trading broadsides, Morgan likely thought his men might just be able to board his ship La Magdalene. This would, potentially, put the battle in favor of the buccaneers. It was, in all honesty, the only move he had left to make. His men were skilled, and it was their best chance, but in reality still a doomed one. Morgan and his men must know that they had no chance, and had chosen to go down fighting. An honorable decision, if unwise. Don Alonso almost admired Captain Morgan for making it. The Cuban ship sailed dead ahead, straight for battle. Her gun ports were bristling with cannon. He must have cannibalized all his other guns to arm her. The men on board stood the deck defiantly, showing no fear, hardly moving. The ship came closer. The men held their breath, waiting to see how the English would engage. No, something was wrong. Those men were standing too still. The ship should have turned to present a broadside, and then, from above, in the crow's nest, Don Alonso heard Fuego. Several men from the oncoming ship jumped overboard. Then Don Alonso saw it. The men he'd seen on board were dummies, constructed of straw. The rigging of the ship was littered with grappling hooks to grab his own. These cannon weren't cannon at all, but casks of powder, the very same that Morgan had taken from the fort, and the ship was billowing smoke. Don Alonso opened his mouth to give a command, but at that moment explosions rocked the air. Flaming debris flew in all directions. It landed among the pitch and tar and hemp of his own vessel. There was no time for La Magdalene to escape. He gave the order to abandon ship and jumped overboard. As Don Alonso hit the water, the fire ship rammed his own vessel. Men were thrown into the air. Arms, legs, timber, flaming tar, the mizzenmast of his own vessel all came crashing down into the water around him. He began to swim for shore. When he escaped the flaming wreckage, he took a look around to get his bearings. Behind him, his own ship was burning. The screams of his men followed him. To his right, La Santa Luisa made for shore, and to his left, Morgan and the buccaneers closed in. Coughing, dripping, and bleeding, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa climbed from the water. He turned to look back. The Santa Luisa had made it ashore, and her men were making for the fort. The wreckage of La Magdalene was indistinguishable from the fire ship that had taken her down. Together they sat burning in the shallow water. La Marquesa, it appeared, was now in the hands of Morgan. All her boats were rowing for shore, and the ship was sailing back towards the pirate fleet. This was a true disaster. But all was not lost. The fort still commanded the channel, and Don Alonso still commanded the fort. He made his way up the beach into the castle and began barking orders for her defense. Before the hour was out, Morgan's men made an attempt to take it from him. They flung their fire pots and their hand grenades. They took aim and they fired their muskets on his men, but this was the pirates' first real encounter with any Spanish soldiers, and they showed their true mettle. While Morgan may have used devilish trickery to sink La Magdalene, he was no match for Don Alonso and his soldiers. In the end, the English retreated from the withering fire. They were even unable to retrieve their dead, lest they become one of them. After the skirmish was over, a last messenger came from Morgan, giving his terms. This time, the messengers were locals, and they begged Don Alonso to capitulate to the pirates' demands, give him passage, or he would burn Maracaibo and kill all his prisoners. The wretches begged Don Alonso to agree, but he replied, quote, "If you had been as loyal to your king in hindering the entry of these pirates as I shall do in their going out, you had never caused these troubles, neither to yourselves nor to our whole nation, which hath suffered so much through your pusillanimity. In a word, I shall never grant your request, but shall endeavor to maintain that respect which is due my king according to my duty." End quote. Don Alonso would not allow Morgan to escape. He knew the corsairs couldn't take the fortress, and he knew their reinforcements were on their way. When they arrived, he could crush Henry Morgan for good. Then, at dawn the next day, he saw something he didn't see coming. Morgan's fleet, off in the distance, were sending boats full of well-armed men ashore. They carried pikes, muskets, and drums. The boats would then return to the ship and thence carry more men ashore. It appeared Morgan knew reinforcements were on the way as well, and his time was limited. He had to take the castle and defeat Don Alonso if he had any hope of escape. Of course, there was no hope of taking the castle either. Don Alonso ordered the cannon moved from the seaward side of the fort to the landward, and posted his soldiers and guards to defend the fort from a frontal assault. And then he waited. Dusk came, then full night. Midnight passed. This was the prime time for an attack. His men were alert and prepared to fight off the pirates. And then, from the far side of the fortress, one of his men screamed, "Sails!" It appeared the reinforcements had come. Don Alonso ran to see how many ships were coming. When he saw, his heart sank. The sails belonged to a dozen or so small craft, to Morgan's Lily, to his own Marquesa, and they were just out of range, sailing into the Bay of Venezuela and to the open sea beyond. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa had failed. Captain Morgan had escaped. In the end, Morgan and the buccaneers made off with 250,000 pesos in combined treasure, not counting the slaves they had freed. He returned to Port Royal, once again a hero. This was Captain Morgan's greatest raid to date. Although Don Alonso would never know it, he had pulled his last trick off in the simplest of manners. Those boats that were dropping off soldiers on the shore, well, they weren't dropping off anyone. The men would get onto the canoes, row across in full view of the Spanish, and then sneak back around to the boats, lay down in the bottom of the boat, and row back over to the main ships, where they would sit back up, row back over to shore, and perform the whole charade all over again. The reinforcements did eventually arrive, shortly after Morgan made good his escape. They weren't happy with the situation that Don Alonso had so badly bungled. He was arrested by the local governor and sent back to Spain, but eventually freed by the Queen and even honored for his service. Don Alonso put on a brave face after all of this, but such a distinguished soldier just could never believe that he'd been outwitted by a lowly English pirate. Thanks for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. The story of Don Alonso is an interesting one. Personally, though, I'm not sure about it. This was yet another story of Captain Morgan raiding a city, and a city that we've seen sacked before, no less. So I was looking for an interesting way to try and tell this story, but there are some problems I have with how I chose to do so. Some elements of this story were really historical fiction. I stuck to the true story, but I also put Don Alonso in some places that he probably wasn't. It would have been one of his underlings that was in Port Royal rather than himself. His soldiers went to see what was happening in Maracaibo, not him. He would probably have stayed in the fort. And of course, I don't know literally what he was thinking from moment to moment, but I put words in his mouth and thoughts in his brain that helped explain what was happening. There's also questions about what I left out of the story. For example, when Morgan left Maracaibo and went to Gibraltar, well, what happened there wasn't known until much later by the Spanish, so I couldn't tell about it in this format. Now, there was a man, an elderly man, who was actually the brother of the governor. He was disabled in some fashion. Extermination isn't exactly clear, and he failed to leave the city before Morgan arrived. He lived in a hovel on the charity of a local church and the hospital in town. He wound up being found by the pirates and questioned, and when he agreed to give up his riches at the threat of torture, he uncovered a hole built into his floor where he had some earthenware dishes, a little bit of fabric, and a grand total of 3 pieces of 8. That's not very much. He confessed, though, after the pirates pressed him, to being the governor's brother, and he was tortured for hours upon hours to give up the riches that the pirates assumed he had until, finally, mercifully, he died. There's also the tale of a slave master that Morgan had on the rack, torturing him, only to hand over his implements of torture to the man's slave, who then proceeded to butcher him mercilessly, and then turned to the other slave masters, and then yet more until he wore himself out from killing Spanish slave masters. But then, even those stories, as interesting as they are, they might not be true. You see, here, though, I wanted to give an account from the Spanish point of view, but I still had to rely on Extermination for many details, and the torture might not have happened at all. The only place that appears is in the Buccaneers of America. The Spanish don't even mention it in the reports, so I chose not to add it into this story. But I wanted to experiment with a few new elements. If you enjoyed some of them, I'd really appreciate it if you let me know. If you hated some of them, I'd really appreciate you letting me know about that too. Either way, we're in the home stretch with Captain Morgan now. We're getting close to the end point of his story. Two days out from their miraculous victory at Maracaibo, the fleet of Henry Morgan was hunted by a hurricane. They could see it coming, and they had no hope of escape. So the sailors struck their sails and dropped anchor, but the sea was too rough and too deep to hold them in place. It was easily possible to reach land before the storm struck, but they would be greeted there only by Spanish muskets and native spears. Their best hope was to stay at sea, face the storm, and hopefully ride it out. So they battened the hatches, secured the guns and their plunder, and they prayed. The storm hit, and their ships were rocked on violent waves. The buccaneers battled the storm harder than any Spaniard they'd ever faced. Men were thrown overboard, never to be seen again. Ships were separated or sunk, never to be seen again. The storm lasted for 3 days, with no man sleeping, eating, or resting. When it finally passed, the fleet was smaller but still intact. The ships held less men than they had, but their treasure was secure. Morgan had wisely ordered the treasure they had taken at Maracaibo spread around to all of the ships in the fleet so that were one ship taken or lost, they would still have as much as possible. The brethren, after surviving the storm, set sail for home, wealthy men. Morgan thought fondly of his wife Elizabeth and of what his spoils would bring to them. It could bring them land, titles, a manor house, and peace. He would finally, after so many years, start a family and never have to go out buccaneering again. This is episode 29, Or Any Other Place. One of the defining characteristics of this era, the Age of Sail, is just how slowly information traveled. Back in ancient Rome, news could take so long to travel from one part of the empire to another that the entire empire was often split into smaller states under their own emperors. By the 17th century, the world's empires could literally encompass the globe, and communication was that much more difficult. By the time Morgan returned to Jamaica on May 16, 1669, Governor Sir Thomas Moodiford had only just received word from Whitehall concerning Morgan's previous raid on Portobello more than a year prior. And that news, well, it wasn't good. Back in England, the Jamaica colony had a powerful benefactor. George Monk, the first Duke of Albemarle, was a powerful friend to have. He was instrumental in overseeing the restoration of King Charles and the monarchy of England. During the Great Fire and the Great Plague of 1666, he'd been in charge of what amounted to martial law in London and around parts of England. He was one of 8 Lords Proprietor of the Carolina colony, and his second in command during the English Civil War had been none other than Henry Morgan's own uncle. And he was virtually in charge of military and foreign affairs there in England. His position on Spain was one of strength rather than appeasement. He saw Spain as the enemy and Jamaica as a spear to use against her, to dislodge her. He argued that the only way for England to flourish was at the expense of Spain, and a strong Jamaica was integral to that stance. However, by 1669, when Morgan was returning from his most recent raid, Lord Albemarle was ill, and he had retired from public life. His influence at court, against Spain and pro-Jamaica, was gone. Jamaica was even more vulnerable than usual, and it's here that another actor enters the stage, one that had no such love for Jamaica. Henry Bennet was the first Earl of Arlington, and he was a man that believed in the absolute authority of the monarch. He wanted Parliament to be neutered, and he wanted to see the English throne molded after that of Louis XIV of France. He wanted to see King Charles as an absolute monarch. In his younger years, he'd spent time living in Spain, and he advocated at court for cozier relations with Spain. And then in 1667, while Lord Albemarle was busy dealing with the Second Anglo-Dutch War, Lord Bennet was named the Postmaster General and given control over foreign affairs for all of England. Oh, and he was secretly a Catholic. On one trip overseas, on which he had accompanied the king, the two men shared a mass given by a Catholic priest. That's right, the Merry Monarch, Charles II, King of England, head of the Anglican Church, whose grandfather had commissioned the King James Bible, was himself a secret Catholic. Now, both of these men, the king and Henry Bennet, played their part of good Protestants in public, and in fact Arlington more than once secured funds from overseas to support the English Church, but that didn't stop these two men from negotiating a secret treaty with France that could see King Charles openly proclaim himself a Catholic and possibly, perhaps hopefully, return England to Catholicism. The secret Catholicism of the Stuarts and the religious tension that was building in England will eventually play a major role in our story of Caribbean piracy, but Arlington and Charles' religious inclinations directly impacted Henry Morgan, Governor Moodiford, and Jamaica. In his quest for closer relations with Spain,
Arlington saw Jamaica as something of a problem. They were a thorn in Spain's side, and every time the Brethren attacked a Spanish city, that thorn was driven in even deeper. The Spanish ambassador in England was threatening war. The Queen Regent herself was reportedly furious with King Charles, and all he had to offer her was the appointment of Arlington and promises to rein in the buccaneers of Port Royal and hopefully end their terror on the Spanish Main. Back in Jamaica, while his men unloaded the cargo and prepared to enjoy their newfound wealth to the fullest, the governor relayed all this news to Admiral Morgan. Arlington's most recent letter had read, quote, "His Majesty's pleasure is that in what state soever the privateers are at the receipt of this letter, you will keep them so till we have a final answer from Spain. With this condition he obliges them to forbear all hostilities on land." End quote. Now, neither Arlington nor Modyford knew it at this time, but this order was already too late. Things were now in motion that could not be averted. See, here's the rub. Modyford had never ordered Morgan to sack Maracaibo. The plan had originally been to take Spanish ships and possibly to engage or disable the Windward Fleet. It was to be a reconnaissance in force, in defense of Port Royal, but it had turned into a full-on assault of Spanish cities, a real invasion. That certainly constituted the hostilities on land that Arlington had commanded against. Now, what made this all worse was the certainty that Spanish ships were at this moment crossing the Atlantic bearing news of the attack. The governor took action quickly. He shot off letters detailing the many depredations of the Spanish against Jamaica, most of them were fabricated, and the danger posed to the English settlers on Jamaica by the Windward Fleet. He wrote of the unruly nature of the buccaneers and his need for a proper navy. He wrote, too, of the trouble he would have with hundreds of unemployed, drunken murderers walking his streets. He wrote letter after letter to Arlington, to the Lords of Trade, and even to the king himself. They all argued for Jamaica's need of the buccaneers, and their weakness without them. Of all the many offenses recounted in his letters, even one of them recounted an invasion that never happened. None of them have any other record and are generally thought to be false. Now, Lord Arlington agreed with this assessment, or at least he didn't care very much for the fate of Jamaica or her people, while the possibility of peace with Spain and seeing his king and country return to Catholicism was in the offering. There wasn't even a question in his mind. In his book, The Pirates' Pact, Douglas R. Burgess, Jr. discusses exactly why Modyford went to all this trouble. He writes, quote, "It is worth pausing at this moment and questioning his motives. Greed was assuredly amongst them, but it seems hardly likely that he would risk not only his position, but even his life for simply another haul of Spanish gold. Was it patriotism, then? Did Modyford wish to bring war back between England and Spain for reasons of his own? Again, it is unlikely. This was an age before nationalism, when war was a detached, diplomatic exercise. Modyford may not have liked the Spanish, but neither did he hate them. The most plausible explanation is that Modyford had lived so long as governor in Jamaica, so far removed from his peers and his supervisors, that he now believed himself to be outside the English political system. The fragile bonds of patronage that had brought him to power had been severed somewhere in the Atlantic between the two isles, England and Jamaica, and he was now no one's man but his own." End quote. I chose to read this quote because I think it's important to look at Governor Modyford's motives, but I disagree with basically everything in that passage. It could absolutely have been greed on the governor's part. And it could have been, well, not patriotism, no, but a rekindled war with Spain would likely see Jamaica suddenly an important outpost to be properly funded and supplied, rather than a vulnerable, inconsequential island out at the edge of the world. And the author's conclusion that Modyford was no longer beholden to England, I mean, why try so hard to impress the desperation of your circumstances upon them? Jamaica was actually under threat. Spain wanted her back, no matter what the foreign queen regent said about it. The governors in the region were bent on it. It seems to me that Modyford was just doing his job.
He'd been charged with the governance and protection of Jamaica, and his family's fates were now tied to the island, and he was getting no support from back in England, so he had to manufacture that support to do what he could with what he had. Still, his protests went unheeded. Lord Arlington wrote back to him, quote, "This way of warring is neither honorable or profitable to His Majesty. He has endeavored to put an end to it." End quote. A month after the fleet returned to Port Royal, on June 24th, 1669, Modiford, Morgan, and the town council marched into the square as the town crier proclaimed, quote, "From now on we prohibit any acts of hostility against the vassals of His Catholic Majesty by whatsoever person or persons." End quote. Arlington had made it abundantly clear. There would be no more letters of marque. Any Englishman that traveled to Tortuga to acquire one would be treated as a pirate. Any Englishman convicted of piracy would be hung. It appeared that the buccaneering days of Port Royal were at an end. For Morgan and for several of his top captains, that was just how they wanted it. This would be a peace with Spain and an attempt to stop their lives of buccaneering. Morgan bought 800 acres of land suitable for planting sugar. He bought slaves and equipment, and he settled down to spend time with his wife and hopefully start a family. His top captains, men that were all English soldiers rather than regular brethren, also bought land from their haul. One of them bought as much as 1,000 acres. These men took wives if they could find them and began their lives properly, at last. These men were at least attempting to join the gentleman class, becoming proper plantation owners and leaving their violent lives behind. For Henry Morgan himself, life was good. His cousins and his in-laws were doing well and having children. They were all on the governing council there in Jamaica. His family, all told, owned more land than any other in Jamaica, and they were second in influence only to Modiford's. For almost a year, things were peaceful for the Morgans. Despite Elizabeth not getting pregnant, Henry was at the head of a great clan that was building a legacy on Jamaica. Now the governor was not without headaches, but nothing so serious. The day after he made the announcement in the town square, he sent off a letter to the Spanish ambassador. Stephen Talty writes of it in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "On June 25th, 1669, he sent the Conde de Molina, the Spanish ambassador to England, a letter. The fact that he was the governor of an upstart colony, completely illegal in Spanish eyes, addressing the representative of a world-straddling empire, did not seem to cross his mind in writing this amazing document. Quote, "I know, and perhaps you are not altogether ignorant of your weakness in these parts," he wrote. "The thinness of your inhabitants, want of hearts, arms, and knowledge in war, the open opposition of some and doubtful obedience or of other of the Indians." And back to Talty. Modiford warned the ambassador that, in the event of a permanent peace between England and Spain, the French corsairs would simply take up where Morgan had left off, unless the Spanish agreed to his proposal, namely, that they hire the Brethren as a mercenary army to protect the Main. Quote, "What we could have done, the French will do, unless these men may by your intercession be brought to serve your master." End quote. As you might imagine, the government of Spain didn't take this mocking and insulting proposition too seriously, but they did have to find something to do with all of these men who had been buccaneers. Now, some of them rented plots of land from their captains. It was a reasonable offer. They knew their landlords well and knew they weren't cruel men or usurers. They paid for the use of that land, but they cultivated it in place of slaves and possibly could earn enough to buy their own piece of land one day. Now, many of the buccaneers joined the militia there in Jamaica, especially the younger men among them. But even more brethren sailed off to cut logwood on the Main. Logwood is that particular type of wood that is used for making dyes back in England. Now, this wasn't as lucrative a trade as privateering, but it was an acceptable life. These men could drink and sing and roast boar around the fire, and since the wood that they were cutting was a valuable commodity on Spanish land, they still got to stick it to the Catholics. Now, there's probably a distinction here that isn't talked about too much in the primary sources, and it's hard to verify, but a lot of historians do mention it. Some of the earliest buccaneers, those out of Tortuga and Hispaniola, were probably gay. Their lifestyle was one without women, and often it was one that excluded women by design, like no girls allowed. Now, some of these men were ostracized from their homes for religious reasons, but most, that wasn't the case. They just seemed to drift away from Europe to the farthest flung reaches of the colonies for reasons unknown, or at least unrecorded. Perhaps those reasons were too shameful to record. And actually, that theory makes sense in a number of ways. While some gay men might join the church, where the obligation to marry and have children was lifted, others might seek a place far away from civilization where they could hunt and camp and live free, far away from society's expectations and judgments. Now, that's a controversial opinion, but it has some merit, and it seems likely that if true, those brethren that chose to sail away from a life with women and children to live much as the buccaneers of decades prior had, might have been gay too. Now, it's worth noting that it seems to have been less common among the English buccaneers than the French or the Dutch, probably because the English had mostly either come over with the invasion or been sent over to Jamaica on a penal ship, while the French and Dutch had mostly immigrated on their own. Regardless, aside from a few privateers that decided to turn full pirate and wound up swinging for it, those months were mostly peaceful and pleasant times for the brethren of the coast. Remember, though, how I said that this era could be so interesting due to the challenge of communication in such large, vast empires? Well, you see, the order to cease and desist all hostilities came down due to Morgan's raid on Portobello. But word of the raid on Maracaibo had finally made its way to Lisbon and London, and none were happy about it. To Spain, it was just further proof that England had no intention of stopping these raids. To England, it was proof that Jamaica was out of control and that the treaty with Spain was in jeopardy. The diplomatic channels were growing tense and even dangerous, and it was becoming clear that war was looming on the horizon, which England desperately wanted to avoid at all costs. So they placed all of the blame on the buccaneers, which, really, it was their fault, let's be real here. Now, Spain accepted this, but decided to take the old phrase, "no peace beyond the line," very seriously. While the men in Jamaica peacefully planted, Spain prepared for war. In January 1670, Governor Modiford decided Port Royal had finally settled down and elected to send a vessel to Santiago de Cuba carrying several freed Spanish prisoners, a letter from Modiford to the Spanish governor, and a hold full of goods that the Spanish needed and wanted. If there was to be peace, he thought, let there be trade. The ship was named Mary and Jane, under Captain Bernard Clayson Speerdijk, a former buccaneer known as Captain Bernard or Captain Bart. He was received in the Spanish port very cautiously. His entire ship was searched 4 times, but when the Spanish were finally satisfied and he released the prisoners, he sent the letter on up to the governor and opened his holds for trade. Eventually, though there was some hard bargaining, everything sold, and Captain Bernard sailed away from Santiago, a happy and somewhat wealthier man. Hopefully, this would be the first of many such missions. Then, on February 27th, the captain spotted a ship flying English colors. He sent a boat over to inquire, and those men were welcomed aboard. Then, the strange ship sailed toward the Mary and Jane. Now that wasn't normal. The other vessel called out across the water, "Where are you bound from?" Captain Bernard replied, "Jamaica." And then the strange ship called out, "Defend yourself, dog. I come as punishment for heretics." She opened fire, a full broadside. The strange ship carried a total of 14 guns, and the Mary and Jane only 6. But Captain Bernard held his ground, and for hours the 2 ships traded volleys. There was no decisive victor that evening, but when morning came, the battle began again, this time in true earnest. Each ship poured every ounce into the fight for the next several hours. Captain Bernard was killed, and eventually the forecastle of the Mary and Jane caught fire. She was forced to surrender. The buccaneers were captured and ferried over to the larger vessel, and it was instantly clear that the Spanish had suffered at least 5 times as many losses, if not more. But they had more men and more guns. This was a ship intent and armed for war. 9 men from the Mary and Jane, English and Dutchmen, were put in a canoe and told to sail for Port Royal, to tell the governor of what had happened and to deliver a message from the captain of that Spanish vessel. The ship was the San Pedro y la Fama, and her master was Manuel Rivero Pardal. He was very clear that his name was repeated to Governor Modiford and especially to Admiral Morgan. When he returned to Cuba, Rivero was greeted as a hero. This was the first great victory over Morgan. He even recited a poem to mark the occasion. It read, quote, "I am the defender against this monster. I have been confirmed captain of these coasts. By St. Peter, I was the first. My name alone is enough to make the sea and all these barbarians tremble." End quote. Now Morgan and Modiford were certain that this was the beginning of something far worse, and the men who had met Rivero agreed with that assessment, but back in London, Lord Arlington brushed it away as nothing more than an isolated incident. Then, a few days later, word came from a pair of English ships returning from a logwood cutting expedition on the Yucatan. They'd been attacked by a much larger ship in the Bay of Campeche, and they were assumed lost. But then, a few days after that, a large Spanish vessel, San Nicolas de Tolentino, sailed into port, flying English colors. Those 2 buccaneer vessels, or those 2 logwood-cutting vessels, had been attacked, but they, being such talented and experienced soldiers, had overwhelmed the larger ship, and they had made her their own. And now, the governor and Morgan had the proof they needed. In the captain's quarters of that larger vessel, they'd found a letter from the governor of Cuba stating that the governor had been given authority, along with all other Spanish governors, to issue letters of reprisal lasting 5 years to any and all willing Spanish captains in response to the raids on Portobello and Maracaibo. The Queen Regent had declared war on the English in Jamaica and on the Brethren of the Coast. She intended to, quote, execute all hostilities which are permitted in war by taking possession of all the ships, islands, places, and ports, end quote. This letter was hard proof that Spain was making war on Jamaica, but still, Arlington and King Charles would not hear of it. Their plans with Spain were too important to risk on a small island like Jamaica. It was clear to the parties involved that they had been abandoned by England. And on July 11th, it became clear just what threats they faced. On the north coast of Jamaica, far from Port Royal, 2 ships were spotted making for land. By the time that reports reached Spanish Town and the governor, a force of Spanish troops had already landed. The area that the Spanish landed on was lightly inhabited, but there was a small militia force and a village of loggers and planters there. The militia was soundly defeated. Then, the Spanish turned their attention on the locals. Now, what in the past Diego Lucifer, Roque Brasiliano, Henry Morgan, and especially Francois l'Olonnais had done all along the Spanish Main was truly terrible. Theft, torture, rape, and murder all along the coasts of the West Indies. I don't want to excuse that at all. But the tenor of what the Spanish did here was different. This was not a raid. There was no plundering, no hostages taken or ransoms demanded. There was no search for gold or jewels. This was revenge, and it was executed with military efficiency. Every man and boy was cut down. Women and girls were violated before being killed themselves. Every building they came across burned. This was a message. What you have done to us, we can do back, only worse and without remorse. Fear our might. There was also a real physical message left as well, from that same captain that had attacked the Mary and Jane. It read, quote, I, Captain Manuel Rivero Pardal, to ye chief of ye squadron of privateers in Jamaica, I am he who this year have done that which follows. I went on shore at Caimonos and burnt 20 houses and fought with Captain Arai and took him from a ketch laden with provisions and a canoe. I am he who took Captain Baines, that is, Captain Bernard, and did carry the prize to Cartagena, and am now arrived at this coast and have burnt it. I am come to seek Admiral Morgan with 2 ships of war of 20 guns, and, having seen this, I crave he would come out upon the coast and seek me, that he might see the valor of the Spaniards. And because I had no time, I did not come to the mouth of Port Royal to speak by word of mouth in the name of my king, whom God preserve. Dated 5th of July, 1670. End quote. It was now clear to everyone on Jamaica that the island, small and surrounded by enemies, was now at war with the largest and richest empire in the world, and they would get no help from home. Modiford knew this, so he was forced to turn once again to his friend and collaborator, Henry Morgan. He wrote out a letter of marque, without official permission, and presented it to Henry Morgan. I'm going to read it here in full. Quote, Sir Thomas Modiford, Baronet, Governor of His Majesty's Island of Jamaica, Commander-in-Chief of all His Majesty's forces within the said island, and the islands adjacent, Vice-Admiral to His Royal Highness the Duke of York in the American seas. To Admiral Henry Morgan, Esquire. Greeting. Whereas the Mariana, Queen Regent of Spain, hath by her royal schedule dated at Madrid the 20th of April, 1669, commanded her respective governors in the Indies to publish and make war against our sovereign lord the king in these parts. And whereas Don Pedro Bayona de Villanueva, Captain General of the province of Paraguay and the governor of the city of Santiago de Cuba and its provinces, hath executed the same, and lately, in the most hostile and barbarous manner, landed his men on the north side of the island, and entered a small way into the country, firing all the houses they came at, killing or taking prisoners all the inhabitants they could meet with, and where, as the rest of the governors in these parts have granted commissions for executing the like hostility against us, and are diligently gathering forces together to be sent to Santiago de Cuba, their general rendezvous and place of magazine, and from thence as the most opportune place to be transported for a thorough invasion and final conquest, as they hope, of the island. In discharge of the great trust which His Gracious Majesty hath placed in me, I do by virtue of full power and authority of such cases from His Royal Highness James, Duke of York, His Majesty's Lord High Admiral, derived unto me, and out of the great confidence I have in the good conduct, courage, and fidelity of you, the said Henry Morgan, to be Admiral and Commander-in-Chief of all the ships, barks, and other vessels now fitted, or which hereafter shall be fitted for the public service and defense of this island, and also of the officers, soldiers, and seamen, which are, or shall be put upon the same, requiring you to use your best endeavors to get the vessels into one body or fleet, and to cause them to be well manned, fitted, armed, and victualled, and, by the first opportunity, wind and weather permitting, to put to sea for the guard and defense of this island, and all of the vessels trading to or about the same, and, in order thereunto, to use your best endeavors to surprise, take, sink, disperse, and destroy all the enemy's ships or vessels which shall come within your view. And also, for preventing the intended invasion against this place, you are hereby further authorized and required, in the case that you and your officers in your judgment find it possible or feasible, to land and attain the town of Santiago de Cuba, or any other place belonging to the enemies, where you shall be informed that magazines and stores for this war are laid up, or where any rendezvous for their forces to embody are appointed, and there to use your best endeavors for the seizing of the said stores, and to take, kill, and disperse the said forces. And all officers, soldiers, and seamen who are or shall be belonging to or embarked upon the said vessels are hereby strictly enjoined, both by sea and land, to obey you as their admiral and commander-in-chief in all things as becometh there, and you yourself are to observe and follow all such orders as you shall have from time to time received from His Most Excellent Majesty, His Royal Highness, or myself." End quote. So Morgan was to raise a fleet, as large as possible with as many men as could be mustered. He was to take or sink any Spanish vessels he came across. He was then to seize any Spanish stores or magazines he could find, and then take, kill, or disperse the Spanish forces. He was to do this at Santiago de Cuba or any other place belonging to the enemies. This was, yes, a letter of marque for Captain Morgan. Ostensibly, it gave him the legal authority to attack the Spanish. But it was more than that. This didn't allow him to attack Spanish forces. This commanded him to gather everyone he could and attack all the Spanish forces he could find. This was a declaration of war. But not a declaration between nation-states. This was a declaration of war from one small colony, armed only by a group of rough, violent, drunken pirates against the greatest empire the world had yet known. The people of Port Royal were terrified and had decided to entrust their fate to Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast. That very day, the day that he received his letter of marque, ships were sent out across the New World. They went out in every direction, to go to the Bay of Campeche and the Yucatan, to go down south to Providence Island and even the Spanish Main. They went to Tortuga, they went to Cuba, they went as far as Nassau and the Leeward Islands. Ships went everywhere, to gather as many men as could be found. Back in Port Royal, the holy men on street corners preached that the end was nigh and a final climactic judgment was coming. All the while, the ground beneath Port Royal rumbled ominously and began to shake. In 509 BCE, the last king of Rome was overthrown. The people, and the powerful among them, were done with tyrants, and they elected to be governed rather than ruled. They formed a senate to debate the issues and to guide them. It was far from a democratic body, but it was far better than being ruled over. But there were two men that sat at the head of the senate. They were elected for a limited term. Now these two men had equal powers. Each one was a check on the other, a guard against the threat of one man amassing too much power. These were called praetors, and later they'd be called consuls. And these two wielded an executive power. The Romans called that power the imperium. Now, perhaps the most important role of the consuls was to act as commanders-in-chief of the armies of Rome. Now, presumably, these were the two most powerful men in Rome, at least while they held office, but there was another class that rivaled them. There were the generals, and later on the governors. Now, nominally, they served at the behest of the Senate and under the command of the consuls. In reality, though, they commanded a great amount of authority and influence all of their own. Still, they could be recalled and reprimanded or removed if they stretched their mandate too far. Now, early on, the famous Roman Republic was in her infancy, and she was struggling to discover exactly what she would become. It was a system of governance designed to keep any one man from reclaiming the title of king through a system of checks and balances that much of the modern world would find familiar today. But there were times, especially in the Roman Republic's very early days, that their system was just not prepared to handle. There were times when the Republic itself was in such great danger that a squabbling and divided Senate could not come to a consensus on how best to defend her. Times when that mass of ambitious and often inexperienced generals were more concerned with their own glory than the salvation of Rome. At those times, sometimes, the consuls either could not or would not agree on the path before them. It was at these times, when Rome itself was in peril, that the consuls, with the backing of the Senate and even the tribunes, would raise one man above them all. They chose a man that they thought to be worthy and wise and strong, and they named him Dictator. For a limited time, usually no more than 6 months, he was given supreme executive power. His authority over all of the armies of Rome exceeded that of the consuls and even the generals. He had virtually no check on his power, and his responsibility alone was the defense of Rome. Now, of course, the last dictator was named Caius Julius Caesar. That was at the twilight of the Republic, when men like Sulla and Caesar abused the powers of dictator, but for centuries it had been an invaluable tool, a last line of defense, and hopefully salvation. Now, there are incalculable parallels that can be drawn between ancient Rome and the world that would follow her fall. Some are valid, most aren't. Some are useful, most aren't. But by the summer of 1670, in the West Indies, the island of Jamaica was experiencing some of those same growing pains, figuring out exactly what they were. They had a governor who had executive authority over the island, and a council that debated the issues and decided how best to move forward. But in that summer, they stood alone, abandoned by their king, and surrounded by very, very capable enemies. They chose to give one man unprecedented power, authority, and burden. This is episode 30, Dictator of the West Indies. Admiral Henry Morgan had proved himself time and again the most capable commander in the Americas. He outshone his predecessors like Admirals Mings and Mansvelt. He eclipsed earlier buccaneer captains like Francois l'Olonnais. He had amassed a bigger reputation, more conquests, more successes, and more plunder than all of the men that had come before him. It was in Jamaica's hour of need that the governor of Jamaica, Governor Modiford, with the backing of Jamaica's governing council, granted Morgan more power than any other captain in the Caribbean had ever held. Now, he had his letter of marque in hand, but that was the least of it. He was given the power to actually issue letters of marque on his own, without consulting the governor. That was unheard of, and also pretty illegal. A letter of marque was only supposed to be issued by a governor, a man given the king's authority. And in one move here, Modiford had delegated the king's writ to a man most considered to be no more than a pirate. But Morgan would use that power to great effect in the months to come. Now, he was also given total control of the Jamaican militia. Even that wasn't anything too outside of the norm, but he used that too. Morgan was virtually given control of the island, and he put it under martial law. He put strict rules in place, limiting the consumption of any goods necessary to the war effort. Any man that was left in debtor's prison was offered clemency if he agreed to serve on board one of Morgan's ships. Even indentured servants were offered freedom on the same grounds. Farmhands, apprentices, drunks, vagrants, criminals, any man who could sail or shoot was courted by Captain Morgan. At Fort Charles, there in Port Royal, this unruly mob underwent strict training under the commanders and the veterans of Morgan's fleet. In the waters surrounding Port Royal, ships practiced wartime maneuvers. In the fields, in the workshops of Jamaica, in the forests, and in the fishing grounds, men and women hunted and fished. They salted beef, they poured rum, they repaired sails, they tuned guns, they packed powder. Jamaica was readying for total war. After they had been attacked, all of her citizens wanted to help. It was a finely tuned machine, but still, it was not enough. Ships from Jamaica sailed in every direction that the wind would carry them. The sailors on board carried word from Morgan into every logwood-cutting camp on the Main. They sailed into every harbor or river or hidden cove that was known to them, known to be used by buccaneers. They visited taverns, they spoke to shifty-eyed men in alleys, and they proclaimed their word in city squares. The message was the same that was at this time being trumpeted in Port Royal. Sometimes it would be whispered into unwatched ears. Sometimes it would be accompanied by drums. It was repeated in English and Dutch and French. It was even repeated in Spanish and in the tongues of slaves and natives. Henry Morgan had put forth the call. Now Morgan had set the meeting place for all of these potential buccaneers at an old haunt, the Isla Aveche off the southern coast of Hispaniola. The deadline for joining the fleet was set for October 24th, 1670. This gave the men plenty of time to set their affairs in order and to sail from wherever they were to meet him. And sail they did. First, just a few, but then they flooded in. Now Morgan himself visited the most important port to this effort. Tortuga was, in many ways, the twin of Port Royal. Back before the English had arrived in Jamaica, it had been the hub for all of the Caribbean buccaneers. Most men that would sail under Morgan, English, Dutch, or French, knew both of these cities well. They knew both cities' harbors. They knew the barkeeps, the fences, and they all had a favorite girl or two in each of the city's different brothels. Even still, it was important that Morgan himself go to Tortuga. Relations between England and France had strained for the past few years, and things had cooled between the English and the French rovers ever since they'd nearly come to firing on one another during the raid on Portobello. It didn't help that Morgan and Modiford had confiscated a French vessel, imprisoned her crew, and then made the ship Morgan's flagship after the disaster on the Oxford. So Morgan sailed for Tortuga personally and prepared his pitch to the French buccaneers there. The fleet was struck by a hurricane in September en route to Tortuga. By this time, though, most of the men were experienced with hurricanes, and the fleet made it through not too much worse for the wear. Now there is one person who is probably the single most influential to our image of Caribbean piracy ever to have lived. Howard Pyle was an illustrator around the turn of the last century. His works on pirates did more to solidify just what a pirate looked like than any other. More than Robert Louis Stevenson or J.M. Barrie, Defoe, or Captain Charles Johnson. His works, Howard Pyle's works, have graced the cover of all of these authors from time to time. Now, the saying goes that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think that Pyle proves it. His images, unlike the woodcuts depicting pirates that were made before he worked, well, they all told a story. From two men embroiled in combat on a beach to see who would become the next captain of a pirate ship, to a man marooned on a deserted island, to a poor soul forced to walk the plank. And his works on Captain Morgan are some of the best. One of these, named Henry Morgan Recruiting for the Attack, is an image usually associated with this voyage, Henry Morgan's voyage to Tortuga. I'll put it up on the website so you can take a look, but I think it really defines and captures who Morgan was and what he was doing late in the summer of 1670. In this picture, he's lounging on a shaded hammock on the beach. Behind him, we see waves splashing ashore. He's wearing the clothes of an English gentleman. His buckled shoes are kicked off on the intricate rug beneath his feet. There's a barrel standing within reach, topped with a fine crystal decanter and a glass for what we can assume is rum or maybe wine. A Cuban guitar rests against that as well. His hair, long, hangs about his shoulders, and his face looks imperiously on the men standing before him. Now their clothes are little better than rags in contrast to Morgan's. They have beards and earrings, bare feet and headbands. But there's another contrast here as well. While Morgan is lazing on his hammock surrounded by articles of comfort and luxury, he has no weapons. The men before him each carries a musket and a blade. One has a blunderbuss stuck into his sash, and another has 3 grenades hanging from his belt. These are hard, large men, well armed. Morgan is slender, unarmed, even foppish. But he is also very clearly in command.
Now, the image is full of inaccuracies and anachronisms, but it captures something that any other form of media fails to. I definitely suggest going to check it out. Now, back in Tortuga, there was some resentment against the English admiral and his men left, but England and France were at peace again, and all of the French buccaneers listened, growing more and more intrigued in Morgan's proposal. The Brethren of the Coast out of Tortuga heard Morgan's call. Soon, every man with a ship and a crew and a mind for adventure was making ready to sail. Now Morgan himself sailed to that appointed meeting place to lay anchor and to wait. He had a month and more before the fleet departed, but it would be far from wasted. Now Captain John Morris was there, of course. He was at the helm of the 10-gun Dolphin. He was one of only a few captains that had been on Morgan's first raid against Villahermosa and Granada some 7 years before. He'd been Morgan's longest and most trusted companion. Often he was a man that would take command of secondary units or even the whole fleet if Morgan was away. So was Captain Lawrence Prince of the Pearl, another ship carrying 10 guns. Another longtime companion of Morgan's. These were two of the strongest ships in the fleet so far, especially since Morgan's own flagship, the Satisfaction, was somewhere sailing along the Spanish Main, patrolling for enemy fleets, and it had yet to be brought back to the admiral, although he had sent word for it. As these ships waited, along with a few other English vessels that had accompanied them to Tortuga, pirates from far and wide began to appear on the horizon. The messenger ships that Morgan had sent out returned with more men on board and more guns, and usually 1 or 2 new ships in tow as well. More often than not, these ships that had been prizes that had been taken on their way back to the rendezvous. And then smaller vessels, like canoes, rolled in as well. Not much use to the fleet, but carrying buccaneers with sharp eyes and well-oiled weapons. Some men, though, didn't even have canoes to row to the boats. These men arrived on the shore by foot in droves. Stephen Talty, in Empire of Blue Water, writes, quote, "Some of the Hispaniola contingent could find no vessels, so they trekked across the island, battling the Spanish as they went, until they arrived at the shore looking out on Isla Avache. In calling out these cow-skinners, Morgan was harking back to the very roots of West Indian piracy. As they emerged out of the woods, their leather stained black with blood, their hair filthy and matted, their faces splashed with mud, but with muskets polished, they must have appeared like shades from the Caribbean past, the legendary sharpshooting buccaneer, the men who lived as free as wild animals, the fathers of them all. Morgan was summoning ghosts." End quote. There had been months of quiet in the Caribbean. The kings of England and France and Spain relied on diplomacy back in Europe, and the buccaneers had been discouraged from taking any action. This was the first real assault planned in more than a year, and it was shaping up to be the largest ever seen. As more and more men arrived, every ship's crew filled up, and more men were camping on the beach, hoping to find a crew to join. Morgan realized that he had a problem. There were so many men showing up, men that he needed to make his war a success, that he would have trouble to actually feed them all. He ordered hunting parties to get as much beef as they could, but even that would not be enough. So he sent John Morris to go search for any Spanish ships and raid the pastures of any Spanish settlements, while his second-in-command, Vice Admiral Collier, was ordered to take a few well-armed ships and 400 men to the Spanish Main and raid what was the New World's most productive and profitable source of grain, Rio de la Hacha. Now, maize was an essential food source on board a ship. They used it to make their bread and hardtack, and they would need it in quantities that they just couldn't find anywhere else. Plus, Rio de la Hacha was a rich town full of fat merchants. So Collier sailed hard and made the coast in pretty good time. But when the fleet was in sight of their target, they were becalmed. The townspeople from the shoreline saw their ships stranded just off the coast, and they were there for a full 2 days, while the townspeople had all the time in the world to bury their valuables and flee the city. And there was another complication as well. In the harbor sat a sizable Spanish galleon of 14 guns and 40 men.
So Collier waited before, finally, a slight breeze helped him limp to shore some 2 miles from town. As they approached the city by land, the Spanish fort opened fire. As per usual, it was underarmed. There were only 4 guns on its walls. The galleon in the harbor opened fire too, but neither was able to do too much. For 24 hours, the buccaneers took cover and waited until the Spanish finally just surrendered. The English didn't even have to fire a shot. They knew the reputation of the buccaneers, and they knew that it was fruitless to resist. So the English would report later that they'd found Spanish soldiers hiding under mattresses in the fort, and that they'd executed several of the commanders. Most notably among these was the captain of the galleon in the harbor. It turns out that that ship was La Gallardina, one of the 4 vessels that had attacked Jamaica a few months prior. So the captain was killed and his ship was seized. As it happens, luckily enough, the holds of the ship were full of maize. It was to be transported elsewhere, and that was just what the buccaneers happened to be looking for in Rio de la Hacha. Now, they didn't find much in the way of other plunder in the city. There were 2 days of calm and 1 of cannon fire, and that had given the locals plenty of time to hide their valuables, and time was short, so Collier ransomed the town for beef and maize, which they received, and the fleet sailed back to Morgan. It turns out that the buccaneers missed out on 200,000 pesos in well-hidden treasure there at the fort. That's equivalent to $2 million. But their ships were full of food. Now, back at the rendezvous, Morgan was waiting impatiently for word from either of his 2 top captains. Collier had been weeks gone, and Morris just as long. His flagship, Satisfaction, had finally arrived in good order at long last, but after a full 5 weeks of repairing their ships and waiting for word from Collier, finally he arrived, bearing that new Spanish galleon, thousands of pounds of foodstuff, and news that one of the men responsible for attacking Jamaica had been slain. Not long thereafter, Morris arrived as well with even better news. Off the coast of Cuba, he'd been forced to take shelter from a gale in a small, sheltered bay. A couple of hours later, a Spanish vessel had appeared to take shelter from that same storm. Lo and behold, it was none other than the San Pedro y la Fama, carrying her captain, Manuel Rivero Pardal. That's the same Spanish captain that commanded the force against Jamaica, who claimed, quote, to make the sea and these barbarians tremble, end quote. Now, his ship carried 14 guns, so they thought they had the smaller buccaneer vessel dead to rights. They were trapped in a cove, they were outgunned and outmanned. And they were right on the face of things, but they didn't account for the disparity of the men on board these 2 vessels. When the Spanish attacked what they believed to be an easy prize of buccaneer dogs, they were faced with a hail of musket fire and a ferocity that they hadn't expected. Once again, the buccaneers proved their quality against the Spanish. Now, the battle was hard fought on both sides, but the smaller and weaker force prevailed. The question is, though, how? Now, this is a hard thing to quantify. It's an impossible thing to measure. For historians, it's a difficult thing on which to gather concrete evidence. But I think, perhaps, it's that the Spanish privateers weren't really experienced fighting men. Perhaps their overconfidence against the smaller force was their undoing. There's even a school of thought in military tactics that says to always give your enemy a way out. If they're cornered and desperate, you might just see exactly how hard they can fight. Now, some have argued, some of the more mythologically minded, that Spain was actually rotting from its core. Their king was mentally and physically disabled. At the time, he was seen as a monster, touched by Satan, punishment on Spain for years of pride and greed and hubris. And the king, if he is one with the land, well, he represented the weakness that was growing in Spain. This, of course, ignores the scores of less successful buccaneers. The Spanish had left hundreds of these dead on some beach or tossed into the ocean. In the end, the reason that the buccaneers defeated the Spanish force might be as simple as a lucky shot. Some English musketeer shot Manuel Rivero Pardal through his throat, killing him. Spanish resistance after their commander died collapsed. Captain Morgan's great antagonist was dumped over the side unceremoniously, and John Morris sailed back to his admiral to deliver the news. As a storyteller, this is a real blow to me. He had such potential to be a great villain. He was vain and he was colorful, yet he was still a man that was capable and dangerous. He was a warrior poet. I would have loved to have told you of a great slashing duel on board his flagship, with Morgan and Rivero climbing into the rigging, delivering quippy one-liners along with the parries and thrusts of their blades. But that's not how real life works, and that's not to be. Rivero was dead, and Morgan's fleet was now fully victualled, repaired, and ready to sail. They had several warships among them. Morgan on board the Satisfaction. Vice Admiral Collier, John Morris, and Lawrence Prince each had their own ships. The frigate Lily was captained by one Richard Norman, the Fortune by Richard Dobson, and the 70-ton Mayflower by Joseph Bradley. By this point, these were all veteran captains under Morgan. The Spanish galleon captured at Rio de la Hacha, La Gallardina, was given over to an experienced French buccaneer without a vessel. The French brought the other two strongest warships in the fleet as well. The St. Catherine carrying 14 guns and 110 men, and the St. Pierre with 10 guns and more than 90 men. Most of the vessels in the fleet, though, weren't as impressive as all that. The Virgin Queen, for example, carried only 2 small guns, and the tiny La Surf carried no guns at all. But they packed as many men on board these tiny vessels as possible. And that's representative of really what the ships in this fleet were. They were just there to ferry men from the meeting place to the shore. When Morgan wrote to Governor Modiford, finally, to inform him that the fleet was ready, he reported 30 ships and more than 1,800 men under his command. And the fleet was finally ready. But there still remained some business to be done. All 30 captains crowded on board the Satisfaction and sat down to council. It was time to ratify the code. Naturally, Morgan was voted as admiral, Collier his vice-admiral. There may have been some haggling over how many shares were to be divided among the crews, as the terms on this voyage were more generous than prior ventures, but the usual concessions were made for all. Morgan was to receive 1% of the total haul. King Charles, the Duke of York, and the governors of Tortuga and Port Royal were each allotted a small share. The captains of each vessel were given 8 shares for their ships and 1 for themselves. Surgeons, carpenters, other petty officers, they were given additional shares representing their contributions. Wounded men on this voyage, though, would make more than they had previously. For the loss of everything from a finger to an eye to an arm or a leg, they were getting more gold than they would have on an earlier voyage. So the code here was generous, but not at all unusual. The real order of business was the decision of where to attack. Never before had the Caribbean seen such a force of brethren of the coast. No pirates or privateers on so many ships carrying so much firepower had ever been seen before. This was an army to rival any force that the great empires of old Europe could muster, so where could they attack? Now, Santiago de Cuba was an obvious choice, as they'd been behind the raid on Jamaica. But the winds of that time of year in that region could be dangerous on the coast of Cuba. Now, Havana was the jewel of the West Indies, but even nearly 2,000 men were not enough to take a city like that, so many argued for Cartagena, the second largest and most powerful city in the region. It was impressively well defended. Now, they might take it, the buccaneers probably could, but the loss they incurred would likely not be worth the prize. In fact, though the buccaneers didn't know it at the time, attacking Cartagena would have been a suicide mission. It would have been a total disaster. The governor there was prepared and called in all militiamen. His ranks were swelled, his garrisons were full. The buccaneers probably wouldn't have reached the coast even, since the fleet massing there would have crushed even Morgan's forces. Luckily, though, while they were on Morgan's vessel, that idea was overruled. the council finally decided on another target. Perhaps it was the ripest and the richest in all of the New World, and it was one that held some historical significance, especially to the English. 100 years earlier, almost exactly 100 years as it would turn out, Francis Drake had sailed to the New World and landed his forces on terra firma. Drake and his men partnered with a group of French pirates to undertake the greatest and most notorious act of piracy that the world had ever known. And now, Henry Morgan and his French allies were going to do the same. They all agreed, and they all signed the code. They were going after the treasure house of the world, Panama. But wouldn't you know it, they had a problem. The same problem that Drake had faced, actually. Panama, the city that housed all of the gold and silver brought up from the South American mines, lay on the Pacific side of the isthmus. Their ships weren't about to sail around the southern Cape of the Americas, not and leave their homes completely undefended for the months and months that such a voyage could take. If they were to sack Panama, they would need to land on the north side of the isthmus and trek through at least 30 miles of dense, dangerous jungle, and that was with their ships carrying them as far inland as possible. It could be done. After all, Sir Francis Drake had accomplished it, as had countless numbers of Spanish mule trains and centuries of local natives. But Drake had had guides that he took with him, and Morgan was unlikely to convince the decimated native populations to help him. So he needed to find someone who knew the jungles of Panama, who had personal experience with them, and who hated the Spanish enough to help him. Such men existed, as it turned out, many of them, probably. Englishmen who had made that journey many times, and all of them were gathered together in one place. They were in cells, under guard, deep in the dungeon of a fortress. These were, some of them, the same men taken years prior through Spanish treachery, forced to work as slaves building Spanish forts, and there were others, too, that had been arrested for espionage, piracy, or other high crimes. All had been to Panama, the city, many times, and all were kept on the prison colony at La Providencia, known to the English as Providence Island. So the fleet set sail on December 16th, 1670. The fleet anchored off Providence Island. One 14-gun ship sailed in to wait at the mouth of the harbor to ensure that no vessels could escape and warn the mainland. 1,000 of the men were ferried ashore, armed with their best muskets and best steel. The main batteries on the island, those that had to be taken out first, were actually on the smaller islet nearby, St. Catalina. That's the tiny island that lay so close to Providence that it was actually connected by a bridge. Then, the buccaneers, at this point, could we just call them an army? But the buccaneers marched for the fortress, but there was something there they didn't expect. Now, there was a brand new drawbridge, and it had been drawn up. Then they were met with a storm of musket fire and even larger arms. It would be possible to take the castle, but not for hungry men after a day of marching in the dark. So Morgan's men made camp out of range of the Spanish, ate what food they'd brought with them, and went to sleep. Almost as soon as their eyes were closed, the sky opened up and a terrible rainstorm fell upon them. Sleep wasn't an option in this weather, and anyway, their primary concern now was keeping their guns and their powder dry. Nearby, there weren't any structures to speak of, just a few huts turned into makeshift arms depots for them. Hungry, soaking, miserable, the men tried in vain to find a place dry enough to catch what little sleep they could. It wasn't much in the end, and the deluge continued into the next day. Then there was no food left to speak of. They'd eaten it all. They were able to build fires, but none of any real size, not enough to warm themselves with. And there was no chance today to take the fortress, not in weather like that. There was an almost timid attempt early in the day, but it retreated quickly under enemy fire. So the men grumbled. They took shelter under beachside palms, and they waited. When a few men captured an old mare, well, Exquemelin tells it best. He was there, and it sounds like he partook. Quote, "There was an old horse which the Spaniards had turned loose because it was no longer fit for work, as its back was full of open sores. This beast they shot dead, and everyone who could grabbed himself a bit, roasted it a little over the fire, and ate it up as though it had been the most delectable dish you could possibly wish for. Yes, and a man must be quick off the mark to get a hold of such a morsel." End quote. At this rate, sacking the castle could take more time than Morgan cared to give over, so he sent a messenger under a white flag to the Spanish. Now they knew as well as Morgan that they couldn't defend their walls forever, not from this small army brought before them. The message promised mercy for a quick surrender, and a short time later he got a reply back. The Spanish agreed that surrender was best, but if they merely gave up the castle, they would probably be arrested and hung for cowardice. So they proposed an alternative. Each side would line up for a proper battle. They would beat the drums, they would march in formation, and they would even open fire. But their guns would contain no shot, or they would aim for the ground. No man needed to lose his life in order to take this castle, but the Spanish needed to protect their reputations. Morgan deliberated, but he agreed. But then he ordered his men to load their guns with live ammunition, just in case the Spanish had some kind of trickery planned. For a little over an hour, the farce played out. Not a man died, no one was even injured in this battle. When it was over, Morgan marched into the keep and took the soldiers prisoner. They were treated gently, but they were put under guard, and the understanding held, and there were no incidents. Morgan hadn't needed to fire a shot. They took the town as well, but this too was a peaceful affair. The people were gathered in the church quietly, the doors were locked, and a guard was placed on it, but no one was harmed in the slightest. Once again, Exquemelin describes the aftermath here. Quote, "When all was calm and the compact with the Spaniards had been carried out, the war against the hens and pigs and sheep began. Boiling and roasting went on all night. When short of wood, they pulled down houses for fuel. Getting food was everybody's main concern. Some, when they were satisfied, took what remained of their meal to the church, where they gave some to the Spanish women, but the men had to look on." End quote. But not to worry, the next day some of the men from inside the church were allowed to travel to the plantations and gather enough food to sustain themselves and the other prisoners. It wasn't to be a harsh treatment. Morgan ordered no harm done to any of the people. The buccaneers, though, spent the day searching the fortress on St. Catalina. There were armories in each of them, and there were several fortresses. All of them were better stocked than any the English had ever seen in any other Spanish fortification. There were cannons, there were muskets, there were swords and shot and powder, enough to guard against any attack. Not enough soldiers to man all these fantastic arms, but the arms were there. Can you imagine? When the English had taken Providence Island in the 1630s, they had been woefully unprepared to defend her. When they came again, only a few years before Morgan just had, the men had wanted to establish a free pirate republic and defend her. Now they'd failed as well. But after that attack, the Spanish had built up Providence with new forts and moats and defensive positions all around the island. They didn't intend to lose her again. Of course, they lost her, but what if it had been properly manned? Imagine if this had taken place only 40 years later. Imagine what might have been if it hadn't been Morgan in command, but Edward Teach. With a fleet of 30 ships and almost 2,000 men, there were castles filled to the brim, bursting with Spanish arms. What would they have done? What could they have accomplished? A secure, a defensible port, small but close to the Spanish Main, where they could raid and plunder with nigh impunity, with enough land and fishing grounds on the island to provide food, and certainly there would be Dutch traders willing to buy and sell some of their ill-got goods. If Morgan had been a different man, not a married man looking for a life of gentlemanly leisure, but a real pirate, he might have made himself king of Providence Island. On this day, after taking it with ease, without losing a man, he might have made himself king. He could have run A private pirate nation from behind her strong walls without any of the interference of governors or kings. Well, I suppose, aside from the interference of them invading with armies to take the island back and destroy the pirate republic, that almost certainly would have happened. So it might not have lasted, but maybe it could. Maybe, well, in the end, again, it doesn't matter. That's not how real life works. Henry Morgan wasn't a different man. Henry Morgan was a man with a job to do. So the buccaneers, after they were done searching for weapons, searched out the prisoners and asked around to see if any of them had been taken in that earlier raid against the English, or had any knowledge of Panama and the lands surrounding it. One man came forward, the worst sort of villain, according to Extermination. He writes, quote, "One of them, a half-breed, showed particular eagerness, as he hoped to use this opportunity to revenge the wrong he thought had been done him. As indeed it had, for he did not deserve banishment, but rather to have been broken alive on the wheel for all the murders, rapes, and robberies he had committed. This scoundrel coerced the other two, who were Indians, born in the Spanish dominions, and very well acquainted with the roads, threatening to have them burnt alive if they would not serve the buccaneers. He told Morgan these men were essential as guides. If necessary, they must be beaten into obedience." End quote. So Morgan took them aboard, and finally had what he needed to move on Panama. He had his army. He had ample provisions. He had more than enough weapons, and finally, men to show him the way. So he ordered the people set free and a return to the ships. The Brethren of the Coast prepared to set sail. In warfare, the most important weapon in any general's arsenal is knowledge. Regardless of their strength in arms or soldiers or morale, knowledge is usually the key to victory. Certainly knowing your terrain, knowing yourself, both your strengths and your weaknesses. But perhaps most important of all is knowing your enemy. You need to know everything you can about their troops, their placement, their plans. But most of all, you need to know their strengths and weaknesses. Not in arms, or at least not only that, but who your enemy is. Why are they fighting? What's their motivation? How will they fight? And what weaknesses do they possess that you can best exploit? From atop the Santa Teresa Castle on Providence Island, Admiral Henry Morgan must have thought long and hard about this. The castle was his now, though the Spanish had built it. These islands, Providence and St. Catalina, were back in the hands of the English, their rightful masters in Morgan's thinking. Now they were valuable islands, especially to the English rovers. To the east lay the Mosquito Coast and the Spanish Main, which the English coveted. To the north lay the Cayman Islands, equally coveted by the English, and Jamaica, which was their jewel in the West Indies. But Morgan's eyes were pointed south and west. Looking south from the highest rampart of his new castle, all he could see was open ocean, but he knew that over the horizon lay Panama. That was the city where all the treasure from the Pacific coast of the Americas lay waiting to be trekked over a tiny strip of land to ships awaiting transport back to Spain. From his castle top, he'd have thought about the knowledge that he had and just how much he lacked. Francis Drake had taken that mule train from Panama 100 years before, but his guides had intimate knowledge of the land. Morgan was planning an assault on the city itself, and he only had guides of a dubious nature. He needed more information, and barring that, he needed a plan to pull back if the situation called for it. Thinking back to the near disaster at Maracaibo, more than anything, he needed to secure his lines of escape, at least once the city had been plundered. This island and the Santa Teresa Castle were a good place to start. A mere handful of men from his company left there could defend Providence against overwhelming Spanish numbers and provide his men, away on the Main, a place to rest and reprovision after their business on the Main was done. Morgan ordered 200 men to stay at the castle. That should be plenty. But he had another worry. His men were going to have to cross the isthmus to reach Panama, and to do that they would have to leave their ships at anchor. He would need a defensible port on the coast of the North Sea, what today we call the Caribbean, to guard his ships while his men were on the march. Of course, to secure a defensible port, he would need to take one from the Spanish and then hold it for the weeks and weeks that were needed to take Panama. So there were two options before him. He would need eventually to reach the town called Venta de Cruces. That's the crossroads of Panama, which Drake had actually taken on his raid. It had a well-traveled road leading south from there to the city of Panama, but a fortress guarded each of the approaches to that town of Venta de Cruces. Now, Portobello was the first possibility. That was an overland route through the dense jungle to lead to Venta de Cruces. The second option was to take the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, but that was guarded by the Fort San Lorenzo, which Morgan knew less about. Both of these options held potential plunder and possible pitfalls, but which one would be best? You see, Morgan lacked the knowledge to make an informed decision, and in a situation like this, the best option was to roll the dice, watch the outcome, and react. This is episode 31, Panama. While Captain Morgan was underinformed, his enemy, on the other hand, was well prepared. One of the pieces of information that Morgan didn't have was that a man had deserted the raid on Rio de la Hacha and turned coat to inform the Spanish of Morgan's plan. The president of Panama, Don Juan Perez de Guzman, read these reports and acted accordingly. If Morgan planned to attack Panama, then he would counter him at every possible turn. Every man with even an inch of military training was recruited. Every mercenary from one of the neighboring colonies was hired. Letters of marque were sent out to Spanish privateers to attack English shipping all along the coast and to guard the approaches to Panama. Every slave at his disposal was sent to work in building defenses and serving the soldiers. Every Indian he could cajole was hired as a guide and a scout. The north coast of Panama was ready for an all-out war. The pirates, it was known, would attack from the coast, but exactly where, the informant who had turned on Morgan didn't know, because Morgan himself had yet to make that decision. Guzman knew, though, that the English needed to guard their ships, and he knew as well as Morgan that only two forts were strong enough to serve. The first, the most likely, was Portobello. The president ordered the garrison there filled to bursting. He ordered her stores of food and powder stocked to withstand a long siege, and an army of farriers and blacksmiths and fletchers, masons and gunsmiths, well, they were all to prepare for an all-out assault on the castle. Now, the road from Portobello leading south was a treacherous one, but it was the one used by the Spanish mule trains to transport their treasure to the coast. There was a path, but it was surrounded by dense jungles and bogs and sheer cliffs on both sides and occasionally unpassable rivers. So Guzman sent soldiers to build ambuscades all along the narrow winding road that the buccaneers would be forced to take from Portobello. That's a series of bulwarks that the Spanish soldiers could use to attack, fall back, and then attack again. And all of that is to say nothing of the additional army of snakes and jaguars and javelinas and deadly mosquitoes that would be assaulting the English all along this march. Even if Morgan managed to take the castles at Portobello, every step that he would take south would be paid for in blood. The second option, though, San Lorenzo and the Rio Chagres. The Spanish rarely used the river to transport their treasure. It was rife with just as many dangers as the mule path, all of the snakes and jaguars, and even more mosquitoes being along a river. But the river was home to, also, the Great Caimans. These are huge beasts, longer than most boats, lizards that would lay in wait under the water with huge, strong jaws full of sharp teeth. They moved too slowly to see, usually, until they struck, when in a flash of water and blood they burst from the water and would clamp those jaws upon any unwary prey. Usually a deer or a boar, but they had killed men before, and would again if given the chance. All of that, though, could be overcome by the Spanish. The real danger that they feared
was the possibility of a boat capsizing and dumping all of her treasure into the river, never to be seen again. Men were cheap, but that was unthinkable. Morgan, though, might decide to try the river. At least, Guzman couldn't afford not to prepare for it. He sent men there as well, to the fort at San Lorenzo, enough to fill every bed in the castle overlooking the river. These men oiled their guns and they waxed their bowstrings. These were not the usual local militia. These were well-trained, disciplined men that would not shy away from a fight or surrender while they still stood. All along the river, ambuscades were placed as well. These were even easier to prepare, as the pirates would be confined to the river. A few towers built along the bank, back in the tree line, and a few trenches behind the undergrowth would serve for Spanish men to pick off the English buccaneers as they pleased, as long as they were smart and watched out for the caimans. There was another piece of information that Morgan lacked. It was only just now reaching the ears of President Guzman in Panama and Governor Modiford back in Port Royal. In Europe, the monarchs of Spain and England had agreed to an accord, the Treaty of Madrid. There were 4 primary points to the treaty. First, the hostilities between England and Spain that had been going on for years were to end immediately. Second, Spain and England would agree not to molest each other's shipping and trade. Third, Spain officially recognized English holdings in the West Indies, including Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. This is an important point. And fourth, England was to end all acts of piracy against Spanish holdings, effective immediately. Any acts of piracy committed after the treaty was signed were the responsibility of the English crown and to be considered acts of war. It was basically a trade. You rein in the pirates and we'll let you keep Jamaica. Now, Governor Modiford realized just how bad this was immediately. He'd been told, ordered even, not to issue letters of marque. He'd been told to corral the buccaneers in, find them something else to do. He'd been told England and Spain were working towards something, and they'd tried that. And then he went ahead and let Captain Morgan go to sea with the largest fleet that the Brethren of the Coast had ever mustered. So Modiford wrote letters to London. He wrote letters to Virginia and Boston as quickly as possible, and he sent them on his fastest ships. His career, even his freedom potentially, was on the line. He offered up every defense he could come up with for his action, but as soon as the lords at Whitehall heard of it, they were furious, and they began penning their own letters to Jamaica, to their king, and to the Spanish ambassador. Meanwhile, Captain Morgan had made his calculations. He had a total of 1,800 fighting men with him. If he left 200 in Providence to secure their rear, he would be left with 1,600 to attack the main, and that was more than enough to take Portobello and Panama. That was a real army. But in taking Portobello, his losses might be severe. San Lorenzo, on the other hand, was likely much less well defended, and his men were adept river travelers. If he were to send a smaller force, say 400 men, to take the castle at San Lorenzo, they might just take the city successfully. If it was far better defended than he thought, and this force of 400 was killed or captured, he would still be a full 1,200 men strong. He could then hear what the survivors from San Lorenzo had to report and attack either there with his full force or change his mind and go to attack Portobello. It was a plan that minimized the risks and had the potential for the greatest rewards. He chose out Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bradley to lead the expedition with 400 good men. Well, not good men exactly, but experienced raiders. It was on the 10th of December, 1670, that Bradley set sail to cover the roughly 300 miles between Providence and San Lorenzo. The small fleet made good time, but no one knew exactly what to expect when they got there. When they finally saw what was waiting for them, it wasn't good. The mouth of the Chagres was guarded by San Lorenzo Castle, which sat atop a small mountain. I'm going to let Alexander Exquemelin describe it. He says, quote,
This castle is built on a high mountain at the entry of the river, surrounded by strong palisades, or wooden walls, filled with earth, which secures them as well as the best wall of stone or brick. The top of this mountain is, in a manner, divided into two parts, between which is a ditch 30 feet deep. The castle hath but one entry, and that by a drawbridge over this ditch. To the land it has 4 bastions, and to the sea 2 more. The south part is totally inaccessible, through the cragginess of the mountain. The north is surrounded by a river, which here is very broad. At the foot of the castle, or rather mountain, is a strong fort with 8 great guns commanding the entry of the river. Not much lower are 2 other batteries, each of 6 pieces, to defend likewise the mouth of the river. At one side of the castle are 2 great storehouses of all sorts of warlike ammunition and merchandise, brought thither from the island country. Near these houses is a high pair of stairs hewn out of the rock to mount to the top of the castle. On the west is a small port, not above 7 or 8 fathoms deep, fit for small vessels, and of a good anchorage. Besides, before the castle, at the entry of the river, is a great rock, scarce to be described, but at low tides. End quote. So, just in case you missed any of that, on the seaward side of the fortress there were 2 gun batteries, each of 6 cannon. Any landing on the beach would be, at best, hazardous, with little hope of reaching even those batteries. Even if they did manage to dig themselves in on the beach, there was a tower that soared above these 2 batteries that could reach their ships at anchor and, potentially, sink their only means of escape. And that wasn't even the castle proper. Above these initial batteries there was dug a 30-foot deep moat with only a single drawbridge to reach the fort. No, a frontal assault from the beach was right out. But these men were pirates. They were experienced in attacking an enemy from a direction they didn't expect when they were not looking. If they landed a few miles down the coast, then they could land safely and, potentially, take the fortress from the rear. This was a maneuver that they'd done time and time before. But there was still the trouble of that mountain. If they took the road to reach the rear of San Lorenzo, they would be faced with a steep and narrow stairway carved into the mountainside, guarded by hundreds of well-armed Spaniards. That, too, was less than optimal. In fact, that was really certain death. The only other option left to them was to land far from the castle and trek through miles of uncharted, dense, perilous jungle, and then up the side of an equally perilous mountainside with who knew what waiting for them under the canopy. Mosquitoes and jaguars, certainly, but perhaps an entire battalion of Spanish regulars, too. However, that was the best option they had. So Captain Bradley ordered the men to disembark and prepare for a hike. They were observed by the Spanish lookouts. There was no hope of pulling this off in total secret, so they raised their banners and they beat their drums and they made for the jungle. Once under the canopy, however, the buccaneers fell silent. The Spanish knew that they were somewhere out in that dense mire of trees and brush and vines, but not exactly where, and not where they would emerge. They weren't particularly worried, however. The castle's commander, Don Pedro de Lizardo, wrote to President Guzman, quote, "Although 6,000 men should come against them, he should be able to secure himself and destroy them." End quote. For Bradley and his men, they had a long day of hiking up a mountainside, slicing a path through the undergrowth and hauling up all of their arms and ammunition. But they did have guides there that could show them the way. Unfortunately, those guides weren't very good at their job. They brought the company out of the jungle in a clearing that was in full view of the fortress walls and within firing range. When the English stumbled out of the jungle and blinked at the full light of the sun, a storm of musket shot rained down on them. They lost several men before rallying and retreating back into the trees for cover. Now that they knew just where the castle was, they could plan out an attack properly. That 30-foot deep ravine still lay around the castle wall, dug right up to the base of the castle, and then beyond that there was a cleared grassland leading all the way to the tree line. For the pirates to reach San Lorenzo Castle, they would have to pass through this shooting gallery to attack, but really there was nothing for it. The men readied their weapons and then exploded out of the tree line. Hundreds of buccaneers made for the fort, screaming and firing their muskets at the Spanish defenders. Dozens of men fell in the first volley, but most made it to the ravine. Then came a second round of shot, and still more men fell. Then some men broke legs or ankles when they dove down through the steep dirt walls into the ravine. When the rest of the men reached the bottom of the ravine, they faced before them a 30-foot climb, carrying, at the time, lit matches in their teeth with grenades and fire pots on their belts, all with the Spanish musket fire and even arrows now falling upon them. Amazingly, some men actually made it to the base of the castle and to light their fire pots. Now their plan was clear to the Spanish. They planned to light the wooden palisade walls on fire and let them burn a way through. Now they managed to start a few fires, but they failed to truly catch. The walls stood strong, and the men retreated back through the ravine and across the grass, with the Spanish firing at them all the while. As they ran, a man atop the walls yelled at them, "Vengan los demás, perros ingleses, enemigos de los dios y del rey, vos no habéis de ir a Panama." Or, in English, "Let the others come too, English dogs, enemies of God and the King, you shall not get to Panama." What happened next was, well, most historians choose to quote Exquemelin here because what he records in his account is nearly impossible to credit. He tells us that another attempt was made to storm the walls, this time going even worse than the first. All hope seemed lost to the buccaneers. An arrow fell, hitting a buccaneer in the chest. He fell to the ground, but he pulled the arrow from his breast. Ripping a length of cotton from his shirt, he wrapped it around the arrowhead. He loaded this missile in the muzzle of his musket and fired. The cotton that he had wrapped around the arrowhead caught fire, and a flaming arrow sailed over the castle walls, setting fire to the wooden structures beyond. His companions saw this act of daring do and made to do the same. They would collect Spanish arrows on the ground and then fire them over the walls. Somehow, whether or not this actually happened, a store of gunpowder did catch flame within the walls, and suddenly a mighty explosion rocked the fortress. In several places, the walls started burning from the inside, but the Spanish had little time to put them out. You see, the wall in the explosion had fallen in a key position, and the pirates swarmed that hole. The history of buccaneers' raids in the West Indies are full of accounts of Spanish surrender, attempting to salvage what little they could, but not at San Lorenzo. These weren't the farmers and fishermen that usually made up the militia. These were Spanish regulars, soldiers prepared to defend their castle to the death. Now, at this point, ammunition was running low on both sides, so the battle at the breach turned into a true melee. There was a line of stout pikes waiting beyond the walls for the English, with ranks of bowmen behind. The first wave of pirates through the breach fell to a hail of arrows, and the second. The third was skewered on a foot of steel handled by Spanish pikemen. But more and more buccaneers followed through like a flood, and soon it fell to swords. English cutlasses met good Spanish steel, and men fought on doggedly, pushing back in between the houses. In the accounts that followed, the English talk time and time again of the bravery and the valor of these Spanish defenders, men who fought on despite bleeding from half a dozen or more cuts. But in time, it became clear that Fort San Lorenzo was lost. Despite that, though, the Spanish refused to compromise their honor. A small contingent of men was ordered to leave the fighting and carry word south to Venta de Cruces and then on to Panama to let their superiors know that the fort was lost and that the pirates planned to use the river. To cover their going, the Spanish fought on. They refused quarter and would give ground only with an almost unbelievable loss of life. Even so, their battle soon became hopeless. Bowmen and musketeers on the Spanish side threw themselves from the palisade walls onto the rocks of the ravine some 50 or 60 feet below rather than surrender to the English. The buccaneers, after they had very clearly won, hunted down every enemy soldier they could find in the castle. They found them hiding in storehouses, barricaded in arms depots, and even, reportedly, hiding under their beds. These men had refused quarter when offered by the pirates, and they would receive none. When only the commander and a handful of troops remained, the English rolled 2 cannon up to the stout door that they had barricaded themselves behind. But before they could be employed, a sharp-eyed buccaneer caught sight of Don Pedro de Lizardo and shot him between the eyes. At last, San Lorenzo Castle was in the hands of the buccaneers. Now, in the battle itself, the English lost only 30 men dead, with 76 wounded, seriously enough to warrant a mention. Many of those lost limbs or eyes. More still died from their injuries in the following days, from infection or loss of blood. Captain Bradley, who was among the wounded, wound up dying in those following days. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost every soldier, save for a few who defected, who ran away, and those few that were sent with word of the defeat. Those few went to see the man who was now in charge of the defense of Panama. Francisco Gonzalez Salado was chosen personally by President Guzman to oversee the defense of the isthmus, and now that San Lorenzo had fallen, he sent orders to his men waiting all throughout the jungle. His trained soldiers, his best men, were all recalled to Panama to defend the city and her treasure, but Salado had made arrangements to secure the road to the city as well. He'd recruited all of those natives and African slaves wherever he could. He'd hired mercenaries and even offered pardon to every prisoner in a cell on the isthmus. This was not an army. This was a poorly trained and poorly armed ragtag group of what were really no more than guerrilla fighters all along the river. Their job was to wait on Captain Morgan and his men, to ambush them, and then to slip back into the jungle, make their way to the next ambush point, and attack again. These men moved to their appointed positions all along the river. They built some new defenses, reinforced those already in place, and set to wait for Henry Morgan. As for Morgan himself, he sailed on San Lorenzo. His coming was somewhat less glorious than Bradley's had been. When he saw the English flag flying over the fort, he made right for the harbor and ran his ship aground on the reef that served as a natural defense for the harbor. The other ships, which were captained by more experienced seamen, sailed around the reef and sent boats out to ferry men and provisions from Morgan's ship to the castle. When they arrived, the men all set about feasting and drinking to their success. Then they set about preparing to move. 300 men more were to stay behind and defend San Lorenzo. Their ships were all anchored in the harbor and would be easily defended. They would need the safety of the guns to ensure that the Spanish didn't retake the castle and cut off their escape. When his business in Panama was done, he could trust that San Lorenzo would stand and his ships would be waiting to carry them back to Providence and then on to Jamaica. The rest of the buccaneers, some 1,200 men, prepared to leave. The plan was to take their canoes and small river craft down the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, where they would disembark and take the road to Panama. Now, they were to carry all of the arms and ammunition that they might need to take Panama itself. This was quite a load for the soldiers to carry, with no mules or pack horses, so Morgan ordered that they not carry any food with them. You see, the road to Panama, the river, and the road past Venta de Cruces was littered with villages and plantations, which Morgan planned to attack along the way. He knew that they would have enough cattle and maize, and hopefully some wine, to keep all of his men well fed. It would allow them to move as quickly and lightly as possible. So the fleet of canoes and small river boats was packed full of hardened soldiers. Some of the vessels were so packed, in fact, that men actually had to hang off the sides to stay on the craft as they made their way down the river. Unfortunately, the river was shallow this time of year, so shallow that there were actually exposed roots from the riverside trees and an expanse of mud on either side of the river. That didn't mean, though, that the banks didn't still harbor dangers like the snakes and the caimans and, of course, the men who were waiting for them. Their first planned stop, the place that they planned to stop at the end of their first day, was a plantation called De los Bracos. Now Morgan's plan was to rest his men after a hard day of rowing and then head inland to find some food. What he didn't know, again, knowledge is the problem here, was that the Spanish had a squad of men laying in wait. These men, these guerrillas, huddled in the brush, their eyes watching for the buccaneers and their fingers on their triggers. The first canoe passed, filled with hard-eyed, heavily armed men. Then another passed. Then more. Riverboats, too, filled with yet more dangerous men. As the Spanish defenders looked downriver, they couldn't see an end to the column of buccaneer vessels. The messengers that had come from San Lorenzo reported a force of 400 men taking the castle, with many still wounded or killed in the fighting, so, 350 men? But this force was much larger, hundreds and hundreds of men more, a seemingly endless line of the most deadly men in the West Indies. These guerrillas, lying in wait with their fingers on the trigger, held back. The pirates finally called a halt and rowed for land. They climbed out of their canoes and they stretched their legs. Some men even sat down and lit pipes. Others lay back and closed their eyes. If there was a perfect time to attack, it was now. And yet, once they pulled the trigger, they might kill, 50 men? There had to be hundreds and hundreds of these Lutheran corsairs wide awake, waiting to fire back. The guerrillas had no chance of victory, or probably even of escape against such overwhelming odds. As the pirates snored, the guerrillas melted away into the mountains of Panama. The fear of death certainly held them back. These men were unwilling to die just to inconvenience the buccaneers, but there's something more here. If the buccaneers had come to conquer Panama, to enslave her people and to take their land, maybe these men would be willing to die in defense of their home. But conquest wasn't Morgan's goal. They would come in, they would kill soldiers, do some villainy in the city, then take all of the gold they could find and leave. All of the king's gold they could find. Why risk your own neck only to defend a pile of treasure that you'll never see a peso of yourself? Much better to let them pass, find a place to hide up in the mountains, and wait until all of this fighting is done. When Don Pedro Lizardo heard about this, and heard about the men who failed to even try taking back San Lorenzo on that same day, he was understandably furious. He needed Morgan's numbers to be culled if he had any hope of success of defending the city. But these men were just unwilling to sacrifice themselves to defend what? A bunch of the king's gold? Lizardo did have another tactic in hand, though, one that would, in the end, prove very successful. When Morgan roused his men, none the wiser to the musket fire they'd just escaped, they marched on to the Plantation de los Bracos, and they found it completely abandoned. The manor, the outbuildings, the slave quarters, all empty. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. This meant no soldiers, so it should have been good news, but the Spanish had taken every scrap of food with them. Not a jug of wine or crumb of bread remained. They searched every inch of the compound to no avail. When the men returned to the boats and made their camp, they did so that night with empty bellies. The second day of the journey was no better. Soon after setting out, it became clear that the river was too low to easily navigate, even in their small river craft, so they rode to the village of Cruz de Juan Gallego, where Morgan had planned to spend the night. From there, he decided to take his army cross-country through the jungle. He ordered 160 men to stay behind and watch the boats left in the river while the rest of the party trekked into the village. Once again, though, they found the settlement deserted, with no food left behind. The men grumbled and made up their blankets and attempted to catch what sleep they could. Come morning, they set to cutting a path through the jungle with still empty bellies. The guides that they had recruited back at Providence Island assured the men that it would be less difficult cutting through the jungle than taking the river. It wasn't. After a few hours of hacking through the brush with very little progress made, the men returned to the boats, where they made camp, once again, without eating. On the morning of the fourth day, the men actually set out behind where they had started on the third, and the men began to grumble. They were tired of lifting the boats through the many shallows. They were tired of rowing all day with no food in their bellies. So Morgan decided to split the force in two, half hiking overland and half rowing the boats. After a few hours, the guides pointed out that there was an ambush in the jungle before them. The Spanish would be expecting them to come by river, so the men that were hiking could come upon this ambush unaware. The men pulled out their muskets, made sure their powder was dry, and prepared to attack. They stormed in, guns raised and screaming, only to find the place empty. So recently deserted, in fact, that they could smell the meat that had been roasted on the still smoldering cook fires. But they had left no food behind. There were only a few leather bags strewn around the camp. The men, though, with hunger gnawing at them now, cleaned the fur from the leather, proceeded to boil it, dry it, and then eat it in strips. And those were only a few bags to feed more than 1,000 men. Picture going hungry for days, and then eating no more than one small piece of nutritionless jerky made out of cow skin. Come the fifth day, the men came upon yet another abandoned village. No Indians, no Spanish, no food. Rather than march on, the men decided to search. They searched the entire property for hours, tearing apart every house, every outbuilding, tearing apart every structure they could find. They were repaid for their long search. In a small hollow recently carved into a rock, they found, quote, 2 sacks of meal, wheat, and like things, with 2 great jars of wine, and certain fruits called platanos, end quote. The food was parceled out almost immediately. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to feed all of the men, so Morgan ordered it given to the men who were growing too weak to even walk. The rest had to stay hungry. But then on the 6th day, finally, fortune struck. The men came across another abandoned farm, but this time they found a barn full of maize. The men swarmed over the barn, eating the grain just raw. That's raw kernels of corn. Uncooked, just chewed and eaten. But to the men, it was a feast. All that this food really did, though, was give the men an opportunity to consider mutiny and returning to the boats. Morgan, they said, some of them, had led them astray, potentially into disaster. But still, they decided against it, at least for the time being. The lure of plunder was just too great. Then, on the morning of day 7, they finally came upon Venta de Cruz, the crossroads of Panama. Sir Francis Drake had stood here in this flyspeck of a village just before taking the greatest prize in the history of piracy in the West Indies. Morgan, though, if he was successful, would match his forebear and perhaps even eclipse him. The import of this wasn't lost on Morgan, but his men weren't concerned with things like that. They'd found loaves of baked bread in one of the houses and jug after jug of good Peruvian wine. So the men gorged themselves, drinking and feasting as late as they could. Many wound up becoming sick due to drinking so much after days of want. Morgan, and Exquemelin as well, knew the real reason, but they told these men that it was some sort of Spanish treachery. After all, they would be marching in more or less open country now, south to Panama. The guerrillas that had been sent to ambush them had all fled, but the Spanish army was waiting. From Venta de Cruces, a road led straight through some mountains to Panama. It was a narrow path with steep, heavily forested mountains on either side, rising very close to the road. But the buccaneers set fire to Venta de Cruces and set to march south. Now here, they finally met the first real resistance force since San Lorenzo. Exquemelin tells us that from the trees, unseen archers sent 3,000 or 4,000 arrows sailing down to meet the buccaneers. Now, we know today that it was probably no more than 300, but these were the native Panamanians, and they shot well. The first few volleys fell quickly, in quick succession, and they hit the tightly packed, unarmored Englishmen. In a path that could hold no more than 6 or 7 men abreast, you didn't need to be a very good shot to hit someone, but the Indians were good shots. When Morgan managed to rally his men, they returned fire, and this ambush melted away. They'd never even seen one of the natives, but the arrows stopped falling. Only a few miles later, though, the arrows began to fall again. This time, the buccaneers were ready, and they returned fire more quickly, but that first volley still took its toll. The men marched now in a proper file, with guns at the ready and eyes watching the trees as closely as possible. They sent out scouts and a vanguard to keep watch for any movement from the trees, and there wasn't another ambush for a while. However, near the end of the mountain path, the buccaneers encountered not just an ambush, but a stout resistance. The arrows began to fall, but when the buccaneers returned fire, the ambush didn't melt away. The natives stood their ground and really fought. Morgan lost more than a few men, and the English remarked on the bravery and the nobility of what they called savages. They compared it to a battle of old, fighting to the last, never surrendering, asking no quarter. Near the end of the fighting, the leader of the native force fell to a musket shot, but he still pulled himself up, and he thrust his spear through the breast of one of the men who had shot him. Only then did a flurry of shot take him down, and these native defenders of Panama finally retreat. This had been bloody fighting on both sides, and Morgan's men didn't walk away from it unscathed, but they licked their wounds, and they made their way onto the plain of Panama. There is a report of a cry coming from the tree line as they make their way onto the plain. Quote, "Ha! To the plain, ye cuckolds, ye English dogs!" End quote. At least that's what Exquemelin and his English publishers recorded. I imagine that the native Panamanians didn't actually call the English ye cuckolds, but if they did say anything, what it was probably unprintable. But then, all of a sudden, the men were free, out of the mountains and overlooking the plain leading down to the city. What they saw there must have looked something like heaven. It was a gently sloping grassland with the Pacific Ocean in the far distance, and there, on the shoreline, Panama. Even more enticing in this pastoral picture were the herds of cattle idly grazing all across the plain. Imagine 1,200 men. Then imagine them close to starving, and many of them fresh from a nasty, nasty battle. All they've had to eat for nearly 10 days is raw corn, boiled leather, and a few bites of bread. What do you imagine would happen when they came upon a plain of fat, slow cattle? The Spanish record seeing the fires dot the hillside like stars in the night sky. They talk about the trickles of blood coming down the hill, turning to rivers of blood from all of the hastily slaughtered cows. They talk about hearing villainous laughter, singing, and gunshots all throughout the night up on the hillside. That hill became a source of untold fear to the people of Panama, and it burned itself into their consciousness. Still today, it's called El Cerro de los Bucaneros. Exquemelin remembers the men gorging themselves, most unable to even wait for their meat to cook properly. They would bite into less than half-cooked beef with blood and juices filling their scraggly, dirty beards. Their camp had become one of fire and blood, with half-starved, cackling men feasting on raw flesh amid the piles of discarded bone and skin. In short, what had been a scene of heavenly peace only a few hours before had become hell. And the pirates hadn't even reached Panama yet. The Panamanians weren't sitting idly by, though. Don Juan was rousing every soldier, every man-at-arms, every slave, and every farmer that could hold a musket. They assembled some 3 miles outside of the city, an army made up of infantry, musketeers, artillery, and heavy horse. As the pirates feasted, the Spanish shot off their largest ordnance, though the balls did fall far short of Morgan's men. The infantry in the army sounded their trumpets, and a squadron of 50 horsemen rode forward, just out of musket range, to dance their horses flamboyantly and to jeer at the buccaneers. This was a taunt, but the Englishmen stayed in place and feasted, or let their eyes slip closed, while the Spanish horses pranced. This was also an offer of battle, a show of force that harkened back to the Middle Ages. In response, the buccaneers snored. When the horsemen returned, the mood in the camp darkened. They reported 2,000 buccaneers on the hillside. Now, of course, there were far fewer than that. Even starting out, Morgan's force had been no more than 1,800. Taking into account the men he'd left at Providence, at Fort San Lorenzo, and back at the Rivercraft, his force was no larger than 1,200 men, but that's still much larger than the 400 men the San Lorenzo deserters had reported. But their general gave a rousing speech to his men. He spoke of the duty in serving their Catholic Majesty. He spoke of the honor of dying for God and the King. He told them heaven awaited any man that fell, and glory awaited every man that fought bravely. In the morning, 2/3 of his army had deserted. Don Juan was in a panic. He suffered from an old injury that had nearly crippled his left leg, and it pained him too greatly to ride, so he sent heralds back to the city. Now they pressed every man they could find into service, putting a musket in his hand and herding them to the battlefield. Most of the deserters had been infantry, so the cavalry and artillery were still strong units. To bolster their number, though, Don Juan ordered hundreds of heads of cattle herded out. Some 50 or so herdsmen drove them. Now, Don Juan chose the place of battle well. As the defender, he had that opportunity. A ravine and a large hill stood on his right flank, so he believed that Morgan would be forced to attack his center and the left. The mass of his infantry and artillery formed the center, while the flanks were guarded by cavalry and those herds of cattle. The plan was to send hundreds of steers out to meet Morgan's force, the infantry, as they advanced, discombobulating them, breaking up their ranks, letting the cavalry harry them all into the center and into Don Juan's waiting guns. Morgan had woken his men early. In fear of a surprise attack, he decided to rouse the men and get them into formation. When no attack came, and he saw firsthand that the Spanish numbers were greatly diminished, he allowed his men to lazily finish off their roasted meat. Still, Morgan had cause to be cautious here, and Don Juan had cause to feel confident. Despite all of those desertions, his force was still numerically superior. He alone possessed horses and cannon, and his plan seemed like a good one. However, it was on the 19th of January, when the sun was near its zenith, that Morgan roused his men, and they marched on the army of Panama. Morgan formed his army into 4 bodies, each numbering about 300 men. The vanguard out in front would be the first to come into contact with the enemy. Morgan placed it into the capable hands of Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Prince and Major John Morris. The main body of their force of 600 was then split into 2 as they approached Panama. Colonel Edward Collier took command of the left flank, and Henry Morgan himself took the right flank. The rear guard, which was basically the reserves, was under the command of one Colonel Bledry Morgan, apparently of no relation to Henry Morgan. The army, marching towards Panama, topped a rise, and they could finally see the enemy's defenses well. On their left flank, Well, first I'd like to point out, when we talk about these two flanks, you have to think of it like being on stage. On stage, you would call stage right what lies to your right, even though it would be to the audience's left. The same principle applies here. The defenders, in this case the Spanish, are on stage. The left flank is their left, at least to military historians. Morgan's right is still the left flank. So, upon topping the hill, Morgan saw the weakness in the Spanish plan almost immediately. Their left flank was strong, with plenty of men, with plenty of open space to make maneuvers, and easy access for any reinforcements to come in. The right flank looked very strong. That was the flank with the hill and the ravine beyond it, but Morgan saw two things here. First, Don Juan expected his attack on the left, due to the natural barriers on the right. Second, that ravine would be a barrier for any Spanish reinforcements to arrive. So he gave out his orders, and the English army advanced. The vanguard, under Prince, moved to engage the right flank, and the wing under Collier moved to take that hill. For the moment, the two units, each under a man named Morgan, held back. So Don Juan ordered a cavalry charge on the van, and several hundred horse stormed off, but Prince knew this was coming, and he was waiting. He'd ordered his men to break into two smaller units, into boxed formations. There would be pikes out front to hold off the horse, and then hundreds of sharpshooters within. When the Spanish horse fell upon them, they would be forced around the two boxes, and either forced in between the two units or to the outside, where their charge would be basically fruitless. It was a solid move on Prince's part, and it brings to mind some of the more daring maneuvers at the Battle of Waterloo, but in the end, really, it proved unnecessary. Once again, the skill of the buccaneers, their marksmanship, proved itself. As the charge made its way towards them, it broke under a hail of iron musket balls. When more than half of their number fell through that first volley, the remaining horsemen just turned tail and ran for the city as hard as their horses could run. In the meantime, Collier was marching the hill. Now he expected a barrage of cannon and musket fire to rain down on him. Taking a hill in any battle has always been a bloody business, but very little came. Maybe the defenders saw the dog's dinner playing itself out down below, or perhaps Don Juan hadn't expected anyone to actually try to take the hill, but it was more of a leisurely hike than a march. Below, though, two forces were on the move. The Spanish infantry was moving in. There were two things that this force didn't know, though. First, they'd been told that the cavalry would have broken the enemy force, which, of course, they hadn't. Second, they had no idea that Henry Morgan's wing was marching in as well to reinforce the van and to make a final push on the city. The two armies, rounding that hill, almost stumbled upon each other. Morgan and the Spanish infantry, they both opened fire and tried to maneuver for better position, but it wasn't a clean battle. Meanwhile, though, the vanguard under Prince was under another kind of charge. Several hundred head of cattle, led by a few dozen herdsmen, were moving on him. Can you imagine what that's like? I mean, an hour gone, these men had broken a cavalry charge, several hundred men with guns of their own riding galloping horses at them, and now the Spanish were attempting to whip a bunch of mooing, unhappy steers at them. I mean, really? How did the Spanish think this would turn out? And the herdsmen? Yeah, they were on horses, clearly visible, hollering and whipping away, so the buccaneers loaded their muskets and took aim. Now on the hill, Collier surveyed the battlefield. He'd taken the hilltop with almost no resistance, and he had a clear view of what was laying below him. I can only imagine what an army of cattle looks like, but Morgan was still maneuvering and trading fire with the Spanish infantry, so Collier ordered his men to fall on them. Now, it didn't take the Spanish long to realize what was happening. While Morgan held their attention, firing on them, another force was marching down the hill to trap them. So the Spanish began an orderly withdrawal. They would take their guns, they would turn and fire on the English to keep them back, but keep moving ever away from the battle. Then they felt it, like an earthquake. The retreating Spanish turned and they saw it. Several hundred head of cattle, harried now by English pirates, came flooding around the hill. Their former masters were dead, and the musket fire had roused them to stampede. The English herded them straight at the Spanish infantry. So the last vestige of courage and orderly retreat left them, and the Spanish threw down their guns and ran. The whole battle, up to this point, had taken only about 2 hours. In his reports back to Spain, Don Juan would decry the cowardice of his men, how they deserted him at every opportunity, how they had failed to properly defend the city, and, well, he wasn't wrong. But there's something here, though, that we can really only see looking back on the events, that the Spanish had no notion of, and that the English were only just starting to realize. The Spanish had been told that they were fighting for the church, for Spain, and for honor. The English, though, were fighting for none of that. The buccaneers were fighting for a pile of gold. Now, that's not a pile of gold that's going to go into the coffers of men who are already wealthy. Rather, it was a pile of gold that they could use for whatever they wished. Now, most of them had dreams of buying some land, maybe starting a family. Now, let's be real here, most of them would actually spend their pile of gold on the cheapest rum and most expensive women they could find, but it was theirs to spend. These men, English, French, Dutch, well, they'd left the Middle Ages behind. They weren't beholden to a monolithic church or even the almighty power of an absolute monarch. At least in the West Indies, these men considered themselves free. On the other hand, the Spanish, well, they were still little more than peasants. Or even, quite literally, slaves. Why would they put their lives on the line to defend their master's gold? They wouldn't, and it showed in the ease of taking Panama. So the battle was over, but the fighting wasn't entirely done. They still had the city to take, and that might prove as difficult as the battle outside the walls. As for Panama itself, well, the city in 1671 was a few miles away from where modern-day Panama City stands. It was, even in 1671, an old city, nearly as old as Havana or San Juan, and perhaps even wealthier. As the conduit through which all of that gold and silver flowed, well, a lot of it had a chance to stick in the Panamanians' pockets. The difference, though, is that Havana and San Juan were prepared for an attack. They had castles built of stone, they had armaments, they had storehouses filled to withstand a siege. The north coast of the isthmus had San Lorenzo and Portobello, to be sure, but the city of Panama itself was far less prepared. See, Panama had never experienced any real threats before. Their position on the Pacific Ocean had always been more than enough to defend them. The closest anyone had come was Drake's attack a century before, but even that hadn't reached the city itself. Henry Morgan was the first, be it pirate king, buccaneer, privateer, admiral, whatever he was the first English commander to lay eyes on this jewel of the New World. And it turns out he didn't like what he saw. For as rich as the city was, she didn't have much in the way of stone buildings. The city hall, the church, maybe a mansion or two, a few warehouses here and there, but nearly all of the city was built out of wood. Even the 2 hastily erected forts within her walls were made out of wood. The streets inside were narrow, sometimes winding. Any force properly motivated to defend their homes could make taking the city a truly dirty business. So he had plans to lay and he had orders to give, as did the Spanish commander, Don Juan. He'd sworn that Morgan would not take Panama, whatever the cost. So he posted snipers in key locations, crossroads and the like. He built barricades to stop any advancing forces, and he even laid traps. He set casks of gunpowder tactically around the city to explode if the invaders made it in that far. Then he rallied the last remnants of his army and set to defend Panama. Unfortunately, well, Henry Morgan had 600 men who had seen no combat so far. And Don Juan, all he had was a ragtag group of last-minute conscripts who had seen the battle lost so easily from atop their castle walls. Now, exactly what happened within the city next remains unclear. There are conflicting reports from both sides. There was fighting in the streets almost immediately, but no real hope of repelling Morgan. All the Spanish hoped to accomplish was buying time for the women and children, and, probably the slaves, to escape, carrying as much of their wealth as possible. It was, though, a slow-going, bloody battle, but the Spanish gave up ground while Morgan continued to advance. Then, amidst all the roars of cannon and the smell of gunpowder, they smelled something else. They smelled a wood fire, and strong, not the smell of a chimney or even a small fire. It hung heavy in the air, and men coughed and they choked. Visibility, all of a sudden, was cut down to almost none. So the Spanish and the English both retreated from the streets, and they realized that Panama was going up in flames. Now, Exquemelin states that Morgan set the fires in an act of extreme violence, but we have to remember that Alexander Exquemelin despised Morgan by this point, and his book is riddled with inaccuracies. And then, when we look at the accounts of Morgan and Don Juan Perez de Guzman, they both disagree with Exquemelin. They agree that it was the Spanish that set the fire initially, but they don't agree exactly which Spanish it was. Morgan accuses Don Juan himself of starting the blaze, which he had threatened earlier to do. Don Juan himself blames the panicked citizens of Panama. He blames rebellious slaves and foolish soldiers. Now, we'll never know exactly who set the fires that were quickly engulfing the city, but if we need further evidence that it wasn't Morgan, take a look at these two facts. First, Morgan had threatened to burn cities before, but only ever as a tool to get a ransom for the city, and never before ransacking the town to loot every bit of treasure he could. Second, there's what Morgan actually did next. I'll quote a man who was actually there, who was a sailor and a soldier, and he's actually a man that we'll be looking at in some depth when Morgan's story begins to draw to a close. I'm going to quote Bartholomew Sharp. Quote, "And now we were forced to put all hands to work for the quenching of the fire of our enemies' houses, which they themselves had kindled to disappoint us of the plunder. But all our labor was in vain, for by 12 o'clock at night the whole city was burnt, except a part of the suburbs, which, with our great industry, we made a shift to save, being 2 churches and about 300 houses." End quote. So rather than burning and ransacking, the pirates actually made an effort to save Panama, mostly to save the jewels and plunder they would find inside, but why would they do that if they had set the fires in the first place? Now, anyone who had slept in Panama, and I imagine that night not many people got any sleep, but they would have woken to find most of Panama burned to ashes. That morning must have been a somber one for all of the citizens of the city, but also for the buccaneers. Not only had they fought a battle the day before, but they spent the entire night fighting fires all across the city. And now, well, most of the city's occupants had escaped with their valuables. What was left behind had mostly been lost in the fire. Still, the pirates began the long and probably thankless task of sifting through the rubble to find something of value. Still, more men were sent out in search parties to find anyone who had fled the city. They found a few and they interrogated them over the whereabouts of their valuables. Some held back, but most of them spoke about loading their gold and gems onto a ship. In the city, they were having some luck. A small bark had arrived in the Pacific harbor at Panama, despite the express orders of Don Juan that no ship make call in the city. It was immediately seized by the pirates and outfitted with more guns, as they are wont to do. Now, Morgan put her under the command of one Captain Searle. The ship, as soon as it was ready, sailed the shore around Panama. They explored every island they came across. They explored every inlet and every harbor they found. Now, they came upon a few ships, but carrying only people from the city who had no valuables on their person. They all talked, however, and they spoke, every one of them, about a ship that had been loaded with treasure. At one such harbor, the pirates found a store of wine and rum, and decided to take a little R&R on the shore and enjoy that rum and wine as thoroughly as they knew how. In the midst of their revelry, though, they were interrupted by what I imagine was a pretty surprised party of Spaniards. The men, the Englishmen, were all well and truly drunk, but they still got a little news out of these Spanish people who had walked up on them. They were from a ship called La Santísima Trinidad. That ship, out of Panama, loaded with all of the gold and silver and jewels of the city. Searle ordered all of the men to the boats, but every one of them was ashore with a belly full of wine. By the time they actually managed to row out to the ship and get her ready to sail, the Spanish galleon, full of all of Panama's treasure, was lost over the horizon. Now, they gave chase, of course, but the Spanish knew every hidden cove in the region, and the English didn't dare search all of them that they could find, just in case the Spanish had simply sailed as hard as they could to escape the pirates. They did, in their search, fall upon a few other ships carrying silk and dyes and logwood and the like, which was valuable cargo which they loaded onto their own bark, but it wasn't the windfall of gold and jewels that they were looking for. In the end, they were forced to sail back to Morgan and tell him of their failure. Now, they thought that once they had more ships in their possession, as they did now, maybe they might be manned to conduct a more thorough search. However, in the city they had had a bit better luck finding some treasure. A ship had sailed into harbor carrying, well, not much really. It had some soap and cotton, but it also had a chest of 20,000 pesos on board. Now that might be a decent haul on most pirate raids, but this was going to be divided between 1,800 men, and that amounts to only about 11 pesos each. Less, really, once the shares for the governor and the king and the admiralty and the captains and the surgeons and the carpenters and the wounded, once all of that was taken into account, for most of the men it was like getting a few bucks at best. However, those that had spent their time searching the city had found caches of gold and gems hidden about. They were hidden in wells and at the bottom of cisterns. There were hidden compartments built into some wine cellars, under the altars of one of the churches, and simply buried in some shallow holes. They found a little bit of treasure, so slowly it was beginning to trickle in. They searched for about 3 weeks or so, but finally on February 14th, the buccaneers decided to leave Panama. They wouldn't be going alone, though. There was an army of mules and pack horses that went with them, carrying all of their plunder, along with about 600 women and children. Now, they served two purposes. First, they would act as hostages against any enemy action on their march back to Las Cruces and then on to San Lorenzo. Second, if the people of Panama had any more treasure hidden away, especially on this nearly legendary galleon, well, perhaps they could bleed a bit more out of the city if Morgan let it be known that they would stop at Las Cruces and wait. Every hostage taken had a ransom on their head, and any who could reach the outpost with the ransom could take their loved ones back to Panama in peace. Many did arrive with sacks of silver to buy back their relatives. So many actually brought silver that a lot of the buccaneers argued for going back to the city to search further. But still not enough. By the 24th, when their boats were loaded with loot, Morgan was still saddled with far more prisoners than he'd expected. So he sent another message to Panama. He said that he would wait, again, at San Lorenzo, giving the city more time to raise the ransom. But when he left the coast, it would be with the rest of the women and children in tow, bound for Port Royal. You can imagine the kind of fears that must have been building in the minds of the Spanish with their wives and daughters in the hands of these villains. Extermination certainly could, and he actually wrote about an episode involving Morgan and the wife of a local merchant at some length. When they reached San Lorenzo Castle on the North Sea, the prisoners left with the buccaneers were put into a church under guard. One woman, though, again, only according to Extermination, was housed in much more lavish accommodations. She was given a private room. She was given a slave to keep her company and to see to her needs. She was allowed visits from her friends, and Morgan himself brought her meals from his table, the finest food available in the castle. Then she received a letter from Morgan, and he encouraged her to, quote, consent to her own dishonor, end quote. The next day, Morgan arrived in person with a wealth of jewels in hand, a gift if she consented to his, quote, inflamed lust. She refused. She was a chaste and honorable woman, refusing to consent to Morgan's debaucheries. Morgan had her locked in a cell. He had all of her companions removed, along with all of her clothes, and he fed her at this point only bread and water and small helpings of each. So she was cold and she was hungry and she was afraid. She was a helpless prisoner, but still she refused to succumb, praying to God to give her strength and not to falter. And Exquemelin goes on and on about Morgan's villainy and this unnamed woman's chastity for pages. And all of it is just total nonsense. You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who, in, again, Exquemelin's narrative, ordered people's skin cut off on the rack for a sack of silver, waited on a woman giving her consent? You mean to tell me that Henry Morgan, a man who, Exquemelin claims, burned the city of Panama to the ground for some reason to the detriment of his own financial and military gain, let his inflamed lust wait on a woman agreeing to compromise her honor? Balderdash. Now, there are accounts given by other men that were on this voyage. They all claimed this episode with the merchant's wife never happened. But these are actually testimonies given in an admiralty court, and the men might have been protecting their captain or even their own reputations, so they're not much more reliable than Exquemelin. Now, certainly, there were rapes done in Panama. You don't take a city by force and escape that eventuality. No army ever in history has escaped that. But Morgan did try. Some men fled the ranks of soldiers as they were taking the city and found wine and women as soon as they entered, but Morgan ordered prisoners taken as soon as possible and executed or exiled any man who harmed any of his prisoners. So no other accounts exist of Morgan tormenting any prisoner, especially a young woman. And in the end, when no ransom came, Morgan didn't follow through with his threats. He didn't take Panama's wives and daughters back to Jamaica. He released them with guides to actually return them home. Is that the action of a man trying to force a woman to consent? It seems very like Exquemelin was just building up resentment against Morgan for his next accusation, which might actually carry a little bit more weight. While they were at San Lorenzo, Morgan had all of the treasure taken in Panama collected, counted, and appraised. They would estimate the sale price of the silks and the dyes and such, and they would count that to each man's share. Then he brought each man on the voyage before him, made him swear an oath that no treasure had stuck itself in his pockets, and had each man searched. When all was finally accounted, and all of the plunder was divided according to the code, each man walked away with only about 200 pieces of eight. For men who had been asked to endure months of hardship, to risk life and limb in heated battle, and who were denied some of the baser pleasures of conquest, this was a disappointment. Exquemelin asserts that Morgan and his cronies, landed Jamaican officers, all stole the bulk of the treasure and hid it on their ships. Now, naturally, Morgan would go on to deny this, and most historians agree with him. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, argues that, Morgan was not exactly anonymous. He owned a plantation. He owned 2 plantations, and he had an estate in Spanish Town. He had a wife and a family that could be easily tracked down and killed in retribution. Why would he steal some gems and gold from men that would surely come to look for it when his estates, they grew enough sugar and made rum which could earn him more than a raid in any given year? He wouldn't. The reality here is that Morgan wasn't acting as a pirate. He was acting as an admiral for the interests of Jamaica and the British Empire. But Exquemelin and the rest of the men were certainly disappointed, and they were angry. Then 2 ships arrived in San Lorenzo flying English colors. What news they brought isn't exactly known, but we can speculate with near certainty. With the departure of these 2 ships, Morgan, Prince, Collier, all the lieutenants of his army left on 4 ships in a great hurry. Exquemelin states that it was to escape the angry pirates who were bent on mutiny, but it's generally accepted today that Morgan had finally received the news of a treaty between England and Spain, the Treaty of Madrid, and the revocation of his letters of marque. And it occurred to him that he and his friends might just be in a great deal of trouble. And as Captain Morgan sails away from San Lorenzo Castle, Here marks the end of Captain Morgan's last great raid on the Spanish New World. Originally, I had intended to finish the tale of Captain Morgan on this episode, to mark the end of the era and move on, but I've come to realize that that's not possible. Morgan's story in Caribbean piracy is far from finished, although his role is about to change. You see, Morgan had been the last great admiral of the Brethren of the Coast, and with his departure from San Lorenzo Castle, the fleet that he had assembled dispersed. But that doesn't mean that these men went home. Men who had been at Panama would terrorize the coasts of Nicaragua and the Mosquito Coast for months to come. They would build new bases now that the treaty between England and Spain had made Port Royal and even Tortuga less than opportune places to be. They would dig in all across the Caribbean, and then they would spread out. But these weren't the privateers of Captain Morgan's navy. These were true pirates, and they were searching for a true pirate haven. These men would go on to harry Spanish galleons all across the Caribbean. They would attack English merchants in North America. They would sack Portuguese and Dutch slavers off the coast of Africa, and even, eventually, Mogul ships in the Indian Ocean. As Captain Morgan sailed away from San Lorenzo Castle to face whatever was waiting for him in Port Royal, the next generation of Caribbean pirates was preparing to sail farther than any ever had before. For most of us, it's difficult to imagine living in a world where we aren't all connected. Except for maybe the oldest among us and those living far, far removed from civilization, it's probably impossible to remember a time when we weren't connected to the outside world in some fashion. Today we have the internet and cell phones in our pockets. We could, if we so choose, call up someone in Egypt while looking up the latest Japanese fashions and emailing someone in Peru. The news and opinions, the pulse of the world are at our fingertips. But even before this technological wonderland in which we live, people across the world had access to cable TV and 24-hour news networks and long-distance phone plans and newspapers and radio. Now, my grandmother, she was born in a small town in the Ozark Mountains during the Great Depression, and that's not as far removed as you can get, but it's not tremendously far off. Still, she could turn on a radio and hear the latest news on what was happening in Germany or Japan or North Africa. We have to go fairly far back to find a time when people were truly removed. Even in the era that we concern ourselves with on this show, people correspond with some regularity, and they have a notion of what's happening in the outside world. But all the same, I'd like you to imagine what it was like to be on a small island, halfway around the globe from your home. There's a community there, to be sure, but all around that community is open water, which is controlled by enemy ships. The closest friendly settlement is still days away, and that's with favorable winds. The centers of power, the people who control your life, are at best a month away, and that would leave them unable to give any sort of aid to you or your family or your friends should the worst befall your community. If you found yourself in that situation, isolated and feeling threatened, wouldn't you do whatever it took to defend your home? If you imagine that, you begin to understand what it was like to live in Port Royal in the 17th century. Now, when the people of Jamaica were attacked by those Cuban ships, they felt a need to strike back, to arm themselves, and to provide a show of strength to those who were seeking to destroy them. Of course, at the time, they didn't know that their king had just signed a treaty ensuring their safety from those supposed enemies, so they called once again on Admiral Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast to do what they felt needed to be done. That was the situation the citizens of Port Royal and Spanish Town found themselves in. That was their perspective. This is episode 32, The Royal Perspective. We've talked at some length these past few weeks and months about Henry Morgan and the people of Jamaica, about the circumstances that drove them to do what they did and be who they were, but we've somewhat passed by or overlooked what was happening back in Europe and more specifically back in England. So I'd like to take a step back today and look at what was happening in Europe right before Morgan sacked Panama. In early 1669, King Charles II called his brother James and his most trusted advisors into his private chambers. He had deeply important news to impart to them. He told them, with tears in his eyes, of his desire to convert to Catholicism. This was a big deal. Charles was the King of England and Scotland, and England was one of the bulwarks of the Protestant world. Much of England's national identity, even perhaps most of England's national identity, was caught up in their Protestant Anglican Church. For their king, who served as the head of their church, well, he just couldn't up and decide one day to become a Catholic. He had duties to his people and to their church. Okay, look, so after Queen Elizabeth's death, under the first two Stuart monarchs, England rolled back some of their anti-Catholic policies. Now, this upset some people so much that they decided to have a civil war to depose the king and nearly abolished the entire institution of monarchy altogether. Now, in King Charles II's day, with the monarchy restored, the son of the very man who was deposed for being lenient on Catholicism had confessed that he wanted to adopt it for himself. That's almost like the king of Saudi Arabia deciding to convert to Shia Islam. It would disrupt the entire fabric of the society. Is that, can they even do that? Is that allowed? Well, King Charles and his advisors weren't sure, but they did know that if he were to do so abruptly, it very well might tear the country apart. You see, the year before, on Easter Sunday, England saw the beginning of what were called the Bawdy House riots. That's when a few zealous Protestants in the town of Poplar decided to ransack some of the local brothels. They busted up the place, they dragged out some of the patrons, and they gave them a stern talking to. The patrons that they chose to drag out were all church officials, or at least powerful known Catholics, and usually that talking to seemed to be parading them around nude and whipping them while reading relevant passages of the Bible. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, that probably sounds pretty familiar, and that's no accident. George R.R. Martin is a fan of history, and pious militant zealots dragging church officials out of brothels is, well, it's powerful imagery. So the Bawdy House riots spread from there, and they grew into well-armed bands marching down city streets, carrying whips and weapons and even flags toward the seedy side of town. These bands did the same thing they had done in Poplar, and the movement grew both in size and in its ferocity. Now, it didn't last long. It was broken up pretty quickly by the king, but the king did ask, quote, "Why? Why do they go to them then?" End quote. You see, he failed to understand just how his people, or at least how some of his people, felt about Catholics in the Catholic Church. Now, that might not match how we in the modern world view Catholicism, but in the late 17th century, a Protestant would see Catholicism as, well, they would see it as lustful, lascivious, sensual, and clearly directly motivated by Lucifer's hand to tempt men back into a false faith. See, well, Charles had a large number of lovers, both men and women reportedly, but his most prized lovers were given wealth and influence, and even sometimes real power. His favorite mistress was one Lady Castlemaine, and back in 1663, she openly converted to Catholicism. His favorite male lover was openly working in turn in the royal court in favor of Spain and in favor of France. See, this was the English Restoration, and it was, well, almost an answer to the repressed days of Cromwell and the Puritans. Restoration England was fun and fancy and full of sex. And all of that sinful behavior, all that lust and greed and gluttony was, at least in the minds of the Protestants, Catholic behavior. So what do you, a godly English Puritan, do? Clearly, you attack brothels and whip the Catholic men you find them just to show how vile they truly are, naturally. In the end of the Bawdy House riots, 15 ringleaders were tried for treason and 4 of them were executed. But they weren't wrong. Exactly. I mean, rioting and whipping people and even occasionally committing murder, that's not okay. But in the time, Catholicism was very much in vogue in the upper echelons of Restoration England. It was a growing and powerful force. You see, in the past couple of decades, France had made a huge comeback. With the ascension of Louis XIV, they'd left the tumultuous days of religious strife and civil war behind them. Not entirely, not 100%. People were still being terribly persecuted, but things were much more stable under the absolute monarchy of the Sun King. The days in France were awash in sunshine and luncheons in the garden and gossip of court. Their nights were even better. They were filled with parties and elegant balls, overflowing with expensive liquor and exotic foods and busty maidens and lusty lads sneaking out into the warm night air to steal a kiss or maybe something more if they were up for it. In the reign of the Sun King, it was great to be French, as long as you were rich. It was pretty terrible for the peasants, but who cares about the peasants? Surely they're not going to turn around and bite us, right? But it was fun to be French. It was fun to be European. Finally, it was fun. Ever since Martin Luther had published that damnable document in Europe, his 95 Theses, Europe had been racked by the storms of religious discord and revolution and war. And finally, things were settling down, and the upper crust of Europe could enjoy the wealth and opulence that their systems of slavery and colonialism had brought them. And their cousins across the Channel in England wanted some of that as well. The streets of London saw women sporting the newest French fashions from the boutiques. More and more nobles were speaking French, probably more than in any time since King William had conquered the island. They ate French food, and they saw French plays, and they read French poets. But as for the king, his connections to France, and more specifically the Catholic Church, went much deeper than the fashions of the day. If you were to think way back to our early episodes on Queen Elizabeth, you might remember a rival claimant to her throne, Mary, Queen of Scots. Well, Mary's full name was Mary Stuart, and she was actually raised in France as a devout Catholic. Most of the Catholics in England considered her to be the rightful queen and Elizabeth a usurper. Now, her first marriage was to the King of France, which made her the queen consort of the nation, but that husband would die, and after his death she would go on to take up the Scottish throne and marry a Scottish nobleman. King Charles II of England and Scotland was her great-grandson through that marriage. Charles' own mother, Henrietta Maria, was actually French and Catholic. The entire family went into exile in France when it was clear that they were losing their civil war. King Louis took them in and gave them honored places as his court, as he would be expected to do, since Henrietta Maria was his aunt and the young king in exile was his cousin. Charles' sister, also named Henrietta like her mother, was baptized originally in the Anglican Church as per her father's wishes, but was converted to Catholicism by her mother as an infant and raised as a Catholic in France. She would go on to marry into the court of King Louis and become the Duchess of Orleans. Upon the restoration of the Stuart monarchy in England, Charles took a bride in 1662. He chose none other than the Infanta Catherine of Portugal. She was the daughter of the Portuguese king and, you guessed it, a Catholic. This upset no small number of English Protestants, but it didn't end there. Catherine, his wife, was forced to take on Charles' favorite lover into service as one of her ladies of the bedchamber, that same Lady Castlemaine that converted to Catholicism in 1663. Now, Lady Castlemaine was married, as was proper for a young English noblewoman, and she had a number of children. The first of her children was reportedly conceived on the very night that Charles was restored to the throne. Her husband was not the father. She would go on to bear 5 more illegitimate children of the kings: Charles Fitzroy, Henry Fitzroy, Lady Charlotte Fitzroy, George Fitzroy, and the Lady Barbara Fitzroy. Fitzroy means child of the king. Of course, those weren't the only children of King Charles. He had at least 4 others that we know of. There was James Fitzroy, whom he had with Lucy Walter, his first known mistress. There was Charles Fitzcharles, whom he had with Catherine Pegg. There was Charles Beauclerk with Nell Gwynn, and then there was Charles Lennox, whom he had with Louise Renee de Penang, with the Duchess of Portsmouth. Now, that's at least 10 children, and not a single one of them was with his own wife. Oh, and then that eldest daughter of Lady Castlemaine and King Charles, conceived on the night of his coronation. Well, shortly after being married off, at age 13, to a 20-year-old lord, she almost immediately entered into a lesbian relationship with one of her father's own favored mistresses, the then 30-year-old renowned French beauty whom Charles had actually proposed to as a young man in exile in France. Her husband, to break up that relationship, sent her away to his country estates, where she was promptly seduced by another lordling. All of this happened by the age of 17. Maybe, just maybe, those tight-knit English Protestants were on to something when they accused these aristocrats of sinful debauchery. Now, none of those names that I just listed off are important to our story, except perhaps James Fitzroy, his eldest son, but that will come later on. I just wanted to illustrate how connected King Charles was to the Catholic faith. His great-grandmother was a Catholic. His mother was a Catholic. His sister, Catholic. His wife, Catholic. The woman who he proposed to as a young man and decided to keep on as a lover and the father of one of his children was a Catholic. And his preferred favorite mistress, mother of 6 of his children, and presumably the woman that he genuinely loved, was a Catholic. Is it any surprise that he would call his brother and closest advisors into his bedchambers to tearfully confess his desire to convert to Catholicism? Well, not to his brother. That year, James, the Duke of York, had taken the Eucharist in France and secretly converted to Catholicism. Now, King Charles knew of his brother's conversion, but they both agreed it would be best, for the time being at least, to keep it a secret. In truth, it was unlikely to be a surprise to either of the other counselors there. Both were confidants of the king, and if they weren't openly sympathetic to the Roman Catholic Church, they were at least aware of the king's sentiment, and they were busy negotiating treaties with France and with Spain. You see, that whole story about the bedchamber is likely just a bunch of malarkey anyway. Charles might have already been a Catholic. He was rumored to have attended Catholic services while in exile, and then taken communion while away in France after being crowned King of England. But it was a necessary piece of propaganda to attempt to sell the English people on their king's honest and godly conversion, while his ministers and close family members were busy negotiating deals to see that England's return to Catholicism went as smoothly as possible. In France, the king's sister, the Duchess d'Orléans, Henrietta of England, was busy building bridges between the two monarchs, Louis XIV and Charles II. She would whisper into the Sun King's ear of his cousin's earnest desire to return England to Catholicism, of his love of France and of Louis himself, and his desire to see the rift between the two nations repaired. More and more, King Louis began to see what a favorable turn of events that could be. His rule was still young, and he was having trouble, as usual, with the Dutch Republic on his eastern border. They were growing bold and perhaps even a bit dangerous. There was potential, though, for an alliance between England and France, so he stayed out of war as best as possible, but let Henrietta Maria know of his interest in growing closer with England. So Charles sent 2 emissaries to France, one Henry Bennet and Sir Thomas Clifford. Now these might have been the 2 men called into the bedchamber with James and Charles. At the very least, both were Catholic, and both were powerful. These were 2 members of the king's inner council, known as the Cabal, comprised of Baron Clifford, the Earl of Arlington, the Duke of Buckingham, Baron Ashley, and the Duke of Lauderdale, Cabal. Now these two sent to France were among those on the cabal that believed in absolute monarchy in the style of Louis XIV and in a return to the Catholic Church. Now the treaty that they were there to discuss had already been mostly worked out beforehand between the two monarchs, with Henrietta hammering out some of the details and facilitating the talks, but the two lords had to fine-tune a few things and assign their names. The main points of the treaty, described by the French historian François-Auguste Marin-Meunier, are as follows. Quote, "The King of England will make a public profession of the Catholic faith, and will receive the sum of 2 millions of crowns to aim in his project from the Most Christian King in the course of the next 6 months. The date of this declaration is left absolutely to his own pleasure. The King of France will faithfully observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle as regards Spain, and the King of England will maintain the Treaty of the Triple Alliance in a similar manner. If new rights to the Spanish monarchy revert to the King of France, the King of England will aid him in maintaining these rights. The two kings will declare war against the United Provinces. The King of France will attack them by land and will receive the help of 6,000 men from England. The King of England will send 50 men of war to sea, and the King of France 30. The combined fleets will be under the Duke of York's command. Separate articles will provide for the interests of the Prince of Orange. The Treaty of Commerce, which has already begun, shall be concluded as promptly as possible." End quote. Now this treaty was called the Treaty of Madame, a nod to Henrietta's key role in brokering it. It was ratified in June 1670, though, naturally, it was kept a secret. On August 8th of that same year, negotiations surrounding the Treaty of Madrid concluded as well, bringing peace between Spain and England. Then another diplomat was sent to France, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. He was another member of that cabal, but he was not a Catholic, nor did he approve of absolute monarchy. But he was there to negotiate a treaty with King Louis, outlining an alliance between the two nations in an upcoming potential war with the Dutch Republic. When the Duke began the talks, he was amazed at just how smoothly the negotiations went for him. The French king was open to every suggestion that Villiers put forth, those at least that the king had sent him to acquire. He got Louis to agree to send 30 men of war to sea, and even to observe the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. He hardly had to do any work at all. He said of his time in France that he had, quote, "more honors done him than ever were given to any subject," end quote. It was almost like the French king had already agreed to every provision Buckingham put forth, shaken hands on it, and signed his name. King Charles was going to be so happy with Villiers' performance. Now this treaty that the Duke of Buckingham worked out was called the Treaty of Dover, and it was a sham. In almost every way, it was identical to the Treaty of Madame, only without that bit at the beginning about the king announcing his conversion to Catholicism and returning England to the Church. Now this Treaty of Dover, it was signed by all 5 members of the cabal in December of 1670, including those who opposed England becoming more and more Catholic, and including those 2 whose signatures already graced the first treaty. Charles II, along with his brother James, along with Louis XIV of France, Henrietta, and a host of diplomats on the continent, were maneuvering England into a position to renounce the false faith of the Tudors and return to the Catholic fold. It was into this world of wealth and power, of courtly intrigues and of alliances with Spain and France and the Church, with a major war against the Dutch looming, that news came from the other side of the globe. A group of scruffy English and French soldiers, all of them Protestants, had sailed under an English flag and an English admiral. They'd sacked the Catholic cities on Providence and San Lorenzo. They'd attacked the city of Panama, defiled her churches, and burned it to the ground. And worst of all, they'd done this with the official backing of the English governor in Jamaica, who was a representative of the king himself. You see, The structure of power in the early days of the British Empire was pretty straightforward. The king ruled England and all of her colonies. The Lord High Admiral, who was sometimes the king, but it was a shifting position, commanded all of England's navies, and therefore all of her overseas possessions. If he were not the king, he served at the behest of the king. And in 1671, when Morgan attacked Panama, that position was held by James Stuart, the king's brother. Now, under the Lord High Admiral served a council known as the Lords of Trade. They served as a sort of oversight committee over the colonies and the growing East India Company. They were appointed by the Lord High Admiral and also served at the behest of the king. One of their duties, one of their most profitable enterprises, was the appointment of local governors. Now, they chose these governors carefully. They chose men with the right blend of military, commercial, and administrative experience and capability to lead an English colony to success. Or, more typically, they just took huge bribes and promises of a share in the island's profits and named the highest bidder as the governor. Now, these governors were appointed by the Lords of Trade, but they served directly under the Lord High Admiral, and the signature of the king himself appeared on their commissions. These governors had a huge amount of power entrusted to them by the king. Most notable to our story is the power to sign letters of marque as though that were in the king's name. It was a straight line of responsibility from King Charles II of England down to Governor Modyford and his decision to give Henry Morgan permission to attack the Spanish wherever he chose to do so. This was a huge problem for King Charles. He was, in a sense, directly responsible for all of the people killed and treasure stolen in Panama. He'd spent years courting the Spanish and only just signed a treaty with them just less than a year ago, and that treaty was already on shaky legs. Now, while he was preparing for a major war with the Netherlands, one of his personal representatives had burned Panama itself to the ground and committed untold atrocities there. Worst of all, Charles had learned of this from the Spanish ambassador. The ambassador was, as you might imagine, quite furious. He told Charles that the Queen had fallen to her knees, where she lay in prayer for hours after hearing the news of what had happened to Panama. Now, that was bad, but even worse, learning of it from the ambassador made him look weak. It made him look like he was uninformed and didn't have control of his own lands. It made it look like maybe that treaty that they had just signed was a mistake. If Charles couldn't control his own citizens, then what good was this treaty? The Spanish were very unhappy. It meant nothing if English pirates could still pillage undisturbed. Now, if the Treaty of Madrid fell apart while this war with the Dutch was starting, it would open up his rear to an attack from Spain, who had considerable interest in the Netherlands. Moreover, it might endanger his alliance with France, which was so dear to his heart and so necessary to his plans. So the king took action. First, he immediately sent the architect of the Treaty of Madrid to the Queen Regent herself. William Godolphin had developed a rapport with the Queen and with her counselors, with her court, and he was well known there. Then the king ordered Thomas Modyford, the governor's son, who was in London, arrested and threw him in the Tower of London. This was partly to appease the Spanish as fast as possible, but it was also collateral against the governor of Jamaica, who was a powerful man that had at his beck and call an armada of pirates, led by a very talented admiral, and this governor had a history of going his own way. Then the king had a commission written up, waiting for his signature. He named one Sir Thomas Lynch lieutenant governor of Jamaica, with the full authority of the crown backing him. If that name, Thomas Lynch, sounds familiar, well, he'd actually been the governor of Jamaica once before. He was among that force that initially took the island from the Spanish in 1655, and he'd climbed the ranks up to lieutenant governor. For a time, while the colony was without an appointed governor, he'd filled that office. Now, what wasn't written into that commission that the king ordered, that was given to Thomas Lynch, was a personal order given to him by James, the Lord High Admiral. He was to assess the situation with the pirates there in Port Royal. He was to assess the political climate as well. Then, if the situation allowed, he was to arrest the governor and send him back to England in chains. Lynch was put on board a ship as soon as possible, and they set sail for Jamaica. Now, it was with this news, with these tidings, that William Godolphin arrived in Madrid to speak to the Spanish queen. When he was brought before her, he fell to his knees, he kissed at her feet, and he begged her forgiveness. He told of praying for the souls of Panama in company with the king himself, and he told of the sorrow that both he and the king felt for her people. Then he promised her retribution. He told her of the king's swift action to see the offending governor arrested, imprisoned, tried, and perhaps even executed. He promised that he would see justice done in the name of the king. The queen looked at him and brushed that aside. A disobedient governor was a problem, and one which had caused her some trouble, but his removal was necessary housekeeping for any monarch. She wanted something more. Her nation had been scarred by an attack so violent and so evil, and they wouldn't soon recover. It was a black mark upon the reputation of Spain, and the Queen Regent knew just at whose feet to lay the blame. She looked at William Godolphin and told him she wanted the head of Henry Morgan. In our super-connected modern world, we tend to take for granted our almost instantaneous access to information. When a celebrity dies, or when a politician says something stupid, or when, God forbid, a group of poor, bearded religious radicals attacks somewhere in the world, Twitter might let us know even before the news has done a write-up about it. Now, I think most of us are actually aware of the marvel that is modern communications. We realize that this access is unprecedented, but more and more it's becoming an expected part of everyday life. I know that personally I tend to expect fresh news every morning as part of my daily ritual. Well, back in the late 17th century, the world was undergoing a similar revolution. It was nowhere near as instantaneous as what we have today, but news was moving faster than ever before. Largely, this was due to improvements in their ships. The nations of Europe, primarily, were immersed in something of an arms race, unlike any that the world had really seen before. Now, the English Navy was modernizing as fast as possible, as were the French. The Spanish and the Portuguese navies were beginning to fall behind, but they still had shipyards that were second to none, and more than anyone else, and they could outproduce any other nation. However, all of these nations, basically every nation in Europe, was left behind in the wake of the Dutch. The Dutch were busy taking over the Asian spice trade from Portugal, and generally they were building a worldwide trade empire. Now, later, in the future, we'll be looking much more at the Dutch, but what's important to us today is the ships they had and their speed. They were designing vessels that could tackle the voyage from northern Europe to Southeast Asia with ease, and the other nations of Europe were trying to copy those ship designs. We're talking about vessels that could round the Cape of Africa and survive the monsoons of the South Pacific. For vessels that were designed to survive these long and hazardous voyages, a jaunt across the Atlantic was nothing. Now, there were hurricanes, to be sure, and unruly trade winds all around the world, but what they call the triangle trade was booming. That's ships from Europe sailing to Africa to pick up slaves, sailing west to the Caribbean to drop off slaves and to pick up the fruits of their labor: sugar, tobacco, cotton, ambergris, and basically a whole host of other exotic fruits and vegetables. Then they would take those goods and travel back to Europe. By the late 17th century, the triangle trade routes were an international superhighway. Hundreds and hundreds of ships a year made this voyage, and they were becoming exceedingly good at it. With the right ship, the voyage from Cuba to Spain could reliably be made with the right ship and favorable winds in a month, and certainly no more than 2. In addition to the produce of the plantation system, these ships were carrying another equally valuable commodity. They were carrying news. Now, that news typically came in the form of correspondence, letters from your friends or family members or associates. Something like, "Dear Father, I hope this letter finds you well. Mary has fully recovered from the childbirth. Oh, by the way, England and Spain have signed a treaty, so whatever you do, don't send 2,000 men to attack one of their cities. Give Mother my love. Regards, Thomas." However, when the news was dire, they would send the fastest ships they had available. For example, when 400 poor, bearded, religious radicals appeared on Providence Island and sacked the castle there, a ship sailed immediately for Havana, and then on to Spain with news of the attack. If we assume that the ship sailed under optimal conditions, it's possible that it could have reached Spain before even Captain Morgan made his move on San Lorenzo Castle. I'd like you to imagine it. Your nation, wherever that may be, signs a treaty with your most antagonistic enemy. Then, word comes that that same nation attacked one of your military bases. Then, only a couple of weeks later, they've occupied that base and moved on to attack another. And later, that they're planning to attack one of your richest cosmopolitan cities. Not to worry, though, the city is defended by the best and the bravest your nation has to offer. Then, in 2 more weeks, another messenger ship. These heathens defeated your army. They pillaged the city. They tortured, raped, murdered, defiled churches, threw babies from rooftops, and finally burned the city to the ground. All this in the wake of signing a peace treaty with you, with the formal legal backing of the governor there. How would you feel? How would your government react? Someone would have to pay for this. This is episode 33, Payment. After the attack on Panama, Henry Morgan arrived home to Port Royal in what had become the usual fashion. He was hailed as a conquering hero by everyone from beggars and prostitutes to merchants and planters. But the celebrations quickly died. There were only 4 ships, the Mayflower, the Pearl, the Dolphin, and the Mary, when there should have been a dozen and more. The captains were Morgan's most trusted confidants, but not the swaggering captains typical of the Brethren of the Coast that the people of Port Royal had come to expect. Now these men on board these ships should have been unloading unruly pirates with pockets full of gold ready to be spent, but the men disembarking were the closest thing to respectable that Morgan had under his command. These were soldiers rather than buccaneers. Now, their plunder would spend as well at the local rum sinks and brothels as any other man's, but they would be a little bit less free with it. And then there was the Admiral himself. He wasn't the jovial, laughing captain clapping his men on the back and barking out orders that they had come to know and love. Today he was gaunt and hollow-cheeked. He was clearly suffering from some disease picked up in the jungles on the Spanish Main. So the throng there on the docks of Port Royal opened up for him as he passed on his way to Spanish Town and to his home. Now the remaining captains, the other 4 men, were tight-lipped about exactly what had transpired on the voyage. They told their men to be careful with what they said as well. So they unloaded the cargo, what there was of it, and then those men set off for home as well. In the following days, more and more ships did begin to arrive in harbor. Now, these were the single-masted barks, the sloops, and the war canoes typical of the Brethren. They carried the real pirates, the men eagerly awaited by those rum-mongers and doxies and card sharks, but even they were a disappointment. Upon returning from a raid, they were known to shower every business in sight with custom, be free with whatever money they had, but now they were less than free with their coin. Now, to be sure, every bed and every brothel was filled that night, and every man was drunk, but they weren't the raucous, rambunctious crowd that was expected. Instead of buying rounds for everyone in sight and making foolhardy bets, they were huddled around tables in every tavern. They were grumbling into their rum and sinking into dark, sullen silences. Now, naturally, everybody with an interest in trading with the buccaneers wanted to know what was going on, but it was probably the prostitutes that learned what was happening first. Any man who knew what he was about would have gone to them. They would trade their secrets as quickly as their charms. Eventually, though, one way or another, it came out that the raid had been a disappointment, and that the men hadn't received the great rewards that had been promised to them. Now, most of the men would need to find new voyages, or even new crews, or perhaps a voyage to cut logwood, and many did do just that, but still, Port Royal was filled to bursting with dissatisfied men who were rapidly drinking through the last of their coin. After a few weeks, a French buccaneer vessel sailed into town, carrying the surgeon Alexander Exquemelin. That crew in particular had a tale of woe and hardship after Panama, and they told it freely. But Exquemelin himself had a lot more to say. He was, after all, a learned man, and he knew how to read and write, something relatively rare among the buccaneers. Back in Panama, he'd begun to write an account of what had happened there and on the isthmus, and he planned to write an account of Captain Morgan and all of his exploits. So he began to speak to all the old buccaneers in Port Royal, all of the prostitutes and the merchants there. He asked all of them what they knew about Captain Morgan and about his time as Admiral of the Jamaica station. He asked them about the history of Port Royal and Tortuga and about the Brethren of the Coast. And he began to outline his narrative and really build a case against Henry Morgan. Now, all of the men seemingly grumbled that they'd been cheated, but none louder than Exquemelin himself. They believed that Morgan and his associates, those 4 most trusted captains and their crews, had kept the largest shares of Panama's plunder to themselves and buried it, either on Captain Morgan's estate or back on Providence Island or on Cuba or basically anywhere they could imagine. Now, another surgeon on the voyage, the man who was actually the head surgeon directly under Morgan, wrote, quote, "There have been very great complaints by the wronged seamen against Admiral Morgan, Collier, and other commanders, but nothing could be done." Then he goes on, "They gave what they pleased, for which we must be content, or else be clapped in irons." End quote. He complained in a public letter that the men on board the voyage had been injured and killed, some of them lost at sea, and everybody who was left only received 10 pounds silver. He continued in his letter, quote, "Cannot tell what infatuated our grandees to send forth such a fleet on so slender an account. Can find no other cause but a pitiful small Spanish man-of-war of 8 guns, which came vaporing upon these coasts with the commission from the Queen of Spain, took 1 small vessel, burnt 4 or 5 houses, and took away about 30 live hogs, and he himself was taken with the ship. We do the Spaniards more mischief in 1 hour than they can do us in 7 years. It is incredible what loss they received by us at Panama." End quote. Now, he makes a decent point there, a point that actually a large part of our story today is going to hinge on, but most of the men complained about their lack of pay, never mind the fact that Morgan's orders had been disobeyed. His men let the treasure ship carrying all of Panama's riches slip away from them while they were busy drinking themselves into a stupor, but no, it was all Captain Morgan's fault. Regardless, Morgan had other worries, a lot more troublesome than being surrounded by hundreds of drunken, violent, revenge-minded buccaneers. He was likely in a great deal of trouble. While away in Panama, official word of the peace between England and Spain had come. Now, both he and Governor Modiford had a solid argument in their defense. Though Modiford actually knew of the peace when signing Morgan's letters of marque, there had been no official notification. They'd learned about the treaty from friends and family, but not from the Lords of Trade or the Lord First Admiral or the Crown. So, officially speaking, they'd not been informed of the treaty. They weren't responsible for breaking it, and therefore they could pass the buck on up the chain of command. So Morgan put pen to paper and wrote an official report of what had happened in Panama, a report that would actually more closely match the Spanish reports than the records of Exquemelin. Then Governor Modyford wrote to Lord Arlington back in London, arguing his reasons for allowing Morgan to go back to sea. To summarize those arguments, they look something like this. The Queen of Spain planned and intended to attack Jamaica. Then they carried it out, attacking villages, burning homes, killing and frightening women and children. Remember, Lord Arlington, that letter when you told me to keep the privateers in the, quote, posture that letter should find them, end quote? Well, I, Governor Modyford, did, and when we were attacked, with no ships or soldiers from England to help, we turned again to those privateers. But you know how these men are. They're unruly. They're uncivilized. They could hardly be kept in check. Really, little better than pirates, and not to be trusted. In truth, it's kind of your fault, Lord Arlington, for not sending me the men and the ships that I requested. But, of course, Governor Modyford said all that very politely and very properly. But he went ahead and sent off those letters, as well as Morgan's report, and everyone hunkered down in Jamaica to await a response. Some believed at the time that Morgan's fever was merely a ruse, an excuse to stay far from Port Royal and holed up in his manor house. Now, it wasn't. He was really sick, but if it had been a ruse, he would have had very good reason to stay holed up. On the 25th of June, 1671, 2 frigates flying English colors were spotted, heading directly for Port Royal. Now, this was a rare occurrence, something that really hadn't been seen since the Oxford's arrival more than a year prior. The 2 ships turned out to be the Assistance and the Welcome, and they were carrying distinguished passengers. On board were Sir Thomas Lynch and his family. Now, many in Jamaica remembered Lynch and his family, but it's doubtful that any were really truly happy to see him again. You see, Lynch was a serious man. He was austere and he was grim. He was still a young man. He was only 38, but already he was afflicted with gout. Now, he had been a capable enough acting governor in his last stint on the island, and a respectable and even respected lieutenant governor, but he wasn't much fun at parties. Still, though, parties were planned in his honor. It appeared that he was in Jamaica to serve once again as lieutenant governor, a position that really hadn't been filled in several years. He had, of course, been given his secret orders after his commission. His primary goal there in Jamaica was actually to arrest Governor Modyford, to take his seat as governor, and to either civilize, arrest, or execute any of the pirates in Port Royal. First, though, he would have to secure his position in secret and assess exactly how best to deal with the pirates. After all, it wouldn't do to have hundreds of heavily armed locals kill the new governor and take over the island, wreaking havoc all across the Caribbean. But Lynch was just the man to avoid that. He was careful and calculating. Now, Governor Modyford certainly had reason to be worried, but those worries were likely put at ease when he saw that Lynch's commission was actually dated prior to the raid on Panama. It appeared, if you took a look at that dating, that, well, Lynch wasn't actually there to replace him. And it's here that we actually encounter something of a mystery. Lynch's commission was actually several months old. It was written and signed well before Morgan even set sail for the Main. This was back when Port Royal was relatively at peace. A little bit after the Spanish would have attacked, but before anybody knew what Morgan was going to go do. So, even despite all of Modyford and Morgan's best efforts to curb the buccaneers before Panama, well, it appears that Lynch was going to take over anyway. Now, nobody knows exactly why. This has been often debated, and there's a number of ideas here. First of all, it should be noted that his voyage was definitely expedited by the events that occurred at Panama, and there's a possibility that his orders to actually arrest Modyford were added after the fact, but this question does remain. Was Lynch merely meant to take over anyway, and circumstances on the ground changed the timing of his takeover, or was there something more sinister at work here? A few historians have floated the idea that there was something of a conspiracy happening in the highest rungs of the English government. perhaps some of the lords of trade, or perhaps even some of the anti-Spanish members of the cabal. Lord Arlington comes to mind here. Perhaps they actually planned to get one last strike in against Spain before the Treaty of Madrid officially took effect. Now, the commands coming down to Modiford regarding the buccaneers, well, they gave him a lot of leeway, a lot of rope, and, the old saying goes, enough rope to hang yourself with. But then, when those buccaneers burned one of Spain's greatest New World possessions to the ground, well, they could still use Modiford as the fall guy for that attack. After all, he's a rogue governor, and look, here on his commission, he was actually already scheduled to be replaced. It was signed well before the attack happened on your people, so certainly that can't be laid at the king's feet. However, don't forget that if you ever think to threaten Jamaica again, English pirates can march with impunity to your greatest cities, kill, torture, and turn the city to ash. So, Lieutenant Governor Lynch's first few weeks in Jamaica weren't terribly eventful. He was stricken with gout in the first days after arriving, so he was bedridden for some time. Now, the lieutenant governor at the time didn't have an appointed home in Jamaica, so Lynch actually stayed at Modiford's manor until proper accommodations could be either bought or built for him. But when he was finally well enough to move about, he started going to all those dinners thrown in his honor. At Modiford's manor was the first, to be sure, but they were also thrown in the homes of all of Jamaica's more notable families. Now, many of those were actually members of the Jamaican Council. Usually these were wealthy planters or merchants, or even sometimes ranking soldiers in the militia. So at these dinners, Lynch was able to make contact with many of his old associates from his time as lieutenant governor previously, and even some new. And he probed the situation here. He liked to ask his hosts how they thought Governor Modiford had handled the crisis when Spain attacked. He asked how they felt about the seedier element of Jamaica down Port Royal way. How did they feel about the rum sinks and the prostitutes and the pirates? How would they feel about a new governor that swept all of that less tasteful element off the island, that bolstered Jamaica's defenses and legitimized Jamaica as a real English colony? More than a few of these notable Jamaicans were receptive. The very few that weren't terribly receptive to his suggestions were noted by Lynch. A few weeks of this, and a ship out of Bristol brought news to Jamaica that nearly brought his entire plan crashing down. The captain of that Bristol ship carried news that the governor's own son, Charles Modiford, was actually imprisoned in the Tower of London, awaiting his father's arrest. Now, we mentioned this last week. Charles was something of a hostage to appease the Spanish and also ensure his father, the governor's, good faith. So Lynch moved on this immediately as soon as he found out about it. He had the captain of that Bristol ship and his men detained on board their vessel, and he set some guards on the docks to watch them. Then he wrote a number of letters to be carried in secret under cover of darkness to some of Jamaica's finest families. First, a letter went to Captain Prince. That was one of Morgan's most trusted commanders, who had been there at Panama, and he told Captain Prince to ready his men and any men he could rally to defend the harbor against any threat that might come, either from the seaward side or the landward. Now, the captain of the local militia was told to arm his men and to prepare to put down a potential uprising. Morgan was still bedridden, and he received no letter at all. But all across the islands, guns were loaded and men were readied. Now, to Modiford, Lynch sent, well, not a letter, but an invitation. He sent a runner to go invite the governor to join him as Lynch went to go survey the ships that he had brought to Jamaica. The runner told Modiford that while Lynch had top-secret directives from the Crown to impart to Modiford regarding the defense of Jamaica. Now, once Lynch and Modiford were all on board the Assistance, the larger of the two vessels, along with a number of men, all of whom were loyal to Lynch. Well, the governor was told of his subordinate's true purpose on the island. He was told of his son, who was imprisoned in the Tower of London, and of his own impending arrest. Everything was revealed, but to his credit, Modiford didn't resist. He went to his fate with a proper English gentlemanly grace. He was told that his family could remain on the island and be unharmed, or, if they chose, return to England, as they wished. And then Lynch softened the blow. He explained to Modiford that this was really all politics, that Modiford's life and his fortune were not at risk, and that his son would be released from the Tower upon the governor's reaching London. Now, what Lynch said was true as far as he knew, but Modiford was no doubt aware that kings could be impetuous creatures, and, if it was politically expedient, he himself could very soon find the end of his days at the end of a gallows. So it was on the 25th of August, 1671, that Thomas Modiford was transferred to the Jamaica Merchant and began his voyage to England in chains. So that very day, the new governor, Lynch, called the Council of Jamaica to session. There he gave a report of his actions in arresting Modiford and showed everyone assembled a copy of his commission signed by King Charles II of England. Now there were some recriminations on how he carried out his plans, the secrecy of it, but really only a few. These came mainly from the very same men that had been noted as possible malcontents. It was all legal, though, and they all accepted him as the new governor. Now, Morgan rightfully had a place at that Jamaica council, but he remained abed. His fever was still bothering him. So Lynch was left free to go to work corralling the buccaneers as best he could, but he soon found out that it was going to be a difficult task. You see, these buccaneers knew the island much better than Lynch did, and they had grown quite skilled at evading the authorities. Lynch had, of course, been on the island before, but never in such an intimate fashion. He did manage to capture a few and coerce some others into taking up a more respectable trade, but today we're not really concerned with what the rank-and-file buccaneers were doing. We're going to look a lot more at them next time. However, with Morgan laid up, the pirates were laying low. But the governor didn't have long before more pressing news came from London. You see, Spain, after the attack on Panama, was making threatening moves, and apparently the Queen had called a council of war. They'd mustered a total of 36 sail and 5,000 men, with the apparent plan of attacking Jamaica in retribution. Now, this was about half of what their original force was supposed to be, so it was better than it could have been, but still not good. The Queen Regent chose to keep half of those men back in Europe. This was a tool the better with which to threaten France and England while they were busy fighting in the Netherlands. So the ambassador to Spain, that one who had been a broker for the Treaty of Madrid, well, he had returned to England with the Queen's demands, and those demands were then sent on to Lynch. She had a number of demands, but her primary condition to stay her hand was the arrest, imprisonment, and trial of Admiral Henry Morgan. So here, Governor Lynch found himself in something of a quandary. His masters had ordered Henry Morgan arrested and the buccaneers dispersed. At that same moment, though, the Queen of Spain, who had every reason to attack Jamaica, had marshaled a fleet for that very purpose. He had a mere 2 ships of any fighting capacity and only a few hundred men. Spain's force completely eclipsed his. England was busy mired in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, so he couldn't expect any aid from home. And once again, as had been so many times in the past, Captain Morgan was the only man capable of defending Jamaica. So Governor Lynch had a choice. He could gamble on Morgan and let him rouse a force. Of course, Morgan was still sick and, at that moment, not in the best standing with the buccaneers. Or, conversely, he could bet on Spain. He could arrest Morgan, send him back to England, and pray that Spanish honor held and that they would be sated with Henry Morgan in chains. It appears that the governor actually did deliberate on exactly what to do here, but in the end he made what was probably the wise decision, and he ordered the arrest of Henry Morgan.
Now, Morgan was still quite sick, so instead of being immediately shipped off to England, he was put under house arrest for 6 weeks until he would be well enough to travel. Now, Morgan was actually sick. It wasn't a ruse, but this may have been a brilliant tactical move on Lynch's part. You see, he announced Morgan's arrest publicly, as was the proper thing to do. Then he named Major James Bannister to command the militia. The major was well known to the buccaneers and apparently well enough respected. Even better, the governor named Captain Prince his ranking lieutenant, and he made it abundantly clear that though Morgan was under arrest, the other buccaneers weren't to be treated the same. So Governor Lynch, Major Bannister, and Lieutenant Prince convinced many of the buccaneers to stay in Port Royal just in case their services wound up being needed. Now, when those 6 weeks were up, the governor put Morgan on board the Welcome, and on the 6th of April, he sent the vessel on her voyage to England. Now, Lynch did offer Morgan one kindness. He sent with him a letter that was to be delivered to the king and the council that read, quote, "To speak the truth of him, he's an honest and brave fellow, and had both Sir T.M. and the council's commission and instructions, which they thought he obeyed and followed so well that they gave him public thanks." End quote. Major Bannister, the commander of the militia, had similar words of praise. He wrote, quote, "Admiral Henry Morgan is sent home confined in the Welcome frigate, to appear, as is suspected, on account of his proceedings against the Spaniard. Knows not what approbation he may find there, but he received here a very high and honorable applause for his noble service therein, both from Sir Thomas Moody Ford and the council that commissioned him. Hopes without offense he may say he is a very well-deserving person, and one of great courage and conduct, who may, with his Majesty's pleasure, perform good public service at home, or be very advantageous to this island, if war should again break forth with the Spaniard." End quote. However, none of this was probably all that soothing for Morgan, considering his situation. He was still sick. He was clapped in irons. He was imprisoned in the cold, wet depths of a leaky little cog making her way across the Atlantic, and every day the weather was getting colder and colder. And to rub salt in the wound, he was accompanied by another man, an English pirate who had been on the voyage to Panama, a man named Captain Francis Witherbourne. Now, of course, there's no record of their conversations, but can you imagine what they were like? Imagine there you are, in chains, being transported back to England to face your almost certain death at the end of a hangman's noose. And right next to you is your former admiral, a man who promised to make you rich, but then instead of wealth, he gave you nothing but hunger and disease, pain, fire, and death. I mean, what would you say to him? But regardless of their conversations, Morgan arrived safely in England on the 4th of July in 1671, and in a sense you could see it as his own sort of Independence Day. You see, instead of being marched under guard to the nearest cell, as he probably expected, he was received by the local dignitaries and given a place to rest and recover from his voyage. These dignitaries fed him and had his needs looked after. Likely they called the local doctor to examine the admiral. Now, this might not be too far out of the ordinary. He was, after all, an admiral. He was a landed man, not just some common criminal off the street, but he was under arrest, wasn't he? Well, technically, yes, he was under arrest, but his hosts had news to impart to Morgan. You see, the war with the Dutch was going pretty poorly. England had lost engagement after engagement. Now, France fared a little bit better in the war, but all in all, the Netherlands was winning. England was at a low point in the war. Of particular interest to Morgan was the state of affairs in Jamaica. You see, Spain had actually cooled her heels in the months that Morgan had been at sea, but the Dutch were amassing a fleet in the Caribbean, perilously close to the shores of Jamaica. So it appeared that things had changed while he was at sea. Perhaps things had changed to Captain Morgan's advantage. When he finally arrived in London town, well, the city must have seemed alien to the buccaneer, but in some ways it was more like Port Royal than he would have expected, than the England that he had left years ago. Now, first off, he was told not to leave the city without giving notice, but otherwise he was basically left free to roam. But London was at the height of Restoration magnificence and debauchery. The streets were filled with drunken revelry, loose women, and opulence. It was wealthier, to be sure, than the streets of Port Royal, and the revelers were dressed better, but it probably felt something like home. So Morgan took rooms in the city and bought new clothes that would be more suitable for the climate and the culture. After he spent a little bit of time recovering his health, he found himself to be a desirable commodity. Only a couple of weeks prior, he had thought himself bound for the Tower of London and potentially for the headsman. But now? Well, now, Modiford had actually been released from the tower, and Morgan found himself at a different house every night, being feasted and toasted by the occupants. He was the guest of honor everywhere that he went, and his schedule was full for the foreseeable future. And in addition to food and the drink that he was given, he was expected to entertain. You see, he was an oddity to the London elite. Now, the buccaneers of the Caribbean had been built up back in Europe as a scourge. They were a gang of monsters, reaving and raping their way across the Spanish Main. These weren't the kind of men that you could exactly invite to dinner to regale you with stories of their exploits. But Morgan? He was a gentleman, a man of letters and estates, and the king of that band of ragged pirates. So, regale them he did. Night after night, Morgan told them stories of his adventures, of all his narrow escapes and glorious triumphs. But there was something deeper going on here as well, and Morgan knew it. He used this situation to his advantage. You see, these evenings weren't just chest-thumping stories to make the women gasp. He was telling his tales to people of real means and real influence. Some held actual positions of power in the government, some at the highest levels, even a few in the king's cabal. You see, Morgan hadn't even seen the inside of a cell, and he hadn't been sent to a trial, but every night he testified in his defense in front of the court of public opinion. And every night his peers, they laughed and they cheered for him. You see, the court of King Charles was split on a very divisive issue. In public, that issue was the royal position on Spain, but more honestly, it was the growing Catholic tide there in England. Now, most of those that invited Morgan to dine were on the side of Anglicanism and against closer relations with Spain, and their numbers in England were growing. As the war with the Netherlands, the Third Anglo-Dutch War, went worse and worse, more people all across the country were asking themselves, why were they fighting against their Protestant cousins across the Channel and busy cozying up to their ancient and Catholic enemies in Spain and France? So Morgan found himself a tool of a political faction now. He was a cog in a much bigger machine. You see, his victory on the field of battle outside Panama was the last notable English victory in years. And what a victory it was! I mean, while English troops were busy dying in the war with the Netherlands, all one had to do was turn to Morgan to tell of him marching his band of intrepid English rovers against a mounted and organized Spanish army and then defeating them in open combat. See, more and more, the highest halls of power, all the way from King Charles down, were ringing with the name of Captain Morgan. However, Morgan began to grow tired of the capital and more than a little bit annoyed, so for a time he left London to go visit his relatives over in Wales. All in all, this journey had lasted about 2 years, and he was frustrated with the pace of things there, as well as the money that he was losing while he was away from his plantations and busy spending money on all sorts of new clothes and all of the expenses of living in London. And his eventual release still wasn't exactly certain. You see, his fate rested with the anti-Spain faction in London and their triumph in the heart and mind of King Charles. And really, considering the king's love of all things French and even his rumored religious inclinations, Morgan was still far from safe.
But he had found in London something of an ally, a man who was part patron and part worshipful acolyte. His name was Christopher Monk. Now, do you remember George Monk, the royalist general that was largely responsible for restoring King Charles to the throne? The man that Henry Morgan's uncle had actually served directly under as his second-in-command during the Civil War? Yeah, well, this Christopher Monk was his son. So this was the son of the man that King Charles had personally thanked for winning his throne, and now he was firmly in the camp of Henry Morgan. You see, Christopher was merely 19 years old. He was rich, he was quick-tempered, he was a little bit dashing, a little bit dangerous. He liked to drink, and he liked to swagger around with a sword on his hip, looking for anybody that would be willing to fight him. In short, he was a rogue, growing bored with betting barmaids and fighting in the streets. Then, into this world of boredom, walks a man with long hair and impeccable facial hair, a man who was wearing a sword but was wearing it like it was born with him, a man that held himself with an air of menace and command. And, he'd been there. This man had sailed against savages and Spaniards. He'd cut traitors' throats and plundered the greatest cities in the New World. He marched the jungles of Panama just like Francis Drake had done, and he'd ravaged noble ladies while their husbands played politics and smoked with savage witch doctors. He'd really done it, man. So it was a natural match. Clearly, Christopher attached himself to Morgan as fast as possible, but as for Morgan's side of the bargain, well, the boy was influential, and there was a familial connection there, so he made a smart ally. But beyond that, Christopher Monk was young, and he liked to drink, and he liked to fight, and, well, in short, it was the very kind of person that Morgan had fought with, the very kind of boy that Morgan had commanded, and ultimately the kind of boy that Morgan had become an expert at manipulating. And then, quite possibly with the aid of young Christopher, Henry Morgan received a missive from the king himself. It asked him to draw up a plan for the future defense of Jamaica, an outline of the necessary materials and the strategies that Morgan would employ were he, hypothetically, returned to Jamaica in a position of real power. You see, the war continued to go badly, and the Dutch had been harassing English shipping all across the Caribbean, really all across the world. But in the Caribbean, it was making Lynch look bad, and by extension, it was making England and all of her possessions look weak. You see, that had never been a problem when Morgan was in Jamaica. Naturally, first thing, Morgan wrote and sent the memo immediately. He asked for the materials you might imagine, the guns, the ships, the men, the money. But his plan was bold. His plan was to bolster the defenses of Port Royal, but then to bring the fight out to the Dutch. They were only winning, argued Morgan, because Lynch was on the defensive. This was a classic tactic of Morgan. Then, in July 1673, King Charles called Morgan to meet with him personally to discuss his plans. So Morgan dressed as well as he could. He had his shoes shined, and he had his hair done. He'd passed well enough in the upper echelons of London society, but still, meeting the king, there was no way for him to appear anything but what he was. He was a rough, seasoned sailor and a soldier of fortune. So King Charles and Captain Morgan met publicly. Then they retired to a private meeting room for the better part of an afternoon. Now, what they said wasn't recorded officially, but it's reported that the king was charmed by Morgan's rough colonial manner, of his royalist history, and of the tales of his dashing English victories. That was just the sort of thing that the king loved. But then he came to it, the point. He asked Morgan about the sack of Panama. You see, Governor Modyford's excuses and his defense had been pretty paltry. not really worth the king's time. But you see, that was on his head, not on Morgan's. The king needed to know. To quote Douglas R. Burgess Jr. and the Pirates Pact, quote, Morgan stoutly maintained that he believed the governor of Panama was assembling a fleet to invade Jamaica. But surely the governor must have told you that England and Spain were at peace, Charles asked disbelievingly. If anyone had, Morgan answered, it had escaped his memory. He had, he confessed, a poor memory for political matters. The king's eyebrows rose, and, anyway, Morgan went on, even if the governor or any of the Spanish officers had told him that, he would never have believed them. The Spanish were nothing but liars. Everyone knew that. King and pirate gazed at one another for a long moment. Then, without warning, Charles cried out, "Odd fish!" and burst into laughter. The interrogation was adjourned. End quote. In the months that followed meeting the king, well, Henry Morgan's fortunes changed in ways that I doubt he ever could have foreseen. You see, as a young man, he'd been a royalist in Cromwell's anti-royal England. He was bundled on a vessel bound for the New World to escape a headsman, really, on what was almost a suicidal mission to attack the Spanish halfway around the world. It was his own ambition and his intrepid skill that helped him to climb as high as he likely thought possible. He had raided the Spanish Main more than any other man alive. He had gathered men of all colors and creeds to his banner, and finally, he'd unified the Brethren of the Coast, commanded almost every buccaneer in the Caribbean, and been admiral of the greatest pirate fleet the world had ever known. He'd raised himself to the highest level of society available to him there in Jamaica. But then, once again, he'd fallen low. He'd gone home, once again facing that same headsman he'd outrun 20 years ago. And then he was welcomed by the King of England. He was greeted warmly at court. He was finally granted a knighthood to become, officially, Admiral Sir Henry Morgan. King Charles even gifted him a snuff-box with the king's own likeness outlined in diamonds. And finally, when all was said and done, he was given, in November of 1673, a commission, signed by King Charles, as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica, and he sailed home. Now, the story of Captain Morgan doesn't end here. He goes on to live for many more years. But the story of Captain Morgan, the pirate, ended in that meeting with the king. From here on out, Captain Morgan isn't going to be a pirate anymore. Now, sure, he will, in his later years, occasionally be found drinking with some of the rougher sort there in the rum sinks in Port Royal, but he won't be a pirate anymore. He's going to be a man who's working for the state, actively persecuting any pirates he comes across. We'll look in on him a few more times before the end of Captain Morgan's days, but next time we're going to leave Captain Morgan behind and take a look at what happened to some of the other men who were there at Panama. We're going to rewind to the immediate aftermath of the attack on Panama and follow some of the men that were there, men like Francis Witherbourne, Alexander Exquemelin, and Captain Bartholomew Sharp. In the autumn of 1680, an anonymous sloop sailed into Montego Bay on the northwest coast of Jamaica. Montego Bay was a long-time refuge for smugglers and pirates and all manner of rapscallions. They lay at anchor for a few days, not moving or making landfall or careening their ship, just waiting. Now, what they were waiting for, we don't know. Who they were exactly, we don't know. They weren't some notorious band of pirates under an infamous captain, or we would know more about them. It was just a ship, crewed by unknown men, that waited suspiciously in the bay at Montego. After a few days, another small ship approached. Now, she was flying English colors and had an official-looking crew. She was a small Coast Guard vessel out of Port Royal, and she had come for that anonymous sloop. But she wasn't there to sink her or arrest the crew. She was carrying a messenger from Governor Sir Henry Morgan.
Now, we can assume a few things here. First, the crew was likely tense, even terrified by that arrival of some armed vessel, but we can assume at the same time that they were expecting her. The messenger on board had good news for the crew. The governor had received word of their arrival, and he had invited that ship to his manor in Spanish Town. They were free to sail to Port Royal and unload their cargo at the dock there. So the sloop sailed for town. Now, this was exactly what they were hoping for. They had taken a gamble, and it paid off. The old governor, Carlisle, was gone. For the moment, Henry Morgan was in charge, and it appeared that Jamaica was once again a friendly refuge for their kind. Now the dockmen took their payment with a wink, and the harbor master took his cut, and was kind enough to accept the names they gave. It appeared that Port Royal was back. Henry Morgan's messenger was also there, waiting for them, and he offered to lead them to the estate. There was a carriage waiting for the officers and the messenger, and then there were carts for the rest of the men. In short order, everyone was situated, and all 17 members of the crew were headed for Spanish Town. It wasn't a terribly long ride, but evening was upon them by the time they reached Morgan's estate. It was an impressive building. It was large, and it was old, and it had the look of a Spanish manor house with a few slaves milling about in the failing light. When they got inside, it was a bit more familiar to them. It was richly decorated and painted in white, but it still had the trappings of an old sea dog who'd made good for himself. It felt like a captain's quarters, or if not a captain's quarters, maybe an admiral's quarters, an admiral with a good wife who had a taste for the finer things. But the men were led into the great hall. There was a large table set with crystal and silver. There was a fire crackling away on the hearth, and the smells of roasting meat and vegetables wafted in from the kitchens. The crew waited there for a time, a little bit uncomfortable, surrounded by all this finery. Normally, if they found themselves in a place like this, they would be looting everything of value. They would be drinking all the wine and resting their feet on the table. But here they were guests, and honestly, none of them had ever been invited into a place like this before. Soon enough, though, Morgan arrived. He looked older than they expected. He was tall, and he was thin, and he had sunken eyes, but he was dressed richly, and he greeted them in the booming voice of a man used to command. He had a warm smile, and he welcomed them, not as a governor might welcome some lowly sailors, but as a captain would welcome men aboard his crew. So they were all seated, and the slaves brought around wine for each of them. Morgan sat at the head of the table, of course, with his brother-in-law to his right, but he seated the captain directly to his left. Then, after everyone was settled in, Morgan introduced his wife and his sister and his nieces. It had been months since any of the crew had seen a woman, and these were all beautiful women, but still, this was the governor's estate. More to the point, it was Henry Morgan's house. So they stood, and they removed their hats, and they averted their eyes and shuffled their feet. The women told them they had already dined, so they wouldn't be joining them, but they were quite a sight. After that, the slaves brought in some food. There was roast pork and fish. There was yams, plantains. There were delectable greens. All of it smelled unbelievable. Morgan told them not to worry about their table manners. This might be a fine hall with delicious food and fancy cookware, but they were all of a sort here, and all friendly. They could feel free to tuck in, which they did with aplomb. The crew assaulted the food. They savored every bite of it. They washed it all down with wine that was finer than anything they'd ever tasted. When everyone was satisfied, Morgan brought several bottles of rum out. It was his own house brand that was grown there, processed there, and distilled on his own plantation. He passed around those bottles and let the men drink at their leisure. Boxes of fine and expensive cigars were brought out, and every man lit up. Soon everyone was laughing and enjoying themselves. They all had full bellies and full pockets, and Morgan was regaling them with tales of his many adventures. He told them of taking Jamaica and Port Royal. He told them of sacking Granada after months rowing down the coast in Indian canoes. He told them of Maracaibo, and then, of course, about Panama. These were legends to this crew, and here they were, sharing tots of delicious spiced rum with the man who had actually done them. Morgan praised the English sailors who had sailed under him, and the captain led a cheer every time Morgan told of running some dastardly Spaniard through with his cutlass. Morgan poured another round. He told the men to help themselves to rum or wine or cigars, whatever they pleased. He had done well, and he hoped that he could spread it around. And maybe they could repay him just a little bit. Morgan had an interest in knowing just where the best hunting grounds were. Oh, he didn't go to sea any longer. He was too old for all of that. But he did know men who did, if you understand. He made a pretty penny off of the information that a man in the governor's seat might be able to acquire. He even hinted to the captain that he was always looking for new partners in this venture as well. So the men began to talk over themselves, telling Morgan of their latest voyage, of the loot that they had plundered off of Campeche, of the Spanish that they had outwitted and the women that they met out there. Morgan was leading the cheers now. He was laughing and urging the men on. There was a fleet out of Cartagena right now, but Panama was ripe for the plucking, they said. As the night drew on, though, the men all began to tire. After their hours of hearty meat and fine wine and that strong spiced rum, they were all led to bed in Morgan's own house, secure in the knowledge that there was a friendly face in Port Royal once again, who might even become a strong ally for them. In just a few hours dawn came, but with it came unfriendly faces. The pirates were awoken by hard-eyed men carrying swords and muskets and shackles. The pirates were still groggy. Their heads were pounding from the drinking that was frankly heavier than they had done in some weeks. They protested when the men picked them up and put them in chains. They were guests of the governor, his new friends, not petty criminals. This was all a misunderstanding, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. They were put into chains, their heads were hooded, and they were marched out of the manor, into town, to the magistrate's office. They were all lined up inside, and one by one they had their hoods removed. All around them sat men on a raised dais, looking down on them in disapproval. They all had stern faces, hard eyes, and powdered wigs. In their center, clear-eyed this time and stern, sat Governor Sir Henry Morgan. When the pirates began to speak, they were struck from behind. Morgan intoned that these men were guilty of the crime of high-seas piracy against the Spanish. They had confessed to him personally in his own home of taking Spanish ships by force, of stealing Spanish goods which had been unloaded by Morgan's own agents at the dock. The council concurred with Morgan, and Henry Morgan passed the sentence. These men, all 17 of them, were pirates of the lowest order. They were to be taken to the docks immediately and hung by the neck until dead. Within the hour, the sentence was carried out. This is episode 49, Return to Jamaica. Now, our first reaction to this story might be incredulity. It's almost too perfect a parable, and there does seem to be a lot of detail missing, but it is corroborated by the local government and Morgan. Now, it might be a piece of propaganda, but this is what we have to go on. Now, you might be wondering what kind of idiots those pirates were to tell the governor himself about their illegal acts of piracy. And yeah, it was foolish, but not entirely. Morgan did have a complicated relationship with pirates and piracy. I mean, first of all, he was Henry Morgan. He was maybe the greatest and most famous pirate since Francis Drake, but he was also a knight. He was an official of the Jamaican government. His job was to curb piracy in Port Royal and to legitimize the English presence in those waters. But, on the other hand, he was known to overlook the pirates in Port Royal if they played their cards right and didn't cause too much fuss from the Spanish. But then, on the other hand, sometimes he hung pirates at the docks. Like I said, it was a complicated relationship. So, let's go back just a little ways and take a brief look at Morgan's political career up to now. Back in 1675, Morgan returned from England as Sir Henry Morgan, Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. He arrived before the new governor, John Vaughan, and served as acting governor for the first time for about a week. While Vaughan was in power, mostly he ran the military side of things. He had powerful familial connections to the militia and a bunch of former privateers in the Navy, so there really wasn't much that Vaughan could do to challenge his command role. So for about 2 years, he conspired with the pirates out of Jamaica and the French on Hispaniola to enrich himself, and basically played a key role in keeping piracy in the Caribbean alive. But he was loyal to his old friends, not to the lifestyle of pirates and piracy. And as those men, his old friends, died off or got arrested or disappeared into the mists of history, he became less sympathetic toward pirates. Plus, he was busy buying land and slaves and starting plantations, and those sugar plantations were starting to turn a profit. By about 1678, he was completely financially independent, and he wasn't beholden to the pirates to earn a living anymore. In March of that year, 1678, a ship arrived in Port Royal that brought news to Jamaica. Governor John Vaughan had been recalled to London. His commission as governor was suspended. Lieutenant Governor Morgan was left in charge. Now, it was here that Morgan really began to hunt pirates actively. See, that Third Anglo-Dutch War was winding down, and there were a large number of old privateers in the region that were looking to continue their trade. Morgan had strict orders given to him by the lords in charge of him to see that those privateers didn't make England look bad, or it would mean his head. However, he didn't have too long to focus on that problem. On the 1st of April, 1678, another ship arrived from London, carrying news. The Earl of Carlisle, Charles Howard, had been given the governorship of Jamaica. Now, this was expected and really pretty good news. Carlisle was an old ally of the Morgan family during the English Civil War, and during Morgan's time in London, he had proved a good friend. In fact, he had been the intended governor of Jamaica when Morgan returned, but that Anglo-Dutch War got in the way. However, that ship carried other news. Now that the war was over, relations between England and France were once again on shaky ground. The French were amassing fleets around the West Indies, and there was one amassing back in France that was, well, a threat to all English holdings in the Caribbean. There was talk in diplomatic circles of taking Jamaica from England and making her a French province. This was entirely plausible. You see, this fleet was large enough and powerful enough to pose a real threat, and Morgan had just spent 2 years arresting and exiling and executing the very privateers who had served in the war. Now he found himself without that fleet of pirates that had protected Jamaica in the past. So he had to do something fast. So he declared martial law. He announced an amnesty for all pirates willing to serve, but almost nobody came. He ordered, though, that 1 out of every 10 slaves on the island were to serve in the militia alongside the Jamaican regulars and the volunteers. Now, those slaves were ordered to rebuild and repair the forts guarding Port Royal. There were 3 of them all told. There was Fort Morgan and Fort Charles, which were the strongest and made up what was called Morgan's Line. When all of the repairs were done, there were 26 heavy cannon and a large variety of smaller artillery, as well as trenches for snipers and sharpshooters to guard the beach. This was Port Royal's first line of defense. But on the other side of the peninsula that Port Royal was on, Fort James guarded the harbor of Port Royal. When they were all at full strength, though, Morgan still wasn't satisfied. So he ordered 2 new forts built, Fort Rupert and Fort Carlisle. They were situated to the west and the east of Port Royal to guard her from approach by land. So when all was said and done, the city was guarded by 5 forts with dozens of heavy cannon and smaller arms and several hundred men at their peak. And that, well, it might be enough. It was enough to defend Port Royal, but it might not be enough to defend the whole of Jamaica. Graham A. Thomas writes in his book, The Pirate King, quote, "The threat of attack by the French was real. The French fleet was under the command of Count d'Estrées and consisted of 8 ships of the line, 8 frigates, 3 transports, and more than a dozen French privateers who had joined the fleet in France. The transports carried hundreds of guns with enough powder and shot for each gun. D'Estrées' flagship was the 70-gun Terrible, and this fleet was on its way to attack Dutch and British colonies in the West Indies. End quote. This fleet under Count d'Estrées was a real threat, and it did harm to English and Dutch colonies. However, that threat never reached Jamaica. The fleet was struck on her way further into the West Indies by a terrible storm and was broken apart. The privateers dispersed and struck out on their own to go be pirates, and the French Navy rescued what they could of the ships and the crew. Back in Jamaica, the new governor arrived on board the frigate Jersey on the 17th of July. For the first few weeks on Jamaica, he was ill, but Morgan was able to transfer control of the island over to him and his ministers. Well, as much as he had left to hand over. You see, back in England, the lords at Whitehall and on the Privy Council had heard from former Governors Lynch and Vaughan about the state of Jamaican politics. They heard all about the corruption and the leniency towards pirates. So they had decided to govern from the top down, and they removed the authority of the Council of Jamaica. The council still existed, but they were toothless. They could no longer pass laws or sentence even the most moderate of criminals. All decisions had to be authorized by the Lords of Trade and Plantations, which at the very best could take weeks. Now, Governor Carlisle had more power than the former governors in that he had more authority over the council, but less authority in that all his actions were dictated from the top down. This turned into a slow and inefficient, and for the Jamaican locals, a deeply troubling shift in policy. However, it hardly bothered Morgan. You see, he had spent his months as governor bolstering the defense of Jamaica to what was really a pretty respectable level. And think about it, he would know better than anyone else how best to protect a city either from the sea or by land-borne invasion, considering how many cities he personally had overseen the invasion of. But then Carlisle had the authority to commission a small naval squadron, a coast guard essentially, but an official Jamaican navy. They would no longer be reliant on the privateers. And then Morgan's plantations were turning out sugar and quality rum. They were making a healthy profit. So Morgan was comfortable enough to kick back and relax, to drink his nights away and to reminisce with his old privateer buddies. So the next year was quiet for Henry Morgan. Now, there was all sorts of political wrangling on the council, but usually Morgan didn't deign to show his face at those council meetings. The most Morgan had to do was to advise Carlisle on how to deal with the council when they would, for example, refuse to acknowledge Carlisle's new authority. Now, this took up a good bit of the governor's time, but most of his letters back to England were, well, they didn't paint that as a very big issue. Mostly, they talked about news from elsewhere. French pirates were causing trouble all across the West Indies, and this was causing problems for everyone. But there were Indian revolts rising up against Spanish or Dutch settlements, burning them to the ground. But in Jamaica, well, they were doing just fine. You see, most of those English pirates were busy cutting logwood in the Bay of Campeche. They had done a good job in 1678, 1679, dealing with the English pirate problem. That was when William Dampier was there in the Bay of Campeche, as well as more than a few characters that we've come to know pretty well over these past few weeks. Morgan did, though, have trouble headed his way. He didn't know it yet, but back in the Netherlands, a little book was published entitled The Amerikaanse Zeerovers by one Alexandra Oliver Exquemelin. In the Netherlands, it was a smash hit, and immediately it was translated into Spanish. Now, that translation into Spanish was pretty inaccurate. Dudley Pope writes in Harry Morgan's Way that it was, quote, an amazing story of rape and robbery, treachery and treason, pillage by land and sea, and because the translator knew what was required of him, in which every foreigner was a scoundrel, and nearly always an English one. End quote. Graham A. Thomas writes, of course, every Spanish person in the book was above reproach. Devout, the women were beautiful and chaste, and the Spanish governors, heroes, virtuous, brave, and courageous. End quote. Now here on this show, while we talked about Morgan, we used the most accurate translation of the original Dutch version that's available to us, and I even frequently questioned the accuracy and honesty of that version. Exquemelin had a bone to pick with Morgan, and his work shows it, but imagine taking that already questionable work and translating it into a piece of propaganda, a piece of anti-Morgan, anti-English, pro-Spanish propaganda. But that was the version that would be translated into English eventually and reach the desk of Henry Morgan himself, but it doesn't happen quite yet. Before that whole drama could play out, well, there was still the issue of the French. You see, 2 French ships sailed into Jamaica's harbor. Those batteries on Morgan's line, they opened fire on those ships, and those ships returned fire, but the 2 French vessels turned around and fled. But that put Port Royal into a state of alarm. Morgan was forced to put down his glass of rum and actually do his job for a change. Then a week later, 8 French ships arrived off the coast of Jamaica. Now, not in Port Royal, a little bit to the east of Port Royal. 2 of those ships were actually those who had been fired upon. So Morgan took a fleet out to meet them, and Carlisle followed about a day after. The French commanders of that fleet reported that they were merely on their way to Cartagena. They were going there to demand the release of some of their prisoners from the Spanish. They had been blown off course by a storm and were in need of water and lumber, and the closest friendly place they could find any was Jamaica. They had decided that, since they had been blown off course, to change their destination to Havana and demand the return of their prisoners there. And so they sent those 2 ships that had gone to Port Royal to request aid. Now, here's the thing. The Spanish did hold a number of French prisoners. According to the French, they were holding them unlawfully. There was a record of their mission, though, to retrieve those prisoners from Cartagena. There had been, yes, a terrible storm that likely hit that fleet. Now, the English didn't know that when they opened fire on those 2 ships, but it all became clear when those French commanders told their story. So the French there, that small fleet of 8 ships, were given aid. They were allowed to collect as much water and lumber as necessary, all in good faith. Everybody left happy. However, when Morgan and Lord Carlisle returned to Port Royal, they told the people that they had chased off the French fleet through Derrindu. They were brave, returning heroes who had saved Port Royal, but the threat was not yet past. No, they had to be vigilant. The city must rally together in this time of need, and those 1 out of every 10 slaves, well, they have to return. They have to help bolster the defenses of Port Royal. Every man and woman must contribute to the fund needed to defend their home. Now, right here, the council saw their opportunity, and they struck. They commended the brave returning heroes, they seconded their plan to defend the city, and they reinstated their council and all of their powers. After all, in this time of threat from abroad, they all needed to be strong. Those councilmen had to have the authority to do their duty, which had been so short-sightedly diminished by the crown. So the council used this entirely non-existent crisis to reform and regain their power. There was little, though, that Morgan or Carlisle, the governor, could do. If they tried to point out that there was no reason for the council to reinstate itself and give themselves back their power, well, that would unmask their own ruse. Now, they didn't do this without need. There were reports coming from England and France that, well, the French still had an interest in Jamaica, but there was a more pressing threat. The Spanish were rising up and causing some real trouble in the region. They had small flotas out in force, attacking French and English ships across the West Indies. Now, mostly they were attacking pirates. That was what they were there to do. But those attacks had begun to fall more and more on legitimate privateers and even merchant vessels and occasionally a Coast Guard ship. See, there was a little trouble with English pirates starting up. Those lumber camps in the Bay of Campeche were being harassed by the Spanish, so combined forces of English and Dutch logwood cutters were attacking Spanish vessels and even Campeche itself. Peter Harris had begun raiding alongside Richard Sawkins. Edward Davis and John Cook had started causing trouble, and John Coxon was calling for a meeting somewhere.
in the West Indies, but neither Morgan nor Carlyle could discover exactly where that was. So Morgan sent out ships to intercept those English pirates. They had to be stopped, and stopped from giving England a bad name, but he didn't have much luck apprehending them. See, Morgan hadn't been a buccaneer for a long time. He was out of the loop. He didn't know where those ships liked to sail and where they liked to meet anymore. But then they had trouble with those Spanish flotas. Those Spanish Coast Guard vessels had a habit of attacking any English ship they saw, even those that were sent out by Morgan. I mean, he might be the lieutenant governor of Jamaica now, he might be a pirate hunter now, but the men in charge of those Spanish ships remembered well a time when Morgan attacked their cities. I mean, if you were being threatened by a pack of wild dogs, would you trust another wild dog to come save you? So, things got tense. It got to a point where war seemed imminent. There were small naval engagements between the French and the Dutch and the English and the Spanish in all manner of combinations. It seemed like those peace treaties signed after the Anglo-Dutch War were about to be thrown out the window. And then John Coxon, along with a fleet of many, many other captains, sacked Portobello. But then, after Portobello was taken, well, the English pirates disappeared. Nobody knew exactly what had happened to them. Most people assumed that they found some place to lay low. Of course, we know now that they had crossed the isthmus. They were down in the Southern Ocean, causing all sorts of trouble. Meanwhile, though, that official French fleet, that delegation which had landed on Jamaica asking for aid, well, they were busy terrorizing the Spanish. They were raiding Spanish shipping lines and terrorizing cities all along the Main. Now, while John Coxon and his fleet were away in the Pacific raiding the coast of South America, the English pirate presence in the West Indies was almost non-existent. There were virtually no English pirates of consequence sailing those waters. That crew that Morgan duped into getting drunk and confessing their crimes, well, that was typical of the quality of English rovers back in those days. But the French pirates and their Dutch compatriots, they were something else. Many of them we've already met, in the future, as it were. Several of those pirates who would sail alongside John Cook and Edward Davis when they returned from the Pacific some 3 years from now, well, those were among the French pirates. Men like Jan Willems, Jean Rose, and John Tristain. Those were veteran privateers who turned to piracy. And there were many others sailing around that same time, but 3 captains stand out. 3 captains who I have criminally underserved while our story took us to the Pacific. There was Laurent de Graaf, Nicholas von Horn, and Michel de Gramont. Now, we'll look closely at their exploits next time, but for now, it's important to remember that they're raising Cain all across the West Indies. All 4 of the major powers, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, and the English, well, they all had ships out searching for those 3 privateers who were killing men, taking ships, burning cities. Those 4 powers, though, they were all technically at peace, but while they were out searching for those 3 pirates, well, they kept shooting at each other. They would capture innocent sailors. The French would capture Spaniards. The Dutch would capture Englishmen. It became this dance of violence and mistakes that, well, it looked very much like a war. It wasn't. These were peacetime maneuvers. They were just policing the seas, but if you were living through it, well, it might be hard to tell the difference. What's impressive to me, though, is that while all this is going on, while men are being captured and killed, cities are being burned, those 3 pirates and those other lesser-known names, well, they were mostly able to just dance away unscathed. This was a problem. It was a major problem for the French and the Spanish, but it was also troubling to Henry Morgan and Governor Carlyle. You see, they were, for a change, actually trying to curb piracy, and it should have looked like they were doing well. Since nobody yet knew about John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp and their actions, well, it looked like the English were laying low and not causing too much trouble. But those foreign pirates and those foreign navies were causing England so much trouble that it looked like they were losing a war that they weren't even technically fighting. And then there were problems with the council. They were trying once again to wrest their power away from Carlisle, away from the crown. So Carlisle had his hands full countering those actions. And normally, Morgan would be able to occasionally loom up and remind everybody that he had the militia and nobody better screw with him, and they'd back down and continue their dance. But for the time being, Morgan had his own hands full. He was embroiled in a legal dispute, bridging the Atlantic Ocean. Now, it wasn't about the Buccaneers of America, not yet. This involved a man named Francis Mingham. See, a few months earlier, a harbor master in Port Royal had brought to Morgan's attention his belief that a captain, Francis Mingham, had failed to account for some of his cargo. He alleged that Mingham had attempted to smuggle several casks of rum and 2 casks of a very expensive cherry brandy ashore without paying those proper fees. Now, if this was true, it was just smuggling. Morgan heard the case and ruled in favor of the harbor master's allegations. Francis Mingham had his cargo seized and his ship impounded. Now that cargo, even that expensive French brandy, just disappeared. But his ship was sold off. Mingham was not arrested, but he had lost basically everything, and he was understandably upset. So he took passage back to England, where he met with members of the Privy Council, and he laid before them the charge that he had been wrongfully robbed by Morgan. This led to a libel suit against Morgan and that harbor master. Now, normally this wouldn't be a huge problem. In most cases like this, gentlemen could come to an arrangement. They could write out their defense, their position, and some money would change hands, and all of this would go away. But not with Morgan. You see, first of all, he was stubborn and he was prideful. He was furious that Mingham had impugned his honor. He was absolutely unwilling to settle out of court and have his name dragged through the dirt. Governor Carlisle even begged him to settle out of court and pay some of those costs himself, but Morgan said no, he wanted this to be settled publicly. Unfortunately, for Morgan at least, this was a hard case to win. He was, in his past, a well-known pirate. I mean, it's not like he hadn't stolen ships before. It's not like he had taken men's rum and brandy before. What's to say that he hadn't just figured out how to do it from a barrister's bench rather than the deck of a ship? So there was a lot of back and forth. There were suits and countersuits and counter-countersuits. But in the end, Mingham found himself in a debtor's prison on Jamaica. But then the Lords of Trade were forced to get involved, and Mingham was released and paid that settlement that he was owed. Now, during this whole process, Thomas Modyford had passed away. He and Morgan had been old friends. Modyford had been governor while Morgan was at the height of his privateering. That must have been a tough time, but more than the emotional hit, Modyford was a close and powerful political ally. Not just of Morgan, but of Lord Carlisle. His death only made things on the island harder, so in 1680, Lord Carlisle chose to retire. He was going to leave Jamaica behind and return home. Now, he readied a ship to return and left Morgan in command until a replacement could be found. But would you imagine who he found on his way out of Jamaican waters? Off the coast of Jamaica, lurking in a bay, Lord Carlisle and his escort stumbled across none other than Captain John Coxon. Now, no one had heard a word of him for months, and here he was. Now, Coxon, we know, was licking his wounds and rebuilding his crew after he fled from the Pacific, but for Carlisle, this would be a beautiful send-off. The retiring governor had the opportunity to catch the most notorious English pirate currently sailing. Carlisle found Coxon, quote, "Off Point Negril on my passage home. We gave chase with the Hunter frigate in company for 24 hours, but he outsailed us and we could not come up with him. But we took 2 vessels belonging to him, forsaken by their crews, who were all aboard his vessel." End quote. So Coxon escaped. Carlisle sailed on for England. Modyford was dead, and that left Morgan virtually bereft of allies. However, that doesn't mean he was alone. He was able to stack the council with his family and friends. He was able to promote and appoint family and friends in the militia. According to Dudley Pope, quote, Morgan was now Justice of the Peace, Judge of the Admiralty Court, Vice Admiral, Colonel, Commandant of the Port Royal Regiment, and the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica, as well as acting governor. End quote. He was now the most powerful man in Jamaica. Carlyle had also given him a handsome stipend when he left the island, so Morgan was able to buy another 1,200 acres of land and build yet another plantation. Not only was he the most powerful man on Jamaica, he was quickly becoming the richest. His life became one of ease. There was drinking, and there was smoking, and there was eating and reminiscing. But then, on January 29th, 1681, a pirate ship arrived under Captain Jacob Evertson. That pirate ship would signal an end to the peace. It would signal that Morgan's life of ease was about to come crashing down. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped support the show, either by leaving us a review on iTunes or wherever you listen to the show, or by becoming a patron on Patreon, or leaving us a donation at the website. Without all of you, I couldn't do this show. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you have not checked them out yet, I definitely suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening.